Welcome again to the Cannabis Regulation Commission meeting. Today is Thursday, June 20th, 2024. The time is 2:08 p.m. and we are in the Building and Safety Boardroom at 201 North Figueroa Street, 9th floor, Los Angeles, California. I am President Thyris Mason and I will be chairing this meeting. The following commissioners are present: Commissioners Lim, Nash, and Melendez. I'm going to go over some housekeeping rules before we begin. This meeting is recorded, therefore we ask that when addressing the commission, you speak close to the microphone and only one person at a time. Please state your name each time you speak. Are we okay before I continue? Looks like we are. Okay, thank you. Members of the public who wish to only listen to the commission meeting and not provide public comment may call council phone at 213-621-2489 or 818-904-9450. This meeting is also being live streamed. Individuals who wish to watch this meeting may do so by visiting cannabis.lacity.gov and clicking the About menu item on the top. Under the About menu, click the Commission Meetings link. Scroll down to the bottom of the Commission Meetings page to find the live stream. We will be following the agenda order for the most part. Agendas are located on the table by the entrance door along with speaker cards. Individuals who are physically here and wish to address this commission must fill out a speaker's card and specify which item or items you are going to speak on. Individuals can provide public comment or comments about a specific item in person or virtually via the Zoom link provided on the agenda. If you are present at the meeting, please fill out a speaker card and return it to Irene or Josie. When I call your name, please come up to the podium and clearly state your name. If you are in the Zoom call when the item you wish to speak on is called, press *9 to get on the speaking queue. The Commission Executive Assistant will call out each speaker by the last 4 digits of their phone number to identify the caller. The caller will be prompted to unmute themselves by dialing *6. We will consider general public comment and single or multiple agenda items together. Therefore, speakers will have 1 minute for general public comment and 1 minute per item, with a maximum of 2 minutes for multiple items. In total, an individual shall be limited to 3 minutes of public comment per meeting. Representatives from neighborhood councils who have filed a resolution or a community impact statement with the city clerk, which relates to any agenda item, will be given time to speak during the item itself. Please provide a copy of the filed statement or resolution to the Commission Executive Assistant. Any neighborhood council representative speaking on behalf of their neighborhood council must provide a letter on their letterhead stating the neighborhood council's position on the matter. Absent any neighborhood council documentation, comments may still be provided during the public comment period. We ask that speakers state whether they are providing general public comment and/or which other item or items they are speaking on before they begin to comment so that staff can appropriately time them. If the speaker does not specify which items they are speaking on, 1 minute will be provided. PowerPoint presentations presented to the Commission today, whether it is by the department or applicants, will be posted online and made available to the public via DCR's website within 2 business days. Please turn off your cell phones or put them on vibrate so as not to disturb the proceedings. Please be respectful. Disruptions will not be tolerated. If you disrupt the proceedings, you will receive 2 warnings. If you continue the disruptive behavior, you will be asked to leave the meeting. We are now on to item number 1 on the agenda, which is a report from the Executive Director. Ms. Garakian, is there a report?
I do not have a report today due to the lengthy agenda.
Thank you for your consideration. We are on to item number 2 on the agenda, which is commission business. Commissioners, you should have an advanced calendar in front of you with our future meeting dates. Please take a look and advise if there are any planned absences from any of the commissioners. President Mason will not be present on Thursday, September 17th. I'm sorry, 19th.
Vice President Nash will be absent on October 3rd.
Any other absences to report? Thank you. Hearing none, we are moving on to approval of minutes. We were sent the minutes of June 6, 2024 for review. Do I have a motion to approve the minutes?
This is Commissioner Lim. I make a motion to approve the June 6, 2024 minutes.
Thank you, Commissioner Lim. Do I have a second?
Commissioner Melendez, I second.
Thank you so much, Mr. Vizo. Please call the roll.
Commissioner Lim, how do you vote?
Aye.
Commissioner Melendez, how do you vote?
Aye.
Vice President Nash, how do you vote?
Aye.
President Mason, how do you vote?
Aye.
The motion passes.
Thank you. We are moving on to commission announcement and updates. Commissioners, are there any announcements or updates? Okay, I do have an announcement that on Tuesday, June 11th, I participated in a Zoom meeting with the County of Los Angeles to provide advisory instructions or advisory remarks regarding the possible formation of a commission for the county with respect to their cannabis regulation program. And that's my only update. Moving on to future agenda requests. Commissioners, are there any future agenda requests? Hearing none, moving on to item 3, Neighborhood Council presentations. This is a reminder that any representative from neighborhood councils who have filed a resolution or a community impact statement with the city clerk, which relates to any agenda item, will be given time to speak during the item itself. Please provide a copy of the filed statement or resolution to the commission executive assistant. Any neighborhood council representative speaking on behalf of their neighborhood council must provide a letter on their letterhead stating the neighborhood council's position on the matter. Absent any neighborhood council documentation, comments may still be provided during the public comment period. We will now open the public comment period. For general public comment and single or multiple agenda items, speakers can address the commission on non-agenda related items that are within the jurisdiction of the commission or provide public comment for items in today's agenda. If you are listening on a live stream and have called to provide public comment via Zoom, please mute the live stream audio before you begin speaking to eliminate feedback. We will alternate between calling up individuals here in the meeting and those on the call. Please bear with us. Mr. Vizo, are there any speaker cards or callers?
There are callers in the Zoom meeting.
Thank you.
Caller with phone number ending in 8030, please state your name and the items you wish to speak on.
Yes, my name is Daryl Allen, and I'm speaking on the annual hearing.
Thank you. You have 1 minute.
Yes, my name is Daryl Allen, and I'm a social equity partner. I represent the Nodal Company. We're located at 4515 York Boulevard in Eagle Rock. We're literally 1 to 2 weeks away from being open, and we're in a position now where we're getting ran in circles by the DCC and the DCR regarding our annual license review. We've been going back and forth for a few months now, trying to get our hearing date with no luck at all. It's jeopardizing my personal life as well as the business opportunity itself. We have done everything we've been asked to do, and we still have gotten nowhere in months. I would like to try to just speak up for the people that are going through this right now, because I know I'm not the only one. But we're looking for some sort of change to happen and quickly. So that's my piece. Thank you.
Thank you. Caller with phone number ending in 0587, please state your name and the items you wish to speak on.
My name is Sean Maddox. I'm calling to provide a general public comment.
You have 1 minute.
Similar to Mr. Allen, I'm calling to bring attention to an issue that's arisen between the Department of Cannabis Regulation and the Department of Cannabis Control with respect to the issuance of state provisional licenses and local temporary licenses for social equity licensees. As of February of this year, the DCC has been unwilling to issue provisional state licenses to Los Angeles social equity applicants unless the licensed applicant can provide a hearing date for annual licensure and a corresponding CEQA determination. This is now resulting in multiple social equity licensees being unable to open their businesses and in some instances is threatening the viability of their very projects. I've been working ardently to try to find a resolution with city and state officials, but no progress is being made. I'm here tonight to implore the Regulation Commission and DCR to work together to provide the DCC with requested upcoming hearing schedules for these licensees before these social equity individuals and projects lose out on life-changing opportunities. Thanks for your time.
Thank you. If anyone on the on the virtual meeting would like to provide public comment, please dial *9. President Mason, there are no raised hands.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, everyone, for your comments. Both the general public comment agenda item and the single or multiple agenda items are now closed. We are on to agenda item number 5, DCR core record number 100615. And this is a request from Therapeutic Health Collective Incorporated to approve an annual license for storefront retail commercial cannabis activity within a 77,588 square foot commercial buildings located at 621 West Rosecrans. Mr. Vizo, are there any neighborhood council or elected office representatives on this item?
We do have a raised hand, but I am uncertain if it's a neighborhood council. I will call on them. Caller with phone number ending in 3852. Please state your name and whether you represent a neighborhood council or an elected office. Can you hear us? Caller with number ending in 3852. Can you hear us?
So what I'd like to do is move on to the caller presentation and we can come back to this caller. Thank you. At this time, we'll hear from department staff.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Jason Klein, Assistant Executive Director, here to present item number 5 through 12. DCR core record number 100615 is associated with Therapeutic Health Collective, Inc. The applicant seeks an annual license for the Type 10 retail with on-site sales commercial cannabis activity. The record was continued due to outstanding corrections. On April 24th, 2024, DCR conducted a compliance inspection of the business premises. A notice to correct was issued on April 29th, 2024. As of May 28th, 2024, all of the deficiencies have been corrected by the applicant and the business premises has passed the compliance inspection. Therefore, DCR recommends the commission adopt the recommendations included in the staff report and approve the issuance of this annual license. And that concludes the department's presentation for this item.
Thank you, Director Colleen. Any questions? Assistant Executive Director Colleen. Any questions? Okay, thank you. Is the caller still there?
Yes. Caller with phone number ending in 3852. Please state your name and how you represent the applicant.
Okay, well, we'll revisit
Um,
them. Maybe
He's
they,
unmuted, but
okay,
I'm not, or he or she is unmuted. and
Hello.
I'm not- Oh, there she is.
there.
This is Michelle Sweat. I am calling in support of approval of Therapeutic Health Collective. I've known and worked with them since 2018. And
Ma'am, can you please state your name and how you represent the applicant?
my name is Michelle Sweat. I work with Therapeutic Health Collective, and I've worked with them since 2018. I am calling in support of approval of their project, their annual license.
Okay, point of clarification, are you providing their presentation or are you just calling in to support?
I'm calling in to support.
Okay, the public comment period for that has passed. Is there a representative present today? I don't have a
So-
speaker card.
Okay, so I apologize for my confusion. Ray Chacon San Miguel is right now driving his wife to the hospital to have a baby. The baby's coming, and he asked me to call in on his behalf. So I apologize that I am a little confused on the process because he just called me at 1:15. I can speak on behalf of Ray Chacon San Miguel.
We would need verification authorizing. Oh, you're good. Go ahead.
Okay. I'm sorry that I have messed up the process. Ray Chacon San Miguel is the owner of Therapeutic Health Collective. He is from the Los Angeles area, and his family has been in the Los Angeles area for some time. He is the CEO of Therapeutic Health Collective and serves patients of all types. He serves medical patients as well as adult use patients. They take pride in ensuring that their products meet the highest quality standards and are offered at an affordable price for people who both need cannabis for medical purposes and also those who purchase the products for recreational use. His focus is on compliance and ensuring that the environment where consumers come to buy the products is safe, is well lit. There are security guards on the premises as required by the state during operational hours. And Ray is excited to get to this point in the licensing process. It's been a long process, and hopes that the project is approved today. Thank you.
Thank you. And wish your employer good luck in labor and delivery.
Thank you very much.
Sorry, Commissioner Mason, Mr. Klein, can you please clarify whether or not the speaker is on the record for this application?
Yes, this applicant is an authorized speaker for the applicant.
Okay, thank you.
We are on to deliberations, commissioners.
Oh, I have a question.
Okay,
This is Vice President Nash. I see that during the compliance inspection of April 24th, it was noted that the licensee does not verify a customer's age, either visually by checking an acceptable form of identification or by using an age verification device. Can you speak to what was going on before that inspection and what is going on now in terms of verifying a customer's age and making sure that underage customers are not being served?
If you're asking me, Michelle Sweat, on behalf of Ray Chacon, it is a requirement that age identification, identity and age identification is required prior to entering a cannabis retail store. I was not at that inspection, and so I'm not I'm not aware of that not occurring. I do know that Mr. Chacon does know of the requirements. I can't address that line item specifically. I wasn't there. I apologize.
Do you know what the current procedures are for verifying a person's age?
So in order to enter the cannabis retail store, the person must present a valid identification. So what would happen is either the security guard at the front or another staff member would look at the identification and verify that it's not expired, and identify by, looking at the picture of the person. If the person is a medical patient and they have a physician's recommendation, they are allowed to enter the store with valid identification if they're under age of 21, if they also have a valid physician's recommendation. A physician's recommendation is verified on state websites, where you can verify where the actual issuing doctor is verified. That's how a physician's recommendation is verified in all dispensaries. So once the ID is verified, then the person can enter the store for purchase.
Vice President Nash, thank you.
Any other questions, commissioners? We're on to deliberations. I don't feel like your question was addressed. And I don't think she can.
It's Vice President Nash, I think you're right.
Yeah.
Assistant Executive Director Jason Klein. One of the issues about the location was at the time the inspection was conducted, the security guard was not at the assigned post, and I believe DCR employees were able to gain access without having their IDs checked. So generally, security would do the review of the identification to make sure that we are in fact city employees before we go in. And then, of course, as part of the point of sale system, IDs are scanned if people are making purchases, because that information is checked against the state database to make sure that people are not purchasing above the lawful daily limit. So the business did have verification devices on hand. IDs were being verified at point of sale, but unfortunately at the time the inspection was conducted, there was a deficiency. And I believe the last time the business had spoken to the fact that they made sure that the security officer was always posted on the exterior of the building to do the visual identification of the ID cards before people walk into the business premises.
This is Vice President Nash. So is it the department's opinion then that the discrepancy in not checking the IDs was a one-off situation and not a systemic failure in the operation of the dispensary?
That is correct, Vice President Nash. We believe it was a one-off. It was not a systemic issue. And when we did our compliance inspection, they did pass. They were doing what they needed to do.
Thank you.
Thank you, Assistant Executive Director. That's a long title. Any other concerns from the commission? Is there a motion?
This is Commissioner Lim, and I make a motion that in regards to DCR core record number 100615 for the business located at 621 West Rosecrans Avenue, that we adopt the staff reports.
Thank you. Is there a second?
This is Vice President Nash. I second the motion.
Mr. Beazle, please call the roll.
Commissioner Lim, how do you vote?
Aye.
Vice President Nash, how do you vote?
Aye.
Commissioner Melendez, how do you vote?
Aye.
President Mason, how do you vote?
Aye.
The motion passes.
Thank you. Item number 6 is DCR core record number 101740 This is a request from LA Organic Pharmacy Incorporated to approve an annual license for storefront retail commercial cannabis activity within a 5,660 square foot commercial building located at 5738 West Washington Boulevard. Ms. Treviso, are there any neighborhood council or elected office representatives on this matter?
I do not have a speaker card and there are no raised hands in the virtual meeting.
Okay, thank you. At this time, we will hear from department staff.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Jason Klein, Assistant Executive Director for item number 6. DCR core record number 101740 is associated with LA Organic Pharmacy Incorporated. The applicant seeks an annual license for the type 10 retail with on-site sales commercial cannabis activity. The record was continued due to outstanding corrections. On April 24th, 2024, DCR conducted a compliance inspection of the business premises. A notice to correct was issued on April 29th, 2024. As of May 29th, 2024, all deficiencies have been corrected by the applicant and the business premises has passed the compliance inspection. Therefore, DCR recommends that the commission adopt the recommendations included in the staff report and approve the issuance of this annual license. And that concludes the department's presentation.
Thank you, commissioners. Any questions for AED Colleen?
This is Vice President Nash. I note in the report, it indicates that the applicant has not provided timely proof to the DCR that it contacted the nearest neighborhood council. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Is that a optional thing that they need to do, or is
It is
that
not.
mandatory?
It's mandatory. This is President Mason.
The code does say the applicant is supposed to notify the neighborhood council and make an offer to meet. But there is not, the department also provides notice to the council office and the neighborhood council. And we do post information about the neighborhood liaison for NCs and other members of the public. The failure to notify the neighborhood council is not a deficiency that the department would recommend denial of the annual license for. And these businesses do have temporary approval to engage. And of course, if a neighborhood council had concerns, they would have the opportunity to attend the public hearing to raise those concerns.
This is Vice President Nash. Did you indicate that the DCR actually provides notice to the nearest neighborhood council as well?
Yes, we do. As part of the notice of complete application process, we have a duty to notify the council office, the neighborhood council, and the closest business improvement district. We send out electronic notice to those parties. Also, we post notice on our website so all members of the public know which applications have been deemed complete, what is the date of our public hearings, what is the date of the community meetings, and how folks can participate in this deliberative process.
It's Vice President Nash. Thank you.
Any other questions for department staff?
Or this is Commissioner Lim. I believe in other proceedings, when we did not get proof that the neighborhood council was given notice that we continue the hearing. Now, do we know whether this is a continued hearing from May of 2024? Were they given an opportunity to try to rectify the notice to the nearest neighborhood council?
That was not an issue that was included in their notice to correction. I am confident that if we told them that they needed to reach out to the neighborhood council, they would have. We did notify the neighborhood councils of the continuation. My understanding is if it was a concern, the neighborhood council could reach out to us to provide input to the commission staff to raise their concerns or issues and/or raise it with the department so that we could have the neighborhood liaison reach out to the neighborhood council. This is a phase 1 existing medical marijuana dispensary. So to submit their application in 2018, they did have to demonstrate proof of operating in compliance with various regulations that existed before the Department of Cannabis regulation was created.
This is Commissioner Lim. Do we receive any sort of objections to this applicant from the neighborhood council?
No, we did not. The only comment that we received was from a member of the community that was against the application, and that was submitted during the regularly noticed community meeting for the business.
Thank you.
Thank you. I believe we're done with questions for the department. We do have a representative here on behalf of the applicant, Noel France. I believe that's what this is. You may approach the podium at this time. Please state your name and your relationship to the applicant, and you will be allowed 10 minutes to address the commission.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Noelle France. I am the founder and CEO of LA Organic Pharmacy, better known as Mecca Mid-City. I'm one of the first female commercial cultivators in the city since 2006. Excuse me. And I opened Mecca Retail in 2012. I also have additional retail, cultivation, distribution, and manufacturing for the Mecca brand of products. I've seen every facet of this industry from Prop 215, Prop D, pre-ICO, so it's a full circle moment for me to be standing in front of you here today. The definition of Mecca is that of a gathering place where people with common interests come together, and that's exactly what you'll see when you're in my store. You will see all ages, all races, all walks of life coming together with a common passion. And that's one of the beautiful things about the plant and about Mecca, is that feeling of community that it brings. We're best known for the experience that you have while you're in the store. We want to connect with our customers. I make sure our staff feels supported and they receive regular training because customers come to us looking for that guidance. We emphasize security. We regularly walk folks to their cars. We clean up graffiti, trash, weed removal. Our neighbors appreciate us because we've actually improved the neighborhood. And I'm proud to say that I've never had a neighborhood or landlord issue ever. So it is for all of these reasons and my continued commitment to compliance that I respectfully request your recommendation for annual licensure. And I can answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. Commissioners, are there any questions for the applicant?
This Commissioner Lim, on April 24th, 2024, there was a compliance inspection.
Yes.
When it stated that there was missing age verification device specification.
Mhm.
Can you tell us what happened and how you fixed it?
I can. That was for delivery only. We absolutely check every single person's ID when they enter the premises. But we do have a age verification device for delivery now.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioners, any other questions? Okay, hearing none. Any concerns? Any deliberations? Okay, do I have a motion?
Regarding item number 6, DCR core record number 101740 for the business located at
Wait,
57.
before you go, I'm sorry. I did have a question and it
Sure.
was related to your lack of communication with the neighborhood council. What happened there?
So the deadline was an embarrassing oversight, but I did reach out to the neighborhood council. Actually, I'm in great communication with them. They were happy to provide any information. They verified to me they've never had any complaints. And I did forward the email to the DCR showing that I did reach out to them. So I do have an email.
Okay, I know that's the what I heard in the specific language was that your proof wasn't timely filed.
was not
that
timely.
it wasn't filed
It
at
wasn't
all.
timely.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm sorry. You can go now.
This is Vice President Nash. For item number 6, DCR core record number 101740 for the business located at 5738 West Washington Boulevard. I move to adopt staff recommendations as stated in their staff report dated June 17th, 2024.
Thank you. Is there a second?
This Commissioner Lim, I second that.
Thank you. Mr. Vizo, please call the roll.
Vice President Nash, how do you vote?
Aye.
Commissioner Lim, how do you vote?
Aye.
Commissioner Melendez, how do you vote?
Aye.
President Mason, how do you vote?
Aye.
The motion passes.
Thank you.
Thank you. We are on to item number 7, DCR Core Record Number 101779. This is a request from Buds and Roses Collective Incorporated to approve an annual license for storefront retail commercial cannabis activity within a 4,489 square foot commercial building located at 13047 West Ventura Boulevard. Ms. Treviso, are there any neighborhood council or elected office representatives on this matter?
We do not have a speaker card and there is no raised hand in the virtual meeting.
Thank you. Then at this time, we will hear from department staff.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Jason Klein, here to present item number 7 on behalf of the Department of Cannabis Regulation. DCR Core Record Number 101779 is associated with Buds and Roses Collective Incorporated. The applicant seeks an annual license for the Type 10 retail with on-site sales commercial cannabis activity. The record was continued due to outstanding corrections. On April 29, 2024, DCR conducted a compliance inspection of the business premises. A notice to correct was issued on May 2nd, 2024. As of June 3rd, 2024, all of the deficiencies have been corrected by the applicant and the business premises has passed the compliance inspection. Therefore, DCR is recommending the commission adopt the recommendations included in the staff report and approve the issuance of this annual license. And that concludes the department's presentation.
Thank you, AED Colleen. Are there any questions from the commissioners? Okay, hearing none. We will have the applicant's presentation at this time, but I do not have a speaker card.
There is no raised hands, but I will call on to find out if anyone's in the virtual meeting. If the applicant's rep is on the virtual call, please dial *9 to raise your hand. There are no raised hands.
Okay, thank you. Well, we have heard from this applicant before, and this is just a continuation. We don't have any deficiencies that need to be corrected. I don't think there's any other information we would require. Are there any concerns from the commission? Okay, then do we have a motion?
This is Commissioner Lim, in regards to DCR Core Record Number 101779 for the business located at 13047 West Ventura Boulevard. I make a motion to adopt the staff report.
Thank you, Commissioner Lim. Is there a second?
This is Vice President Nash. I second the motion.
Thank you. Mr. Treviso, please call the roll.
Commissioner Lim, how do you vote?
Aye.
Vice President Nash, how do you vote?
Aye.
Commissioner Melendez, how do you vote?
Aye.
President Mason, how do you vote?
Aye.
The motion passes.
Item number 8 is DCR Core Record Number 100021, and this is a request from Highland Park Patient Collective Incorporated to approve an annual license for storefront retail commercial cannabis activity within an 8,344 square foot commercial building located at 21759 West Irwin Street. Mr. Treviso, are there any neighborhood council or elected office representatives on this matter?
We do not have a speaker card and there are no raised hands in the virtual meeting.
All right, thank you. At this time, we'll hear from staff.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Jason Klein, here to present item number 8 for the Department of Cannabis Regulation. DCR Core Number 100021 is associated with Highland Park Patient Collective, Inc. The applicant seeks an annual license for the Type 10 retail with on-site sales commercial cannabis activity. The record was continued due to outstanding corrections. On April 22nd, 2024, DCR conducted a compliance inspection of the business premises. A notice to correct was issued on April 29th, 2024. As of June 6, 2024, the deficiencies have been corrected to the extent possible by the applicant, and the business premises passed a new compliance inspection. Therefore, DCR is recommending the commission adopt recommendations included in the staff report and approve the issuance of this annual license. The issue about the applicant's point of sale system not communicating with metric. We did meet with the applicant to have that discussion. Unfortunately, the vendor that was hired to interface the two systems didn't do what they were obligated to do. So the applicant, who I believe is here today, is working with the Department of Cannabis Control and the vendor that manages the metric system to ensure that the historic data actually gets uploaded into metric, and then on a go-forward basis, the metric data is maintained. And that concludes the department's presentation.
Thank you. Any questions for Assistant ED Colleen? Hearing none, we're going to move on to the applicant's representative, Arthur Hodge. Please approach the podium. State your name for the record, your relationship to the applicant, and you will have 10 minutes to address the commission.
Good afternoon. My name is Arthur Hodge. I'm an attorney for the business and representative for Highland Park Patient Collective, Inc. First of all, I want to thank DCR staff, Mr. Klein, and the entire team there for helping this business over the years with its compliance. We're proud to be a pre-ICO business, but that's been continuously operating in the city since the registration of 2007. And we are happy to serve the Woodland Hills area. We have had a positive interaction with the entire community throughout our time. There have been learning curves with all businesses, including this one. And the biggest one was noted by Mr. Klein with regard to the point of sale system defectively not updating the metric system. In that regard, the business has gone through transaction by transaction, going back to the first one, and gone and physically tied them back into metric and worked with the state metric officials. And then we've reported back to DCR staff with the screenshots showing that on a going forward basis, every transaction at the point of sale system when it's registered is also getting properly accounted for into metric. I can say, as a person who's worked for the past several years in the business, almost every business has had difficulty integrating their point of sale system into metric at one level or another. And this is an example of the learning curves that have had to happen in the industry and with the technology. And but that issue's been corrected, and regretfully it was happening, but there was no impact of it because all of the data was preserved and still available. Again, we thank the commission and the DCR staff for their time, and I'm open for any questions.
Thank you for being here, Mr. Hodge. This is President Mason for the record. I was intrigued by the metric issues, and now I'm even more intrigued that you're standing before us telling us that it's not a problem unique to your business. What do you all attribute the difficulties to within your organization and within your conversations with others?
I think there were two factors that happened from the get-go in the business and in the industry. First of all, the initial plan for the cannabis industry was to have two different businesses, an adult use business and a medical use business. And the original regulatory scheme had a dual structure. So the point of sale systems that launched in 2018 anticipated this dual structure. However, the state dropped the distinction at the cash register between adult use and medical about 6 months into the licensing. That kind of caused an upset in the way that people had planned to operate these point of sale systems. And I'm not an expert in the computer side, but the API handshake that would go between the point of sale system and the state metric system, it took a while for them to launch that. That was the first issue. The second one is that the state was not ready for the rollout of metric when the licensing rolled out in 2018. The state wasn't able to actually get all of the applicants onto the metric system and trained until October of 2019, but the temporary licenses were out long before that. So unlike a normal business where you're given an owner's manual on how to operate a system when you begin, it's not like that way. It was a defective system, and it's something that actually wasn't even implemented until the businesses were already operating. Combine that with the fact that it was already an operating business that didn't have a license, but had been going for a number of years. It's just, one of the struggles. I hope that addresses it, but that's my opinion on what happened.
Okay, thank you. Commissioners, any other questions for the applicant's representative?
This is Vice President Nash. When did the applicant first know that there was an issue with the metric system?
The issue wasn't discovered until the DCR inspection. And it wasn't discovered because it was indicated in the point of sale system that, excuse me, that it was being updated in metric. But until you went into metric and checked to see if the data was being received, it wasn't properly being received. So that's what happened.
Is the applicant confident that their current and the information provided for both state and city taxes has been accurate and paid?
Absolutely. That's based on the point of sale data, which is accurate at the cash register.
And again, just briefly, what is the current state of the system? Is it operating properly now?
Everything's working fine now. They're completing, and if not have completed, the back rolling of back data to build into metric what had not been communicated previously. But as of the DCR inspection, they contacted the provider and were able to link the system up, and it's been effective since late April.
Thank you.
In terms of future reporting, how frequently is your client going to QC check, for lack of a better term, the accuracy on the metric side?
We're reconciling in metric every 30 days. of
Okay.
Physical reconciliation to make sure that this isn't happening.
Yeah, because it's
Yeah.
it's quite a lot of data.
The problem is they would reconcile electronically and it would indicate that it was reconciled, but it wasn't. So it requires a physical reconciliation between the two.
Gotcha. Thank you. Any other questions, commissioners? Okay, thank you. Any concerns, deliberations, commissioners? Okay, hearing none, is there a motion?
Regarding item number 8, DCR core record number 100021 for the business located at 21759 West Irwin Street, I move to adopt staff recommendations and stated in their staff report dated June 17th, 2024.
This is President Mason. May we have your name for the record?
Vice President Nash.
Thank you.
Commissioner Melendez, I second.
Thank you. Mr. Vizo, please call the roll.
Vice President Nash, how do you vote?
Aye.
Commissioner Melendez, how do you vote?
Aye.
Commissioner Lim, how do you vote?
Aye.
President Mason, how do you vote?
Aye.
The motion passes.
Thank you. We are on to item 9, DCR core record number 310087. This is a request from Klein and Woods to approve an annual license for storefront retail commercial cannabis activity within a 5,640 square foot commercial building located at 2301 West Washington Boulevard. Mr. Vizo, are there any neighborhood council or elected office officials on this, representatives on this item?
We do not have any speaker cards nor are there any raised hands in the virtual meeting.
Okay, thank you. At this time, we'll hear from staff.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Jason Klein, here to present item number 9 for the Department of Cannabis Regulation. DCR core record number 310087 is associated with Klein and Woods. The applicant seeks an annual license for the type 10 retail with on-site sales commercial cannabis activity. The record was continued due to outstanding corrections. On April 11th, 2024, DCR conducted a compliance inspection of the business premises. A notice to correct was issued on April 29th, 2024. As of May 3rd, 2024, all of the deficiencies have been corrected by the applicant and the business premises has passed a follow-up compliance inspection. Therefore, DCR recommends the commission adopt recommendations included in the staff report and approve the issuance of this annual license. And that concludes the department's presentation.
Thank you so much. Commissioners, any questions? Okay, hearing none. Mr. Hodge, I could have just had you stand here. Please state your name for the record, your relationship to the applicant, and you will have 10 minutes to address the commission.
Arthur Hodge, and I'm an attorney representative for the business. I would like to thank Mr. Qween and the DCR staff and the commission for the time in looking at this applicant. This business is one of those phase 3 businesses that's been able to get itself operational. We're very proud this June that our founder, Jana Khan, is a lesbian, native of America, of Los Angeles. And she's proud that in her tenure in all these years in the cannabis business, that she's been able to see a time where she's gotten a license. She also has I see our PowerPoint is up there. This is the brand name that she has is Caviland. They focus on selling pre-rolls and other products of that nature. They have a staff that really enjoys the neighborhood and the location. They've been there on Washington Boulevard, 2301 West Washington in the Mid-City area, operating opened their doors for at least a year or so now, though they had the licensing before that. There's a photo of Ms. Khan. She's, again, someone who's been a pioneer in the business and has stuck it out through thick and thin to get herself open at this location. Like every other business, there are struggles with the economy or the neighborhood, but this business actually has brought an improvement to the neighborhood. It's keeping the rules required, the DCR rules require us to keep graffiti up and all that. So they take that seriously and try and make a nice looking shop. So again, we want to thank the commission and DCR, and I'm open for any questions.
Commissioners, any questions? I was trying to see where you guys are on the map, excuse me. I don't have any questions, so thank you.
Thank you.
Any concerns or deliberations, commissioners? Hearing none, is there a motion?
This is Commissioner Lim in regards to item number 9, DCR core record number 310087 for the business located at 2301 West Washington Boulevard. I make a motion to adopt the staff reports.
This is Vice President Nash. I second the motion.
Thank you. Mr. Vizo, please call the roll.
Commissioner Lim, how do you vote?
Aye.
Vice President Nash, how do you vote?
Aye.
Commissioner Melendez, how do you vote?
Aye.
President Mason, how do you vote?
Aye.
The motion passes.
Thank you. On to item 10, which is DCR core record number 101737. This is a request from W Farm 1045 to approve an annual license for storefront retail commercial cannabis activity within an 18,458 square foot commercial cannabis building located at 1035 Gailey Avenue. Mr. Vizo, are there any neighborhood council or elected official representatives on this item?
We do not have any speaker cards and there are no raised hands in the virtual meeting.
Okay, thank you. Then at this time, we will hear from department staff.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Jason Klein, to present item number 10 for the Department of Cannabis Regulation. DCR core record number 101737 is associated with W Farm 1045. The applicant seeks an annual license for the type 10 with retail with on-site sales commercial cannabis activity. The record was continued due to outstanding corrections. On April 17th, 2024, DCR conducted a compliance inspection of the business premises. A notice to correct was issued on April 29th, 2024. As of May 29th, 2024, all of the deficiencies have been corrected by the applicant and the business premises has passed the compliance inspection. Therefore, DCR is recommending that the commission adopt the recommendations included in the staff report and approve the issuance of this annual license. And that concludes the department's presentation.
Thank you. Commissioners, any questions for the department?
This is Vice President Nash. In reviewing the report, it indicates that one of the discrepancies on the April 17th inspection was that the licensee does not verify the age of patrons at the entrance to the business premises. Can you elaborate a little bit on what was actually found out there?
I will invite Rocky Wiles, who is the Bureau or Division Chief for the Compliance and Enforcement Division, to the podium.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Rocky Wiles with the Compliance and Enforcement Division for DCR. in regards to the age verification device, according to our notes, the licensee did not have the age verification device at the counter at the time of the inspection. We did receive a photograph showing us the new age verification device on May 16th. So it was again, the licensee was not verifying the age of patrons at the entrance, and on May 16th we received evidence showing the front entrance with the age verification device.
This is Vice President Nash. Thank you.
And by the way, we receive for every one of the deficiencies that we notice, we do have either documentation, whether it's photographic or the actual, documents that we've requested. So we do have all the evidence.
Thank you. Before you go, any other questions for Ms. Wiles? Okay, thank you. Commissioners, any concerns or deliberations?
Is there a representative? This is Vice President.
You're right.
Nash. Is there a representative?
There is. I'm sorry. Ann Lawrence, please approach the podium. State your name for the record and your relationship to the applicant. I apologize. You will have 10 minutes to address the commission.
Hi, my name is Ann Lawrence. I'm the CEO of W Farm, which is also known as Westwood Pharmacy. And we were one of the first 10 stores that were approved for recreational temporarily at the beginning of this. I remember being at the original DCR offices when it was like completely empty and there was like, no doors on things. So we've been here often, and it was always great, especially pre-COVID, when you could just walk in and ask questions. So we're happy to be here today, happy to answer any questions. I would like to say that it wasn't that we didn't have an age verification device. Actually, we did have one. It was that we were doing construction. We had actually a contractor there who was, there was a leak in the wall when it came for the inspection. So we had moved the age verification to the, just a little bit inside because it wasn't a safe place for our employees to stand. So when you came up to the counter, there was someone there. But they, of course, wanted to confirm that we had fixed the water and actually re-put in the desk there, which happened the next day. So, but everyone was being age verified. It just wasn't happening at the front door that day while we were dealing with the water leak. But otherwise, happy to answer any questions.
Commissioners, any questions? Thank you. Any concerns, deliberations? Okay, is there a motion?
For item number 10, DCR core record number 101737 for the premises located at 1035 Gailey Avenue. I move to adopt staff recommendations as stated in their staff report dated June 17, 2024.
Thank you.
Commissioner Melendez, I second.
Thank you, Mr. Vizo. Please call the roll.
Vice President Nash, how do you vote?
Aye.
Commissioner Melendez, how do you vote?
Aye.
Commissioner Lim, how do you vote?
Aye.
President Mason, how do you vote?
Aye.
The motion passes.
We're on to item 11, DCR core record number 310107, which is VVS Pharmacy's request to approve an annual license for storefront retail commercial cannabis activity within a 6,584 square foot commercial building located at 8717 Van Nuys, North Van Nuys Boulevard. Mr. Vizo, are there any neighborhood council or elected office representatives on this matter?
We have a raised hand in the virtual meeting. I will verify that it's a neighborhood council rep. Caller with phone number ending in 3464. Please state your name and whether you're with a neighborhood council for this item.
Hi, my name is Torosian. I'm the managing officer for VVS Panorama.
Okay, sir, we are now calling on the neighborhood council. Once the commission president calls on the applicant, we will call on you again.
Okay.
Other than that, there is no other raised hand.
Okay, thank you. Then at this time, we will hear from department staff.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Jason Klein, Assistant Executive Director. I'm here to present item number 11. DCR core record number 101737 is associated with VVS Panorama LLC. The applicant seeks an annual license for the type 10 retail with on-site sales commercial cannabis activity. The record was continued due to outstanding corrections. On April 8th, 2024, DCR conducted a compliance inspection of the business premises and met with the operator to review the deficiencies found. A notice to correct was prepared in April. However, it was inadvertently not sent to the operator, so they were not formally notified of the deficiencies that needed to be corrected. When we were going back out to do a follow-up for this staff report in this hearing, we discovered that it had not been transmitted. So on May 31st of 2024, we issued it to them for the first time. So they have an updated compliance date of July 1st of 2024. We have been trying to reach out to the contact for this applicant. However, I know firsthand that the identified contact is no longer with the firm that they have listed. And that is the reason why we're having trouble getting into contact with the operators. But the applicant does have time to continue to correct those deficiencies. It was the department's error in not getting the NTC to them in a timely manner before this hearing, and I apologize for that. If you have questions, we could have a member of our compliance and enforcement division come and address any of those questions. But DCR was recommending that the annual license be issued and that the recommendations be adopted by the commission from the staff report and to approve the issuance of the annual license. And a member of DCR is available to answer any questions. And that concludes our presentation.
Thank you. So this is President Mason. I do have a question. There's been no response from the applicant as to the status of their progress on correcting the deficiencies.
Correct. But that is a defect on the department side. The individual that we had been reaching out to verify compliance with and get in touch with is no longer with the firm that was identified as the law firm for this business. So of course, they're not responding to a client that they're not actually representing any longer. So what we discussed was reaching out to other contacts on the record to make sure that we're getting in touch with somebody other than that person. And, you know, I apologize. It's on the applicant and licensee to update the contact information on the record.
Mm-hmm.
So we thought we were reaching out to a viable contact that wasn't getting back to us. And it wasn't until staff let me know the name of the person that it dawned on me that the person is no longer with that firm. Therefore, those calls will go unanswered and continue to go unanswered. So we have to reach out to other folks.
Okay, before I ask you any more questions, is the representative here for this applicant?
President Mason, I believe they're on the virtual call.
Okay, I'll
This Commissioner Lim, I have a question for the,
go ahead.
isn't it standard of practice for after an examination is done to go over the findings orally and to let the store owner know these deficiencies?
Yes, sir.
And do you know if that was done in this case?
Yes.
It was done in this case. The inspector for the Compliance and Enforcement Division did go over the notice to correct with the applicant in terms of the deficiencies that were found. However, the formal notice to correct that gets issued starts the 30-day clock for them to take corrective action. When our members go out, oftentimes they're not dealing directly with the owner or the highest level primary personnel for the entity. They're working with a manager or somebody else on site. And sometimes the trigger for management is actually receiving that document, that formal NTC saying you need to get this fixed by date certain.
Mhm.
And
Which was, yeah, because I share in Commissioner Lim's concern, because what we have seen is that after they are verbally made aware of what their deficiencies are. Most entities have just gotten in front of that and started making the corrections before the notice to correct is issued. So I'm curious to know how many people you met with when you debriefed them about the number of deficiencies that were present.
Okay, this is Rocky Wiles with the Compliance and Enforcement Division. If you give me a minute, I will look that specific detail up. I apologize. We do keep notes of all of our inspections. I don't have that information in my notes as far as who and how many people they met with. I can't, I can confirm that they did meet with an operator, with the operator and or the person in charge of day-to-day, business. That was a statement that was in the original memo, when the, original compliance inspection, occurred. That was on April 8th. On that day, they did meet with a person responsible on the business premises and went over all of the deficiencies. And approximately 10 days before this meeting, our staff reached out to the operator we haven't heard back from the operator. As Jason mentioned, apparently there is a change in contacts, and perhaps that is why we haven't received any response on this NTC. We've continued to follow up. We just haven't received any communications back from the operator.
This is Commissioner Lim. This was a continued hearing from May 2nd, 2024. And the reason we continued it was because of the number of violations that we had. And you would think the owners and the operators would take upon themselves to resolve these items, for this hearing. And the fact that we have no record of any of these deficiencies were corrected is a concern. Is that reasonable?
Yes, Commissioner Lim, that is reasonable. The applicant, I believe, is present. So they may be able to inform this commission in terms of what corrections were made and what's been addressed. Because as I mentioned, unfortunately, we were reaching out to a contact for updates that is not a viable contact on this record. So they may have addressed these issues.
But this Commissioner Lim again, the onus is on the operator to update the contact information. It's not on you guys to, you did the right thing. You reached out to the contact person. And since they didn't update it, it was going to, a non-human being, I guess. It's the best way.
You're correct, Commissioner Lim. The onus is on the licensee to update their contacts. However, we did err in not formally issuing the notice to correct. And that would have triggered the licensee reaching back out to the department within that defined time frame to notify us of how they've cured it. It was only when we did go to do the follow-up that we realized that it hadn't been formally sent. So that error does fall on me for not making sure that it got out to the applicant in a timely manner. And hopefully the applicant will be able to address the compliance-related issues and provide this body an update on where they stand. DCR does have an obligation to make a recommendation to this body within 90 days of issuing its notice of complete application. And then from that date on, the commission, of course, does not have a time frame in which they are required to make a determination. So if after speaking to the applicant, there are concerns, this body would have an opportunity to further continue this item. But DCR does have to formally go on the record within 90 days of issuing that notice of complete application to meet the requirements in the municipal code. So we've met that requirement.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, department staff. I I sense that the rest of our questions are for the applicant and not the department. So with that being said, is there an applicant's representative present? I do not have a speaker card.
There is a raised hand in the virtual meeting. Caller with phone number ending in 3464. Please state your name and how you represent this applicant. You have 10 minutes to address the commission.
Hello, hi, this is Sevan Torosian. I'm the managing officer for VVS Panorama.
Go ahead, sir. You have 10 minutes.
Okay, so yes, we received the notice of correction on May 31st, but we had the inspection done on beginning of April. We have tried to contact with the inspector, with the DCR several times during that time, asking when we can get the notice of correction so we could go off of the list and correct all the corrections. But we didn't have a success of getting in contact with the inspector. But then finally we received the notice of correction on May 31st. And since then, we are working on the corrections and we almost have everything done. We just have like 1 or 2 items pending, which we are going to complete end of this week. And our attorney would review and send everything to DCR. So we will be ready for the corrections. This is the situation in regards to the corrections.
Thank you. This is President Mason. Question for you. Were you present during the DCR inspection?
Yes, I was.
Okay, and you just elected to wait until you received the official notice before you made any attempts to correct any of the noted deficiencies?
They told us that they will send us a list of the corrections, so you know what exactly are the corrections. We had a brief discussion, like it was more questions and answers, and we didn't really understand where the corrections are. But there were a few minor things that we already covered, like placing the code of conduct on the proper place and some minor things that was already done, but we were waiting the notice so we could go off of it and correct the deficiencies.
Thank you.
So, yeah.
And what are the current items that you're working on? You said that you have 1 to 2 items pending?
So one of the items is the police permit, which we submitted like long time ago. So we had the alarm, and yeah, one of the items they mentioned, it was the alarm system, which we have the alarm system. I don't know why they put that as a correction. We just didn't have the police permit physically on the premises. So we are trying to get in contact with the right department so they can issue us a new police permit so we can place it on the premises. That's the last item that we are working on.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Lim?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, in regards to, this is Commissioner Lim, in regards to, how did you fix the age verification and inspection of delivery vehicles requiring an age verification device?
So we do have an age verification system in place. Through our POS system, we scan the ID and it gives us the green light to let the customer in. This is regarding the delivery.
Correct.
Which again, when we receive an order, we verify the purchaser's identity prior delivering. And when we deliver the product, the ID is getting checked. But after this inspection, we got the age verification device. So we are doing that as well.
And this Commissioner Lim again, did you also implement the global positioning system for your delivery?
Can you repeat that again?
The global positioning system, GPS system into your
Yes.
delivery vehicles.
Yes, so we did have it before. It was the Hlth platform that we are using. The driver who has the phone that's connected to the system. So we had the GPS system before, but it was through the phone. Now we implemented the actual physical GPS system. That's going to be like a secondary GPS system that we have.
This is Commissioner Lim again. In regards to alarm system, did you have a permit from the LAPD at the time of inspection, or are you now seeking a permit for your alarm system from the LAPD?
We did have the alarm permit from the beginning of the operation. We just don't have the physical copy of the permit placed on the premises. But we do have the records, and we check the system. Every year is being renewed. So we do have the permit. We just don't have the physical copy of the permit.
Thank you.
Sure.
Commissioners, any other questions? Okay, thank you. Deliberations.
This is Vice President Nash. I'd be inclined to continue this one to allow the applicant to supply proof that all of the deficiencies have been properly addressed.
This is Commissioner Lim. I was concerned that these issues were not fixed. However, based upon what he represented to us, that and looking at these items, the violations is not as serious as some of the other ones. The one that I was concerned about was the alarm system without the permit, but he does have a permit for it, just didn't have a physical location of it. Most of these items are code of conduct, identification of employee, which we have seen numerous other retail have those types of violations. And it seems that I'm satisfied that he has met these requirements based upon his representation.
This is President Mason. My concern is his statement to us that the age verification device is pending.
That was for the drivers, only, not for entry into retail.
Okay,
It says right here, the age verification for the delivery vehicles only, not the
retail.
retail.
Okay.
This is Vice President Nash. I agree. This is a close call for me. I would just, in an abundance of caution, I'd like to have the proof submitted to the department and verified before we voted on approval. For that reason, I'd still recommend that we continue.
Commissioner Melendez.
I find it disturbing that the communication is kind of lacking with this applicant, and you see all these different violations that need to be addressed. I mean, even though you have the police permit, so you figure April 8th, they had the inspection and they don't have the physical permit there. Although they have the permit, but to go and get it, I mean, you have 60 days to go out and get that permit, a physical piece of paper to have it there and comply, but it hasn't been done. So I'm inclined to go with Vice President Nash and see that that someone here gets physically here and shows us that all this stuff has been resolved.
All right.
This Commissioner, that is a good point. This was continued from May 2nd. So it's not like he didn't know that these were violations, and we continued it to this day so he can resolve all these issues. And you are correct. The onus is on him to do it, and there's no proof he's done it. That is a very compelling point.
Here's what we know. There's a debriefing meeting on site. There's a notice issued. This meeting is recorded. It is also posted. So there was enough information available, readily available and accessible to this applicant prior to the issuance of the notice to at least attempt to get in front of the bus. And I'm struggling with the comment that he didn't understand some of what was being said during the debriefing after the compliance inspection. And I struggle with, if it's me and I don't understand, the inspector is not leaving until I do. If it's my business, I'm just that vested. And that is a level of concern. That, along with the number of violations we have, just speaks to how this operator is operating and not necessarily meeting the mark. So I hate to continue this one more time, but I certainly understand the rationale for doing so. And that's where I stand with it. So, do we have a motion?
This is Vice President Nash. I'll make a motion. First, I have a question for Ms. Treviso. Is our next meeting July 11th?
July 17th.
July 17th. This is Vice President Nash again. Regarding DCR core record number, item 11, DCR core record number 310107 for the business located at 8717 North Van Nuys Boulevard. I move that we continue this item to our next meeting, which is July 17th, 2024.
Commissioner Melendez, I second.
Thank you. Mr. Treviso, please call the roll.
Vice President Nash, how do you vote?
Aye.
Commissioner Melendez, how do you vote?
Aye.
Commissioner Lim, how do you vote?
Aye.
President Mason, how do you vote?
Aye.
The motion passes.
Thank you, Ms. Treviso.
You're welcome.
We are on to item number 12, which is DCR core record number 101782. This is a request from California Consultation Incorporated to approve an annual license for storefront retail commercial cannabis activity within 24,492 square foot commercial buildings located at 2038 Sacramento Street. Mr. Treviso, are there any neighborhood council or elected office representatives here on this item?
We do not have a speaker card nor is there a raised hand in the virtual meeting.
Hello, your phones, if you can step out of the proceedings, please. Thank you.
Yeah.
No speaker cards and no raised hands. in
Thank
the
you.
virtual meeting.
Then at this time, we will hear from department staff.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Jason Klein, to present item number 12 for the Department of Cannabis Regulation. DCR core record number 101782 is associated with California Consultation, Inc. The applicant seeks an annual license for the type 10 retail with on-site sales commercial cannabis activity. The record was continued due to outstanding questions from the commissioners, which were not addressed due to the applicant not attending the public hearing on May 16th of 2024. I believe the question was related to whether or not they had conducted outreach to the neighborhood council. DCR still is recommending that the commission adopt the recommendations included in the staff report and approve the issuance of this annual license. Hopefully the applicant is here today to address any questions this commission may have, and that concludes the department's presentation.
Thank you. Any questions from staff? Okay, thank you. Will Sarkis Hajibekyan? Forgive me if I didn't get that correct. Please approach, state your name for the record, and you will have 10 minutes to address the commission.
Yes, hi, I'm Sarkis Hajibekyan. I'm with this company already a month and a half. To be honest, I don't know much, but they're not operating because of they have a fire on 2022 December. And also they have a break-in on 2023 December. They have a police reports and everything. After that, they're not operating because they stole 95% of the inventory, and right now they're working to put everything together. And the owners, they're not here right now. They are country. They're coming back on Monday.
Okay. Thank you. Commissioners,
Thank you.
any questions for the representative?
I do. When was the fire? This is Commissioner Melendez. When was the fire?
Fire, I believe on 2022 December. And the break-in is again on December on 2023. They have all the reports from the fire department, from the police department, and the burned place is not fixed yet. Because the homeless guy, it's fire started from the outside of the building. The owner has to build it, but it's not done yet.
This is Commissioner Melendez once again. So is it not operating at the moment?
No, it's closed at the moment because they remodeling and we're doing a lot of stuff, and also we are not ready with the products, so it's taking a long time.
This is President Mason. Few questions. When did the owners go out of the country?
I think last week.
Last week. AED Colleen, when was the notice of this hearing issued?
I would defer to Ms. Treviso for the exact date the letter of determination was mailed. But at the time where the commission continued this item, it was publicly noticed, and we did update our department website, which has the notice of the commission's actions to reflect the continuance of this item.
Okay, so we have an owner who knew this was going to be before us today, and they left the country last week. Is that my understanding?
Yeah, that's why he asked me if I can be there right here.
I
I
know,
said,
but
okay.
you've only been there a month and a half. You don't know much. That's what you said. I mean, I'm not beating you up. I just would have liked to have had someone more knowledgeable than someone who's been there a month and a half here before us, especially given the fact that we did continue this from a previous hearing. Can you tell us when do they anticipate reopening? Like how long the remodeling will take?
I think they're planning to open. They're coming on Monday. They're planning to open end of this month. Everything is going to be ready end of this month. The construction and all the like a retail area.
There's Commissioner Lim, a couple of questions. Number one, has this store been out of operation since the fire in December of 2022?
No, I think it's non-operational since the break-in December 2023.
And it's because of the break-in, the business was non-operational?
Yeah, because they took 95% of inventory. They vandalized all the place.
Okay, so it wasn't because of the damage to the property, it was because of the inventory was taken?
Yes.
Okay, that's what's no longer operational. We continued this hearing from May 16 because we had no proof that the neighborhood council was contacted and given notice of this application. Do you know if the neighborhood council has been contacted? Do you have proof of that?
Yes, the Franco Brunetti, one of the owners, CEO, I believe, he told me he contacted with them and they emailed them some paperwork or something, I'm not sure. They have an email from them.
But you don't have that email with.
No, I don't have that email with me right now.
The owner knew that we continued this for the purpose of contacting the neighborhood council and they didn't bother giving you the email to show that they contacted them?
No, they don't give me anything, to be honest. I can have him to email it to you directly or something. He's in China.
I mean, we're not blaming you, but
Yeah, I know.
we have 30 matters here
Mhm.
and we gotta go through 30 matters. We continue this to accommodate him to give us that proof. And the
Okay.
fact that they're out of the country and they don't bother to give you the one items that why this was continued
Yeah.
is very
I understand. Is it possible when they come back Monday, so they come over here and I don't know how is that works and is it possible to do that? Or next meeting?
I'm going to relieve you
I'm
at
gonna
this
be here.
point. I am. And thank you for being here. you
This
have a
is Vice
question?
President Nash. I do have one more question. What is the status of the construction? Or remodeling? What are they actually doing?
They're building whatever it's burned and they, every time when we ask, as far as I know, they said we're waiting for the city to come approve this, to come approve that. That's why it takes a long time.
Do you know what the scope of work that they're performing is?
What kind of work?
Yes.
That they tear down whole burned place and they building new one.
So this is addressing damage from the fire in 2022. That's what this current scope of work is?
Say it again, sorry.
So they're remodeling from the fire in 2022?
Yeah, the owner, he is remodeling from 2022 where the burn area.
Mhm.
But the retail area, they got a break-in on 2023 December and they took 95% of inventory. That's why they.
Okay, so the current
shut-
closure is related to lack of inventory, not to the fire damage. Understood. Thank you.
The fireplace, what is the fire? Is the back of the building.
Mhm.
It doesn't.
Affect the retail
Yeah,
space.
yeah.
Got it. Thank you.
I was just gonna add, this is a phase one business, so they are vertically integrated. So the retail storefront is not the area that was impacted by the fire. It was the non-retail licenses impacted by that. So for what it's worth.
Thank you. Commissioners, any other question for the applicant's representative? Okay, thank you
Thank you.
very much. I'll let you guys go ahead and say it because I already know.
I mean, when the spokesperson starts by saying, I don't know anything, that's very troubling, especially when we continue this from May 16, 2024 to address one specific issue. To contact the neighborhood council. And he doesn't bother to give the representative proof that he did contact and received a response.
Yes, I agree with Commissioner Lim. I mean, finding out there was a fire in 22, I mean, there's issues there, of course, and then and this Commissioner Melendez, and then not operating since December 2023. Not being here, of course, to be able to answer any of our questions. And then the small matter of being able to provide any kind of proof that they spoke with the neighborhood council, which is basically their neighbors. And then leaving before this, I mean, it just doesn't play very well for me.
This is a blatant disregard for the importance of the work that we are doing. It's a blatant disregard to the other applicants who are here today. who have, I hope, done what needed to be done in order to get their licenses approved. This is another example of someone who, again, had the benefit of a recording to remind him of what it is that we were asking for, and to send this poor gentleman here. I feel like we morphed into the Shark Tank immediately. It was like, what? You know, but to send this poor gentleman here and he be grossly unprepared to address the one little thing, just one little thing. It's just a piece of paper. If they had been emailing back and forth, I fail to understand how come he could not forward said email to the department, or at least to his representative, and ask him to send it to the department so that we can say, okay, we're good. But that didn't happen. And so we're back to a month ago, still not knowing what the status of that communication is.
And that is a statutory requirement to contact the neighborhood council to get the license. So it's something that they have not done.
Indeed. Vice President Nash?
Vice President Nash, I agree. It's a problem.
Okay, well. Reluctantly, is there a motion? Because I know how this is going to go. I know. We try to balance out the agenda, so these continuances are really difficult.
I mean, it's almost bordering on denial, you know, I mean, although they're there, but I mean, if they're, this is Commissioner Melendez, if they are not here for us, how can they be part of a community that they have to be responsible for?
This is Commissioner Lim. I think denial would be too rash at this time. I think the prudent thing is to continue one more time and no further continuance. And if they don't meet this simple requirement, which is by statute, we have no choice but to deny it, considering we would give them two opportunity to meet a statutory requirement to notify the neighborhood council. Basic, simple requirement. So based upon that, this Commissioner Lim, I make a motion to continue number 12 DCR core record number 101-782, address of 2038 Sacramento Street, to the next commission hearing, which is July
17th.
July 17th.
2024.
It's Commissioner Melendez, I second.
Ms. Treviso, please call the roll.
Commissioner Lim, how do you vote?
Aye.
Commissioner Melendez, how do you vote?
Aye.
Vice President Nash, how do you vote?
Aye.
President Mason, how do you vote?
Aye.
Is
The
it
motion-
possible to put that in there, that no further continuance in regard to this matter?
We can make note of that, Commissioner Lim, but the reasons for denial are stated pretty clearly in the code, and as was discussed during your deliberations, that is within your discretion.
Understood.
Thank you, commissioners. We're on to item 13, and we will break after this item. And this is DCR core record number 310916. This is a request from Qween LLC to approve an annual license for storefront retail commercial cannabis activity within a 7,901 square foot commercial building located at 1051 South Broadway. Mr. Treviso, are there any neighborhood council representatives or elected office officials here on this item?
There are no speaker cards and no raised hand in the virtual meeting.
Thank you. I believe this is another continued matter. We'll hear from the department at this time.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Corey. I'll be presenting item number 13 for the Department of Cannabis Regulations. DCR core record number 310916 is associated with Qween LLC. The applicant seeks an annual license for type 10 retail with on-site sales commercial cannabis activity. The business premises is located at 1051 South Broadway, a parcel zoned for regional center commercial purposes. The business is located in the Central City Community Plan area within Council District 14. The applicant was issued a temporary approval by DCR with an effective date of May 2nd, 2022. Since that time, the applicant has adhered to the requirements of the Los Angeles Municipal Code and DCR's rules and regulations. Completed all requirements for the issuance of an annual license. The applicant currently possesses a state provisional license, C10001019-LIC, to conduct retail with on-site sales commercial cannabis activity, which is active through April 19, 2025. The applicant is subject to the requirements of LAMC Section 104.20 for the Social Equity Program. Social equity applicants are evaluated for compliance with the equity share requirements under 104.20. To comply with the equity share requirements, social equity individual applicants must possess unrestricted ownership of their share of the equity applicant promotional right to vote and to the profits, and include certain language mandated by LAMC 104.20 in their agreements, among other requirements. As part of the application process, DCR reviewed the corporate and ownership documentation provided for this applicant and determined that the applicant met the minimum equity share requirements at that time. On or about May 14, 2024, DCR provided notice to the Community Meeting and Cannabis Regulation Commission meeting by mail to the owners and occupants of all property within 700 feet of the property line of the business premises. Notice was provided in accordance with the municipal code. The virtual community meeting was held on Thursday, May 30th, 2024, between the hours of 1 and 3 p.m. During the meeting, members of the public were afforded 2 minutes each to speak about the application. DCR also accepted online written input through the date of the community meeting. There were no comments neither for nor against this application. The staff report lists a number of reasons DCR or the commission may deny a license. At present, DCR is not aware of any existing facts or circumstances to deny this annual license for the reasons in LAMC Section 104.4. Based on the department's analysis, the proposed project is consistent with the criteria for a Class 1 and Class 32 categorical exemption pursuant to CEQA guidelines. Since the project meets all the requirements for categorical exemption and none of the applicable exceptions apply, it is appropriate to determine this project is categorically exempt from requirements of CEQA. DCR has not recently performed a compliance inspection for this applicant. However, this business shall be subject to multiple future inspections by DCR and several other agencies prior to the receipt of any operating permit. An operating permit is the final authorization from DCR to conduct a commercial cannabis activity and is issued only after a licensee has passed a final inspection by DCR and obtained all permits, clearances, or other authorizations required by law. Therefore, DCR recommends the commission adopt the recommendations included in the staff report and approve the issuance of this license. That concludes the department's presentation.
Thank you. Commissioners, any questions for staff?
This is Commissioner Melendez. I'd just like to know if, in fact, the neighborhood council was contacted, because I'm reading here, it says they did provide and they did not provide timely proof. So I'm kind of confused.
Assistant Executive Director Jason Klein. This is one of the records that went through the public convenience and necessity process. So the applicant did notify the neighborhood council as they were navigating through that process. However, they did not reach out again to the neighborhood council when they received their notice of complete application. So the update that is stated in the report was we had not received timely proof as of June 5th, 2024. And Corey Blake is one of our supervisors for the session. And it appears the analyst did speak with the applicant and they did confirm that unfortunately they didn't reach out a second time once they got their NOC. So I apologize that it says did provide, slash did not provide, the did not provide should have been deleted. Or sorry, the did provide should have been deleted.
Thank you.
Any other questions for staff? Okay, we have two representatives here on behalf of Qween. I would ask that you both approach the podium and state your name for the records, your relationship to the applicant, and you will have 2 minutes total to address the commission.
Great, thank you. Thank you, Corey. My name's Taylor Baisley.
Hey, I'm Andres Regal.
We're the co-founders and owner of Qween. We did appear in front of D-Link, but they're totally right that we didn't give evidence of that like on June 5th, but we appeared on Tuesday and were unanimously approved by the planning committee of D-Link. It was actually really heartening. We got a round of applause, which I didn't really expect. They grilled a convenience store before us and then continued that item. And then it was lots of flowery language and literally a round of applause for us. And that's probably because at Qween, we've really tried to pride ourselves in making a business model that's based on its connection to the community. So right at our inception, we installed at our cost of $30,000, a 2,500 square foot mural on the side of our building by a named artist, Patrick Church. And we installed cafe lights above the alley to just kind of make it nicer. We worked with Bureau of Street Services, install street trees, and the fashion bid to install new bike corrals, which is why the fashion bid wrote a letter of support for our Sherman Oaks PCN application, of which we were recently approved. We have an equitable procurement program where we get every LGBT owned brands that we can in the store to try to help diversify the industry from that perspective by giving them shelf space and giving them heightened shelf space with an LGBT corner that has a pink neon sign that says LGBT brands here to help support discovery. And we have a philanthropic partner with DTLA Proud, of which Andres is a founding member. It's our downtown pride organization, and we're going to be the title sponsors this year of DTLA Proud in August. So these are just a few examples of, and I actually have many more I could go into, of how in the last 2 years we've been fulfilling the promise that we originally set forth when we asked for finding public convenience or necessity, and was originally unanimously supported by the neighborhood council at that time for the PCN. Yeah, I think it's pretty good. Are there any questions for me?
Thank you. Commissioners, any questions?
This is Commissioner Lim. So I just want to confirm you went to planning department a couple of days ago and got approved.
The planning committee of the downtown LA neighborhood council. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. And they unanimously approved us.
Okay, great.
You met before the planning committee, not for the, this is President Mason, before the planning committee, not the general board.
Correct. Yeah. Yeah. They're going to send us to the general board if that's necessary.
Thank you. Commissioners, any other questions? I was searching for the agenda, forgive me, for that neighborhood council. Okay.
And Corey has it too. I had sent it to him.
Okay. I have no questions.
Thank you. Thank you.
Commissioners?
This is Commissioner Lim, that satisfied my concern in regards to giving approval from the neighborhood council.
Commissioner Moniz, I agree. I think the neighborhood council is always, it's important for people to make sure they reach out to the neighborhood.
Commissioner Nash?
Vice President Nash, I agree.
Okay, just a point of clarification, and I know that each neighborhood council operates differently. The committee doesn't speak on behalf of the entire neighborhood council board. It's like a two-step process. So you go before committee makes a recommendation to the entire board, and then the entire board votes. So what we have is a partial approval, if you will. So it's a start. It's a start. So that's a good thing. I have nothing else. Do we have any other concerns, deliberations? Okay, hearing none, is there a motion?
This is Commissioner Lim. In regards to number 13, DCR core record number 3100916 for the business located at 1051 South Broadway. I make a motion to approve the staff report.
Commissioner Melendez, I second.
Thank you. Mr. Vizo, please call the roll.
Commissioner Lim, how do you vote?
Aye.
Commissioner Melendez, how do you vote?
Aye.
Vice President Nash, how do you vote?
Aye.
President Mason, how do you vote?
Aye.
The motion passes.
The time is 3:58. We will recess until 4:15, at which time we will resume with item number 14. The time is 4:15 PM exactly, and we are resuming. We are on item number 14, DCR Core Record Number 310210. This is a request from Nova Grow Labs LLC to approve an annual license for storefront retail commercial cannabis activity within a 3,800 square foot commercial building located at 5485 East Alhambra Avenue. Mr. Bezo, are there any neighborhood council or elected office representatives on this item?
We do not have any speaker cards or any raised hands in the virtual meeting.
Okay, thank you. Then at this time, we will hear from staff.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Corey. I'm a licensing supervisor, and I will present item number 14 for the Department of Cannabis Regulations. DCR Core Record Number 310210 is associated with Nova Grow Labs LLC. The applicant seeks an annual license for the Type 10 retail with on-site sales commercial cannabis activity. The business premises is located at 5485 East Alhambra Avenue, a parcel zoned for general commercial purposes. The business is located in the Northeast Los Angeles Community Plan area within Council District 14. The applicant was issued a temporary approval by DCR with an effective date of November 9, 2021. Since that time, the applicant has adhered to the requirements of the Los Angeles Municipal Code and DCR's rules and regulations and completed all requirements for the issuance of an annual license. The applicant currently possesses a state provisional license, C10000897-LIC to conduct retail with on-site sales commercial cannabis activity, which is active through October 6, 2024. The applicant is subject to the requirements of LAMC Section 104.20 for the Social Equity Program. Social equity applicants are evaluated for compliance with the equity share requirements under LAMC 104.20. To comply with the equity share requirement, social equity individual applicants must possess unrestricted ownership of their share of the social equity applicant, a proportional right to vote, and to the profits, and include certain language mandated by LAMC 104.20 in their agreements, among other requirements. As part of the application process, DCR reviewed the corporate and ownership documentation provided for this applicant and determined that the applicant met the minimum equity share requirements at that time. On or about May 14, 2024, DCR provided notice of the community meeting and Cannabis Regulation Commission meeting by mail to the owners and occupants of all property within 700 feet of the property line of the business premises. Notice was provided in accordance with the municipal code. The virtual community meeting was held on Thursday, May 30th, 2024, between the hours of 1 and 3 p.m. During that meeting, members of the public were afforded 2 minutes each to speak about the application. DCR also accepted online written input through the date of the community meeting. One public comment was made by the owner stating they adhere to all compliance measures in terms of safety of products and security measures. The staff report lists a number of reasons DCR or the commission may deny a license. At present, DCR is not aware of any existing facts or circumstances to deny the annual application for the reasons in LAMC Section 104.04. Based on the department's analysis, the proposed project is consistent with the criteria for a Class 1 and Class 32 categorical exemption pursuant to CEQA guidelines. Since the project meets all the requirements for categorical exemption and none of the applicable exemptions apply, it is appropriate to determine this project is categorically exempt from the requirements of CEQA. DCR has not recently performed a compliance inspection for this applicant. However, this business shall be subject to multiple future inspections by DCR and several other agencies prior to the receipt of an operating permit. An operating permit is the final authorization from DCR to conduct commercial cannabis activity and is issued only after a licensee has passed the final inspection by DCR and obtained all permits, clearances, or other authorizations required by law. Therefore, DCR recommends the commission adopt the recommendations included in the staff report and approve the issuance of this annual license. And that concludes the department's presentation.
Thank you. Commissioners, any questions for staff? Okay, hearing none. We do have a representative here. Do we? We do. So you may approach the mic at this time. Please state your name for the record, your relationship, and you'll have 10 minutes.
Hello, everyone. My name is Orlando Padilla. I am the owner of Nova Grow Labs LLC, doing business as The Chronic. We're located at 5485 Alhambra Avenue in the community of El Sereno. And I'm grateful for the opportunity to be here and to be a license holder. Our dispensary opened in May of 2023 with the goal of providing safe, regulated access to cannabis products for those who need them. We offer a wide range of products, including medicinal and recreational cannabis, all sourced from licensed entities and subject to stringent quality controls. We are proud to contribute to the local economy by creating jobs, and several of our employees are locals who grew up in this community. We prioritize education and transparency. We hold weekly staff meetings to discuss the best products for medicinal needs and those more appropriate for recreational use. We also offer in-store workshops where representatives from many of the brands we carry share information about safe cannabis use, legal regulations, and the benefits of cannabis. We understand concerns about safety and have implemented comprehensive security measures, including surveillance systems, ID checks, and trained security personnel. Our security company, led by retired LAPD detective Mr. Dan Perez, has trained both management and staff in best practices. We strictly adhere to all local and state regulations regarding the sale of cannabis. Our operations are regularly inspected for compliance with health and safety standards. We maintain an open door policy and have hosted visits from both city and state officials. We have toured senior staff from District 14, and I have personally been interviewed by the DCR and featured on their Spotlight series. We have been audited by the Department of Cannabis Control with 0 violations. Furthermore, The Chronic is one of the few dispensaries awarded the County of Los Angeles public health permit, underscoring our commitment to compliance. If you have any questions, please let me know.
Thank you for being here. President Mason speaking. I love the target. I love the local hire. Thank you for that. And the community engagement, the in-store workshops, that's a nice touch as well. I have a question I've been asking all of the social equity applicants, so I'll ask you the same thing. Have you taken advantage of any of the programming offered by the department?
100%. It's definitely been beneficial. The grants were very helpful. I haven't yet tapped into the legal counsel, but I will be shortly. So, yes.
Excellent.
Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioners, any questions? No, hearing none. Thank you for being here.
Thank
Really,
you.
Thank you. Any concerns, deliberations? Motion?
This is Vice President Nash for item number 14, DCR core record number 310210 for the business premises located at 5485 East Alhambra Avenue. I move to adopt staff recommendations as stated in their staff report dated June 17, 2024.
This is Commissioner Melendez, I second.
Thank you. Mr. Rizzo, please call the roll.
Vice President Nash, how do you vote?
Aye.
Commissioner Melendez, how do you vote?
Aye.
Commissioner Lim, how do you vote?
Aye.
President Mason, how do you vote?
Aye.
The motion passes.
Thank you. Item number 15, DCR core record number 310209. This is a request from Third and Kenmore LLC to approve an annual license for storefront retail commercial cannabis activity within a 16,730 square foot commercial building located at 3707 West 3rd Street. Mr. Rizzo, are there any neighborhood council or elected office representatives present?
There are no speaker cards, nor is there a raised hand in the virtual meeting.
Okay, thank you. At this time, we'll hear from staff.
Good afternoon. My name is Corey, a licensing supervisor with the department, and I will present item number 15 for the Department of Cannabis Regulations. DCR core record number 310209 is associated with Third and Kenmore LLC. The applicant seeks an annual license for the Type 10 retail with on-site sales commercial cannabis activity. The business premises is located at 3707 West Third Street, Los Angeles, 90020, a parcel zoned for neighborhood, office, commercial purposes. The business is located in the Wilshire Community Plan area within Council District 10. The applicant was issued temporary approval by DCR with an effective date of January 13, 2022. Since that time, the applicant has adhered to the requirements of the Los Angeles Municipal Code and DCR's rules and regulations and completed all requirements for the issuance of an annual license. The applicant currently possesses a state provisional license, C10-000-1014-LIC, to conduct retail with on-site sales commercial cannabis activity, which is active through April 1, 2025. The applicant is subject to the requirements of LAMC Section 104.20 for the Social Equity Program. Social equity applicants are evaluated for compliance with the equity share requirements under LAMC 104.20. To comply with the equity share requirements, social equity individual applicants must possess unrestricted ownership of their share of the social equity applicant, a proportional right to vote into the profits, and include certain language mandated by LAMC 104.20 in their agreements, among other requirements. As part of the application process, DCR reviewed the corporate and ownership documentation provided for this applicant and determined that the applicant met the minimum equity share requirements at that time. On or about May 14, 2024, DCR provided notice of the community meeting and Cannabis Regulation Commission meeting by mail to the owners and occupants of all property within 700 feet of the property line of the business premises. Notice was provided in accordance with the municipal code. The virtual community meeting was held on Thursday, May 30th, 2024, between the hours of 1 and 3 p.m. During the meeting, members of the public were afforded 2 minutes each to speak about the application. DCR also accepted online written input through the date of the community meeting. 2 oral comments were provided in support by representatives of the business. The staff report lists a number of reasons DCR or the commission may deny a license. At present, DCR is not aware of any existing facts or circumstances to deny this annual license for the reasons in LAMC Section 104.04. Based on the department's analysis, the proposed project is consistent with the criteria for a Class 1 and Class 32 categorical, I can't say that word, exemption pursuant to CEQA guidelines. Since the project meets all the requirements for categorical exemption and none of the applicable exemptions apply, it is appropriate to determine this project is categorically exempt from the requirements of CEQA. DCR has not recently performed a compliance inspection for this applicant. However, this business shall be subject to multiple future inspections by DCR and several other agencies prior to receipt of an operating permit. An operating permit is the final authorization from DCR to conduct commercial cannabis activity and is issued only after a licensee has passed the final inspection by DCR and obtained all permits, clearances, or other authorizations required by law. Therefore, DCR recommends the commission adopt the recommendations included in the staff report and approve the issuance of an annual license. That concludes the department's presentation.
Thank you. Commissioners, any questions for staff? Okay, hearing none, we do have 2 representatives here on behalf of this applicant. You may approach the podium at this time, state your name for the record, and you will have 10 minutes to address the commission.
Hello, my name is Pasquale Joseph DeServi. I'm the social equity owner of Third and Kenmore LLC, doing business as OG Kush, located at 3707 West Third Street here in Los Angeles. I want to thank you guys for your time to speak and let you know that we're a clean, community-driven company. We store providing jobs for locals as well as spearheading community events such as Thanksgiving, Christmas food, and toy drives, as well as neighborhood cleanups. Just to hit a little bit more on that, 17 out of 22 employees are from the Koreatown neighborhood that I hired. So I tried to hire everyone local that I could. Also hired one individual that was transitioning from Section 8 and some local help, and he's transitioning to be on his own, and he's just done so in the last 2 months. He's been with me for 2 years now. So I'm pretty proud of that. We do food drives every Thanksgiving, every Christmas. In the last two, I've fed over 400 people. I do tamales and beans and rice, and I give out bottles of water. And I do that for Christmas and Thanksgiving both. And this year we also did it for New Year's. So also, let's see, what else can I tell you about us? We have an educated staff, quality products, as well as secure compliant environment for retail medicinal cannabis products. We have been in business for over 2 years and strive to encourage as well as facilitate growth in the community through community supported engagements such as our food drives.
Thank you, and thank you so much for being here. We really do appreciate your presence. I don't have any questions.
My name is Jacques Massachi. I'm his partner, and we are one of the model social equity program in this city. We are probably number 10 that we got a license, provisional license.
I think we're in the first 18, yeah. Even though we're round 3, we still were in the first like 18 to open.
Okay.
That's pretty good.
The facility is in my own property that I own. I'm proud that this establishment is there. We clean, we are very good neighbors, and very proud.
Thank you. I do have a question, social equity. So which of the city's programmings have you guys taken advantage of?
So I've gotten grants for rent. I got a grant for improvement as well. So I've been open since June of 2022. So I've basically gotten through seed. I got the seed 1.0 for both times it was offered. Both the improvement one and the rent one, I believe it was. And then I qualified to get my license to be a grant for the license, but we ran out of money, so I had to pay for it anyway.
Okay. Well, thank you. Thank
And if
you.
I had any requests, it'd be that we could get rid of the illegal shops that are like 2 blocks from my store.
Yeah.
They-
I understand that.
They directly affect us all the time.
They kill me.
Yeah.
Cost me
They-
about $2,000 a day in sales whenever one opens, and I just got a new one a month ago, right before the 20th of April. It opened on my street. DCR knows, and so does DCC. We filed complaints about it.
I mean, it's something that comes up often here, and I'm sure the other commissioners like I hear about it when we're not here as well.
Yeah, of course, if people know you work, you're like, please stop, I'm not at work.
Yeah, yeah. Well, thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioners, any questions?
This is Vice President Nash. Regarding the illegal dispensaries, can you provide a little information about what you do try to do to address them in terms
So
of
I
maybe
filed a
calling the
complaint-
police? And then if you have any additional suggestions about what can be done so that they are closed, I'd appreciate any input you have.
100%. So I filed a complaint with the Department of Cannabis Control, and I did not get a response from the DCC. But I did file a complaint with the DCR, and they responded immediately within 2 days that they were illegal. There was 2 shops that I've just recently filed complaints about, and they said they were illegal and that they were forwarding to the local LAPD department, and they let me know it was Wilshire District and who had to contact them to follow up. Unfortunately, that doesn't stop them, because we need stronger laws that hold them accountable for this. So in other words, what I'm hearing on the street is that they are opening LLCs, opening a store. You go down to downtown LA, you get all the packaging that we have. It's all like, just counterfeited. And then they go do the same thing and make it look like it's a legitimate store, but they don't have to pay any taxes. And then when they do get closed down, they just go open a new LLC and go to another building. So it's like there's a cat and mouse thing going on. I'm not really sure what we could do to change it other than spend a little bit of our money going after stores that we don't have on our radar. So in other words, if you're driving down 3rd Street where I'm at, there'd be 2 legitimate stores within a 7-mile drive on that street from Vermont all the way up till I think it is it might be Western, but regardless, if you go up and down there, there's also 2 illegal stores that are pretty easy to see. And I was able to acquire their advertising. So I took pictures and uploaded it to the DCR for their like little cards that they were passing out and whatnot. For me, what happens is, I'm be 100% candid with you. I was making about $20 to $150 profit after everything a day. And then this store opened and now I'm losing about 180 a day. So it took enough away to where I'm not making a profit. And so I'm the social equity owner and I'm the GM. So I'm there every single day. Yeah, 12 hours a day, 10 hours a day.
And
So,
those illegal ones are still operating.
yeah, it's not.
This is Vice President Nash. I appreciate that information. Do you ever contact the LAPD directly?
I do. So I have spoken to the LAPD and also I requested and spoke to a supervisor. I'd say it was about 3 weeks ago. Unfortunately, in my area, their biggest focus is gang task force. I'm in a really heavy gang area. So unfortunately, that's what they told me. You know, we would love to facilitate you and help you in this situation. But right now, to be honest with you, we don't even have enough people to stay on top of the gang forces. So that was like a big thing for them. And I understand it. I'm literally right in the edge of Koreatown, right at Little Bangladesh, Koreatown. It's like 18th Street gang members everywhere. So I understand their issue and their problem. It's just that for us, I pay about $250,000 in taxes every quarter. And to the city alone, I pay 30,000. And I'm just one guy. I'm just social equity. So you guys know what that means. I never had money to begin with. So here I am selling $3 million in cannabis and still don't have money. Was unable to put any money to the bottom line last year after federal.
Pay a lot of taxes.
Yeah.
This is Vice President Nash, thank you again for that. And let me assure you that we do take the illegal dispensaries very seriously and appreciate your input and encourage you to continue to be the squeaky wheel regarding that. And
Yes, sir.
we'll see what else we can do about it.
Yes, sir. I appreciate you guys.
Thank you so much.
This is Commissioner Lim. I'm wondering whether we can get on the next agenda something to do with the taxation of the illegal cannabis. Is the city of LA collecting taxes
No,
from the illegal?
they're not.
Well,
So-
my understanding is under Measure M, you guys are paying a higher tax rate.
With the 280E, we do.
Right.
Through federal, we do. But the thing is that they're not paying taxes because they're not legal. So they're not using the metric system. They're not track and tracing their products. Their products aren't tested. So unfortunately, they're just like your next door neighbor, let's say, wanted to start selling ice cream next door to the ice cream shop. You could pull up a little ice cream cart, right?
Right.
Kind of like that. Not a lot we can do
The
about
question
it.
becomes, it seems that the city of LA is very good at collecting taxes. And so why not see if they are collecting taxes from the illegal dispensary? And if so, how much? If not,
There would just be no way for them to gauge that money. Because it's all cash.
Assistant Executive Director Jason Klein. The council adopted a policy pre-DCR, which prohibits the Office of Finance from actually issuing a business tax registration certificate to an unlicensed cannabis business. So the city doesn't actually issue the mechanism for them to remit taxes. And because this policy was adopted before Measure M was adopted by the voters of the city of LA, the unlicensed businesses were not included in the ballot initiative, which subjects regulated licensed commercial cannabis businesses to these taxes. So the city council and mayor would have to move forward with a ballot initiative for the voters to actually assess these taxes on these businesses to level that playing field. It's something that we have researched and we work with the city attorney's office.
but
Before we violate the Brown Act by discussing something that's not on the agenda,
yeah, can we put this on?
we
the agenda?
welcome it as an
Yes.
agenda,
Can
future
we put
agenda
it on
item
the
request.
agenda to discuss what actions that we as a commission can take to address the illegal retail stores and specifically focusing on sales tax from the city of LA. What measures that can be done in that area? Can we put that on the agenda?
We will put that
No.
on the July 17th agenda, Ms. Treviso.
Noted.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other
Thank you
questions?
for addressing
Thank
that.
you. I
issue.
appreciate you guys, honestly.
Any other questions, commissioners? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Is there a motion, the deliberation concerns? No?
No, I think, very, very informative and, this Commissioner Melendez, very informative. And, I agree that, you know, the more meetings we have, and from different parts of the city, the more blatant it is that there's just countless, illegal cannabis, stores that are opening up. And finding a resolution for that would be paramount for the customers and our clients, of course, which are the cannabis owners, you know, the permit owners. So I think we are, as the commission, we're looking forward to trying to help you guys out as best we can.
Thank you, Commissioner Melendez. Anyone else? Okay, do we have a motion, gentlemen?
This is Commissioner Lim, in regards to number 19, DCR Corp. Oh,
Number 6.
15.
15.
No, I thought, in regard to number 15, DCR Core Record number 310209 for the business located at 3707 West Third Street. I make a motion to adopt the staff report.
Commissioner Melendez, I second.
Thank you. Mr. Vizo, please call the roll.
Commissioner Lim, how do you vote?
Aye.
Commissioner Melendez, how do you vote?
Aye.
Vice President Nash, how do you vote?
Aye.
President Mason, how do you vote?
Aye.
The motion passes.
Thank you. Item number 16, DCR Core Record Number 310177. This is a request from Velvet Eagle Rock LLC to approve an annual license for storefront retail commercial cannabis activity within a 2,122 square foot commercial building located at 1116 to 1118 West Colorado Boulevard. Mr. Rizzo, are there any neighborhood council or elected office representatives?
We do not
Present?
have any speaker cards or any raised hands in the virtual meeting. For the neighborhood council?
Thank you. At this time, we'll hear from staff.
Good afternoon, my name's Corey, a licensing supervisor, and I will present item number 16 for the Department of Cannabis Regulation. DCR Core Record Number 310177 is associated with Velvet Eagle Rock LLC. This applicant seeks an annual license for the Type 10 retail with on-site sales commercial cannabis activity. The business premises is located at 1116 through 1118 West Colorado Boulevard, Northeast Los Angeles, CA, California 90041. A parcel zone for general commercial purposes. The business is located in the Northeast Los Angeles Community Plan area within Council District 14. The applicant was issued temporary approval by DCR on November 15th, 2021. Since that time, the applicant has adhered to the requirements of the Los Angeles Municipal Code and DCR's rules and regulations and completed all requirements for the issuance of an annual license. The applicant currently possesses a state provisional license, C1000000900-LIC, to conduct retail with on-site sales commercial cannabis activity, which is active through October 12th, 2024. The applicant is subject to the requirements of LAMC Section 104.20 for the Social Equity Program. Social equity applications are evaluated for compliance with the equity share requirements under LAMC 104.20. To comply with the equity share requirement, social equity individual applicants must possess unrestricted ownership of their share of the social equity applicant, a proportional right to vote and to the profits, and include certain language mandated by LAMC 104.20 in their agreements, among other requirements. As part of the application process, DCR reviewed the corporate and ownership documentation provided for this applicant and determined that the applicant met the minimum equity share requirements at that time. On or about May 14th, 2024, DCR provided notice of the community meeting and Cannabis Regulation Commission meeting by mail to the owners and occupants of all property within 700 feet of the property line of the business premises. Notice was provided in accordance with the municipal code. The virtual community meeting was held on Thursday, May 30th, 2024, between 1 and 3 p.m. During the meeting, members of the public were afforded 2 minutes each to speak to the application. DCR also accepted online written input through the date of the community meeting. In general, oral and written comments provided by the public were from Jason Molinelli, General Counsel for Velvet Cannabis, in favor of the applicant. He spoke about the business's core values and standard operating procedures of safety, security, and public well-being, and the ongoing commitment to being a benefit to the community. The staff report lists a number of reasons DCR or the commission may deny a license. At present, DCR is not aware of any existing facts or circumstances to deny this annual license for the reasons in LAMC section 104.04. Based on the department's analysis, the proposed project is consistent with the criteria for a Class 1 and Class 32 categorical exemption pursuant to CEQA guidelines. Since the project meets all the requirements for categorical exemption and none of the applicable exemptions apply, is it appropriate to determine this project is categorically exempt from requirements of CEQA. A member of the Compliance and Enforcement Division is in attendance and available to provide an overview of the compliance activities associated with this location. Therefore, DCR recommends the commission adopt the recommendations included in the staff report and approve the issuance of this annual license. That concludes the department's presentation.
Thank you. Commissioners, any questions for staff? Okay, hearing none, we do have a representative here on behalf of the applicant. You may approach the podium at this time. State your name for the record, and you'll have 10 minutes and your relationship to the applicant.
Sorry for jumping the gun. Good evening or afternoon. My name is Matt Moray. I'm one of the owners and operators of Velvet Eagle Rock LLC. We're seeking our annual permit to operate a Type 10 retail storefront at 1116 Colorado Boulevard. Velvet Eagle Rock LLC is a social equity company with majority ownership contained by a social equity individual applicant, Tracy Dory, who owns 51% of the company. Along with Mr. Dory and myself, Velvet has two other owners, Fareed Harrison and Vincent Platney. We've been open and operating under provisional license since April 20th, 2022. Velvet Eagle Rock LLC does business as Velvet Cannabis. Velvet Cannabis is a California-based cannabis retailer with locations currently open in Eagle Rock, Napa, and Martinez. Our mission across all of our locations is to provide safe, clean, comfortable access to regulated cannabis products for all members of the communities. We aim to conduct our business in a way that is perceived to be a benefit to the community and not a nuisance or detriment. That's the methodology we've brought to our operations at Eagle Rock. As I stated above, Velvet's a community-first oriented business. We carefully select the communities we enter to match our strong California-based culture and ideals. Velvet first opened in the Eagle Rock neighborhood, we first appeared in front of the neighborhood council in Eagle Rock in January of 2022, and again recently on June 4th, 2024, in order to answer questions about our application. Following our June 4th meeting, the ERNC indicated support for us and enthusiasm to continue working together. Velvet employs a community liaison officers whose role it is to address any community concerns or issues that come up in order to stay ahead of any potential complaints or negative impacts experienced by a community member. Additionally, we operate a 501c3 charitable foundation, the Velvet Foundation, and partner with local charities and civic organizations to provide support and volunteering efforts during the holidays and throughout the year. Our employees define us. Diversity is a core value at Velvet, and as such, we're committed to hiring a team, we've hired a team of employees that reflects the communities we serve. At Eagle Rock, we've hired local diverse talent, people who are paid competitive wages, health benefits, and have opportunities to advance in the organization. We invite all of you to come visit our store in Eagle Rock. Once there, you'll find out how our employees are diverse, enthusiastic, and knowledgeable about our products, and overall extremely happy. Since opening in 2022, we've added over 20 new jobs to the community. And as the store grows, we'll continue to hire more and more employees from the local Eagle Rock neighborhood. Again, all jobs exceed current living wage in order to continue to make an economic impact in the community we serve. An aspect of being a good neighbor that we take most seriously is the safety and security of our employees, customers, and surrounding community. We want our employees, customers, and neighbors to feel safe and to be safe and comfortable in and around our premises. Our security procedures on file with the DCR not only comply with state regulations and the Los Angeles Municipal Code, but go beyond the minimum requirements to ensure that our employees, customers, neighbors, and the community we serve are safe and sound and not negatively impacted by our business in any way. In addition, Velvet employs a general counsel and chief compliance officer full-time to monitor and manage the safety and compliance of the business. From a product and services standpoint, experience, Velvet offers unparalleled customer service, diverse product menus, cannabis education, and organizational commitment to our communities. Velvet offers one of, if not the most a wide array of cannabis and cannabis products available on the regulated market. We work hard with our vendors to bring affordability for customers from all walks of life and income levels, offering daily discounts and deals. As a licensed retailer, Velvet only sells safe, regulated cannabis and cannabis products in its stores. This careful practice results in product offerings to customers and medical patients that meet current industry standards for purity, environmentally conscious, and ethical production and safety. Thank you for your time and consideration. We respectfully request that you grant our application for an annual Type 10 retailer store for cannabis license at 116 Colorado Boulevard.
Oh, thank you. I think that was our longest statement today. Very thorough.
I actually cut it down a bit.
Oh.
Figured you guys. As far as your question, we've taken advantage
Thank you.
of both seed routes.
Both seed grants?
Correct.
Everyone went for the money.
Yeah.
Thank you. Commissioners, any questions for the applicant?
This is Commissioner Melendez. You've been in this location since 2022?
Correct.
And I listened to your presentation and you made a couple statements that you had a security system. But I'm looking here at June 10th, 2024, you had a violation of your license needed to install an alarm system to notify and record incidents where physical barriers have been breached. Have you done anything to mitigate that?
That just happened, I think, a week ago. And my understanding is that was a series of changes that were just put in effect at the end of May. So we've got our compliance team working on resolving those right now. And I think we've already been in touch with the DCR.
Thank you.
Jason is nodding his head. Yes, he's confirming.
We have folks available if you have any questions for compliance enforcement.
Any other questions, commissioners? Do you want to?
Yeah.
Hi, I'm Hector Alicon with DCR Compliance and Enforcement. And just to go back on your compliance inspection that we had on June 10th, they do have a follow-up date on June 18th. I'm sorry, it was issued June 18th and their follow-up is July 17th. And they were issued a notice to correct for that item. And what they do is they notify DCR in email of any like breach of security or anything of that nature. So they did reach out to DCR in regards to that. And also they have a requirement to for identification of employees. So the employee badges, they were missing the record number. And then there was another small item as well, is just having create and maintain training records. So those were the only 3 items that were identified on that day in that compliance inspection. So if you guys have any other further questions in regards to that.
Just this Commissioner Melendez, I was just making sure that they were making strides to rectify everything.
Yeah, so they have roughly about 30 days to make those strides, and they've already reached out to the DCR in regards to notifying us of that breach.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions, commissioners? Okay. Then we will go on to deliberations.
Satisfied.
Okay. Then we will go for a motion.
This is Commissioner Lim in regards to number 16, DCR core record number 310177. In regard to business located at 1116 to 1118 West Colorado Boulevard. I make a motion to adopt the staff report.
Commissioner Melendez, I second.
Thank you, Mr. Vizo. Please call the roll.
Commissioner Lim, how do you vote?
Aye.
Commissioner Melendez, how do you vote?
Aye.
Vice President Nash, how do you vote?
Excuse me, aye.
President Mason, how do you vote?
Aye.
The motion passes.
Thank you. Item number 17 is DCR core record number 310140. This is a request from Erth Naturals LLC to approve an annual license for storefront retail commercial cannabis activity within a 4,427 square foot commercial building located at 5909 South Normandy Avenue. Mr. Vizo, are there any neighborhood council or elected office representatives on this item?
We do not have a speaker card. They're raised in the virtual meeting.
Okay, thank you. At this time, we'll hear from department staff.
Good afternoon. My name is Corey, a licensing supervisor, and I will present item number 17 for the Department of Cannabis Regulation. DCR core record number 310140 is associated with Erth Naturals LLC. The applicant seeks an annual license for the type 10 retail with on-site sales commercial cannabis activity. The business premises is located at 5909 South Normandy Avenue, Los Angeles 90044, a parcel zoned for neighborhood commercial purposes. The business is located in the South Los Angeles Community Plan area within Council District 8. The applicant was issued temporary approval by DCR with an effective date of October 25, 2021. Since that time, the applicant has adhered to the requirements of the Los Angeles Municipal Code and DCR's rules and regulations and completed all requirements for the issuance of an annual license. The applicant currently possesses a state provisional license, C10-000967-LIC, to conduct retail with on-site sales, commercial cannabis activity, which is active through February 22, 2025. The applicant is subject to the requirements of LAMC Section 104.20 for the Social Equity Program. Social equity applications are evaluated for compliance with the equity share requirements under LAMC 104.20. To comply with the equity share requirements, social equity individual applicants must possess unrestricted ownership of their share of the social equity applicant, a proportional right to vote into the profits, and include certain language mandated by LAMC 104.20 in their agreements, among other requirements. As part of the application process, DCR reviewed the corporate and ownership documentation provided for this applicant and determined that the applicant met the minimum equity share requirements at that time. On or about May 14, 2024, DCR provided notice of the community meeting and Cannabis Regulation Commission meeting by mail to the owners and occupants of all property within 700 feet of the property line of the business premises. Notice was provided in accordance with the municipal code. The virtual community meeting was held Thursday, May 30th, 2024, between 1 and 3 p.m. During the meeting, members of the public were afforded 2 minutes each to speak about the application. DCR also accepted online written input through the date of the community meeting. There are no comments neither for nor against this application. The staff report lists a number of reasons DCR or the commission may deny a license. At present, DCR is not aware of any existing facts or circumstances to deny this annual license for the reasons in LAMC Section 104.04. Based on the department's analysis, the proposed project is consistent with the criteria for a Class 1 and Class 32 categorical exemption pursuant to CEQA guidelines. Since the project meets all the requirements for the categorical exemption and none of the applicable exceptions apply, it is appropriate to determine this project is categorically exempt from requirements of CEQA. DCR has not recently performed a compliance inspection for this applicant. However, this business shall be subject to multiple future inspections by DCR and several other organizations prior to the receipt of an operating permit. An operating permit is the final authorization from DCR to conduct commercial cannabis activity and is issued only after a licensee has passed a final inspection by DCR and obtained all permits, clearances, or other authorizations required by law. Therefore, DCR recommends the commission adopt the recommendations included in the staff report and approve the issuance of this annual license. And that concludes the department's presentation.
Thank you, commissioners. Any questions for staff? Okay, thank you. We do have a representative here on behalf of the applicant. Please state your name and your relationship to the applicant, and you'll have 10 minutes to address the commission.
My name is Elizabeth Renteria, and I'm one of the founders of Verde Plus, also known as Erth Naturals. We're a social equity dispensary in South Los Angeles. My family grew up in this area of South LA and has witnessed and survived injustices inflicted upon Black and Brown communities due to the devastating impacts of the war on drugs. This journey of opening our business has been fought with many unexpected challenges and politics. The story of Verde Plus begins in 2019 when the city of LA opened its online application that was launched the program for social equity retail licensing. We work tirelessly with the guidance of Kika Keith and who's the founder of Gorilla RX and the Social Equity Owner and Workers Association to successfully obtain a retail storefront license. We were 3 spots shy of the first initial licenses, but with our hope and patience and passion, we ultimately persevered. After a grueling 3-year application process, and despite the odds against us, our family worked hard to figure out how to build a business with no background or education in business. Through the social equity program, we have seized the opportunity to foster equity for marginalized communities heavily impacted by historical drug policies. With nothing but a passion for actualizing the dream of breaking the cycle of poverty our families have faced for generations due to systemic hurdles, our 2-person team successfully began building a family cannabis business from the ground up. After over 3 years of learning and navigating, waiting and hoping, building and designing and signing and filing, Verde Plus had finally come to fruition on July 2nd of 2022. When we were finally able to open the doors to our community. While we celebrate these wins, our struggles did not stop there. With the guidance of Kika Keith, my family, my staff and I have successfully made our absolute best efforts to keep our doors open with no other support. Since our opening, I have been hands-on with day-to-day operations. Our main focus has been to have a positive impact on our community. Some of the ways we accomplish this are as follows. We create jobs for our community. We have holiday toy drives. We ensure the safety of our guests by having compliant 24-hour security systems in place, as well as on-site security. We ensure that the building and surrounding areas are clear and free of litter and graffiti, since our streets do not have any consistent city street sweeping. We take the time to research brand ethics before introducing new products to our customers, and always highlight and uplift brands with marginalized person ownership using in-store promotions. We provide extensive training and continued educational tools to our staff because we value and promote cannabis product knowledge. Some of the tools we provide include guided self-education, in-depth training, the biology of the plant, cannabis industry news discussions, and we have brand representatives come into our store to educate staff and guests about their products firsthand. We value exceptional customer service, so we train our staff to stray away from the typical cold and rush cannabis shopping experience and encourage them to be warm, welcoming, and knowledgeable. We have a commitment to compliance and routinely audit ourselves in order to ensure we are 100% compliant in all aspects of our business operations and to ensure our customer safety and satisfaction. We have not had any violations nor complaints. We have ample parking we have ample parking in a lot as well as street parking. We listen to our customers and staff in order to support the community's needs. And last but not least, on March of 2023, we proudly launched our own SB 34 Compassionate Care Program. Through this program, we have had the privilege of providing over $16,000 worth of products to medical patients in just the first year since the launch of the program. Myself and my Verde family hope to be able to serve our community in many more ways for many more years to come as we strive to make a meaningful difference, diversify the cannabis industry, and propel us to success. Therefore, I urge you commissioners to grant Verde Plus Erth Naturals its annual license. Thank you for your time and for considering my petition.
Thank you. Commissioners, well, I have my question. The city's programming that's available to social equity applicants, what have you taken advantage of?
Both of the seed grants. And then, I do want to look into the legal counsel that was recently offered.
Okay. Commissioners, any questions for the applicant?
This is Vice President Nash. No questions, just a comment. It sounds like you're doing a great job. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Job well done.
Thank you.
This Commissioner Lin, when did you open the retail store?
July 2nd, 22.
Commissioner Melendez?
Just want to say the same thing that Vice President Nash said. Same thing. Good job. And I like the fact that you're focusing on giving your employees, cannabis lessons, so that way they know what they're dispensing.
Mhm.
But that's it for me.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I was about to slide down a political black hole and I decided not to. Thank you for being here today.
Thank you.
Commissioners, any concerns or deliberations? Okay, hearing none, is there a motion?
This is Commissioner Lim. In regards to number 17, DCR, core record number 310140 for business located at 5909 South Normandy Avenue. I make a motion to adopt the staff report.
Commissioner Melendez, I second.
Thank you. Ms. Trevizzo, please call the roll.
Commissioner Lim, how do you vote?
Aye.
Commissioner Melendez, how do you vote?
Aye.
Vice President Nash, how do you vote?
Aye.
President Mason, how do you vote?
Aye.
The motion passes.
Thank you. Item number 18 is DCR Core Record Number 310121. This is a request from GE Granada Hills Incorporated to approve an annual license for storefront retail commercial cannabis activity within a 2,716 square foot commercial building located at 17710 West Chatsworth Street. Ms. Trevizzo, are there any neighborhood council or elected official representatives here today?
We do not have any speaker cards, nor is there a raised hand in the virtual meeting.
Thank you. At this time, we will hear from staff.
Good afternoon. My name's Corey, a licensing supervisor, and I will present item number 18 for the Department of Cannabis Regulation. DCR core record number 310121 is associated with GE Granada Hills, Inc. The applicant seeks an annual license for the Type 10 retail with on-site sales commercial cannabis activity. The business premises is located at 17719 West Chatsworth Street, Granada Hills, 91344, a parcel zone for neighborhood commercial purposes. The business is located in the Granada Hills, Knollwood Community Plan area within Council District 12. The applicant was issued temporary approval by DCR with an effective date of June 10, 2021. Since that time, the applicant has adhered to the requirements of the Los Angeles Municipal Code and DCR's rules and regulations and completed all requirements for the issuance of an annual license. The applicant currently possesses a state provisional license, C10000791-LIC, to conduct retail with on-site sales commercial cannabis activity, which is active through March 9, 2025. The applicant is subject to requirements of LAMC Section 104.20 for the Social Equity Program. Social equity applications are evaluated for compliance with equity share requirements under LAMC 104.20. To comply with equity share requirements, social equity individual applicants must possess unrestricted ownership of their share of the social equity applicant, a proportional right to vote and to unrestricted and to profits, to include certain language mandated by LAMC 104.20 in their agreements, among other requirements. As part of the application process, DCR reviewed the corporate and ownership documentation provided for this applicant and determined that the applicant met the minimum equity share requirements at that time. On or about May 14, 2024, DCR provided notice of the community meeting and Cannabis Regulation Commission meeting by mail to all owners and occupants of all property within 700 feet of the property line of the business premises. Notice was provided in accordance with the municipal code. The virtual community meeting was held on Thursday, May 30th, 2024, between 9 and 11 a.m. During the meeting, members of the public were afforded 2 minutes each to speak about the application. DCR also accepted online written input through the date of the community meeting. In general, the oral comment provided by the applicant's representative stated that the business is doing everything to stay compliant with both DCR and DCC rules and regulations. The staff report lists a number of reasons DCR or the commission may deny a license. At present, DCR is not aware of any existing facts or circumstances to deny this annual license for the reasons in LAMC Section 104.04. Based on the department's analysis, the proposed project is consistent with the criteria for a Class 1 and Class 32 categorical exemption pursuant to CEQA guidelines. Since the project meets all the requirements for the categorical exemption and none of the applicable exceptions apply, it is appropriate to determine this project is categorically exempt from the requirements of CEQA. A member of the Compliance and Enforcement Division is in attendance and available to provide an overview of the compliance activities associated with this location. Therefore, DCR recommends the commission adopt the recommendation included in the staff report and approve the issuance of this annual license. And that concludes the department's presentation.
Thank you. Commissioners, any questions for staff?
This is Vice President Nash. According to the report, a business premises diagram modification was submitted on May 3rd, 2024. Has the department approved that modification?
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Hector Alicon, Senior Management Analyst with the Department of Cannabis Regulation. So on February 21st, 2024, compliance inspectors went out to the property or the premises to do a compliance inspection. A notice to correct was issued on April 25th. One of the compliance inspection requirements was to submit a business premises diagram modification. They currently have submitted it with our licensing team. And is currently under processing. So of the 6 items that were noted on there, that is the one remaining item that's left on that. So it's just a process of receiving payment, reviewing the documents, and completing the mod. So they have taken measures to be compliant within our compliance department.
Jason Klein, Assistant Executive Director. Vice President Nash, this is one of those issues where when a modification gets submitted to respond to a notice to correct, the licensing team does have to work hand in hand with the Compliance and Enforcement Division to make sure that the updated premises diagram does comply with what they saw when they were out there in the field, and it does address all outstanding issues. So it doesn't appear that to the applicant that licensing approved it, but it doesn't get cleared with enforcement. It is actively being worked on, as Hector said.
Mr. Vice President Nash, thank you.
And just to add on that business premises diagram mod, it was just 2 minor doors that just needed to be reflected on the current mod. That's all. It wasn't no major tenant improvements or anything that was out of the ordinary. It's just basic doors just to reflect on the new mod, on the new plan. Okay, thank you. Have a good day.
So this is Commissioner Lim. I just want to be clear in regards to the 6 violations that's been listed, 5, all of them except for the mod has been rectified and taken care of.
That is correct. They provided to our DCR compliance team supporting evidence to give sufficient evidence that they've complied with all those other 5.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioners, we do have a representative here. We have 3. You may approach the mic. State your name for the records, and I guess you guys get 3 minutes, 3.25 minutes apiece, something like that.
We're going to be short and sweet. This is a very long meeting. We don't need to go into the whole thing, but first of all, I want to thank all of you. I mean, being on this commission, this is my 4th hearing with you, and I really appreciate the seriousness and the diligence all of you as volunteers put into this, because the people standing here next to me are working every day to make sure that they're doing everything in full compliance. And as you can see, they're jumping through hoops on a daily basis, trying to make ends meet, trying to be good citizens and trying to be good business people. So first of all, thank you all for that. With regard to this business, they are just a very nice business in Granada Hills. At the time they moved into Granada Hills, I believe there were only 1 or 2 other cannabis dispensaries in the area. They are social equity. The 2 partners actually are lifelong friends. I represent both of them in different capacities. I have been their compliance attorney for many, many years, and I know that they do everything correctly, because the minute there is an infraction or a inspection or something, I am notified immediately of anything, and then we make sure everything gets taken care of. And I think the communication between the DCR, the business, and our team, we all work very hand in hand to make sure that no stones are left unturned. So I want to just say I appreciate what you do, and I wholly support them being approved for their annual license. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
My name is Michael Kay. I'm the social equity person in this, for this license. We have done everything we possibly can to be compliant. We specialize in customer service. We're creating our community. We remove graffiti in our neighborhood. We help secure the area with our security guard. We do everything that we possibly can to make the community safe and to bring safe access, which is what we've always wanted to do. So I appreciate your time, guys.
Yeah, my name is Ashley Duran. I'm the general manager and the neighborhood liaison. And I'm in charge of just running the business, making sure that anything that needs to be compliant is compliant. And just with the team behind us and speaking for our staff, we're, really cheering on them. We get our license approved that we can continue doing the business that we do today.
Thank you. So you should know my question by now. Any comments on the social equity program, the programming you've taken advantage of or not?
The seed grants for sure.
Seed grants.
Definitely.
Mhm. Thank you. Commissioners, any questions?
This is Commissioner Lim. How many employees do you have and when did you open the retail business?
We opened in June 28th of 2021. Currently, we have 16 staff. And then, of course, we have our district manager and our CEOs.
And of this Commissioner Lim, of the 16, how many is hired locally?
The majority of all of them, honestly, they're all from Granada Hills, some from Northridge, but for the most part, I want to say 8 out of 10 is local.
They also were one of the first 10 licensed social equity licenses in the city. So that it was very exciting to be the first ones to the gate. And it's been a challenge, but they did a good job getting all their paperwork done very quickly.
Okay. What's your most pressing challenge right now?
Currently,
I mean, trap shops. Trap shops, I can scream it from the mountain. Yeah. As the gentleman was speaking before, from what I understand, the mechanisms that you guys have to fight this was kind of through DWP where you shut their power off. And that's just not happening with trap shops. It's happening with like cultivations and stuff. It's not happening with trap shops. And recently, the past 6 months, like there's been an explosion of trap shops again. They had 12, especially like in the areas that we were in the San Fernando Valley, they had slowed down a bit. And now there's been another wave of explosions because there's no enforcement and they know it.
And they know it.
And so the taxes that we pay, like there's got to be some sort of budget or appropriations to be able to at least maneuver a little bit of funds towards that aspect. Because for every dollar we don't make, you guys don't make the city and the state, right? It's a domino effect. And so if we don't address this issue, operators are going to be going out of business pretty soon here.
I think another issue with why there's so many illegal shops in the city of Los Angeles and in big metropolitan areas is because the level of taxation on the legal shops is 37.5%. And when the state is collecting 15% for excise tax and 9.5% for sales tax, and the city is collecting 10%, and you start to add it up, the consumer will say, well, why would I go there? If I buy something for $100, I'm going to pay $137. But if I go 2 doors down or a block away, I can buy that same thing for maybe $80 with no taxes. So they're shopping for cheapness, but they're not getting the quality. But meanwhile, it really is a very huge impact on all the legal businesses. And the majority of them have been reduced by about 30 to 40% of their revenues since the excise taxes got shifted to the retail. That's a state issue. That's not a city issue, but it's a huge problem. And it's a problem statewide.
And what's scary about your statement, even in addition to the excise taxes and just the burdensome level of taxes that's on the industry, is the article that was brought to my attention the other day about the safety of the product hitting the market in terms of pesticide contamination. So if it's happening, if that sort of contamination is happening with retailers that are licensed, what's happening with retailers that are unlicensed and their rush to bring product to the shelves to meet that illegal demand? Yeah.
And one other thing I wanted to bring on record, and again, I don't know if you guys have the power for this, but the industry is struggling as a whole, and the best the state can do is raise our taxes by 4% next year on the excise tax. That's just ludicrous, and it's just completely unreasonable. And the political system is the way that it is, but that's just gonna put everyone farther in the hole, and it's gonna make the industry suffer much more.
I hear you. I hear you. Thank you for that.
That's the political black hole. But we thank you.
Are there any other questions for the applicant?
This is Vice President Nash. Can you just talk a little bit about what you do try to do in terms of closing down the illegal dispensaries?
I mean, all we can do is with the avenues that are there for us, which is report them to the agencies that don't respond to us by reporting them. So if there's anything else that we can do, I would love to hear about it, but we report to the DCC, we report to the DCR, and it just, we don't get the response. We don't get emails back saying, oh, we got this email. Thank you so much for bringing it to our attention. We get crickets consistent over a long period of time. So that puts us in a position of like, do these companies, these agencies even care about the people that are paying more taxes than anybody else in the state? Doesn't feel like it.
Do you report, oh, this is Vice President Nash again. Do you report them directly to the police department?
Told that that's not going to do any good. Because I've had people in the industry that I know that have done that, and they're also just busy. So it's kind of like we're fighting this uphill battle where it feels like we're supporting the city, the state, but the state is not supporting us in that way. I'm at a loss for words. I don't know where we go from here, but it's not going to end well if we don't do something.
This is Vice President Nash. I understand your reluctance, and it may be justified, unfortunately, but I would definitely encourage you to continue to contact the police department. And again, the commission, I think, has already agreed to try to do more to help you out with the illegal dispensaries.
And we really appreciate that.
Thank you. Any other questions or dialogue for the applicant? Okay, thank you. Commissioners, this is where item is now open for deliberation. Any concerns? Okay, then do we have a motion?
This is Vice President Nash, regarding item number 18, DCR core record number 310121, regarding the business premises located at 17719 West Chatsworth Street. I move to adopt staff recommendations as stated in their staff report dated June 17, 2024.
Commissioner Melendez, I second.
Thank you. Mr. Vizel, please call the roll.
Vice President Nash, how do you vote?
Aye.
Commissioner Melendez, how do you vote?
Aye.
Commissioner Lim, how do you vote?
Aye.
President Mason, how do you vote?
Aye.
The motion passes.
Thank you. We are on to item 19, DCR core record number 310115. This is a request from LA Erudite Ventures to approve an annual license for storefront retail commercial cannabis activity within a 4,750 square foot commercial building located at 850 South Robertson. Mr. Vizel, are there any neighborhood council or elected office representatives on this item?
We do not have any speaker cards, nor is there a raised hand in the virtual meeting.
Okay, thank you. At this time, we'll hear from staff.
Good afternoon. My name is Corey. I'm a licensing supervisor, and I will present item number 19 for the Department of Cannabis Regulations. DCR core record number 310115 is associated with LA Erudite Ventures. The applicant seeks an annual license for the type 10 retail with on-site sales commercial cannabis activity. The business premises is located at 850 South Robertson Boulevard, first floor, Los Angeles 90035, a parcel zoned for limited commercial purposes. The business is located in the Wilshire Community Plan area within Council District 5. The applicant was issued temporary approval by DCR with an effective date of March 23, 2022. Since that time, the applicant has adhered to the requirements of the Los Angeles Municipal Code and DCR's rules and regulations and completed all requirements for the issuance of an annual license. The applicant currently possesses a state provisional license, C 10-0000942 LIC to conduct retail with on-site sales commercial cannabis activity, which is active through January 27, 2025. The applicant is subject to the requirements of LAMC Section 104.20 for the Social Equity Program. Social equity applications are evaluated for the compliance with the equity share requirements under LAMC 104.20. To comply with equity share requirements, social equity individual applicants must possess unrestricted ownership of their share of the social equity applicant, a proportional right to vote, and to profits, and include certain language mandated by LAMC Section 104.20 in their agreements, among other requirements. As part of the application process, DCR reviewed the corporate and ownership documentation provided for this applicant and determined that the applicant met the minimum equity share requirements at that time. On or about May 14, 2024, DCR provided notice of the community meeting and Cannabis Regulation Commission meeting by mail to the owners and occupants of all property within 700 feet of the property line or the business premises. Notice was provided in accordance with the municipal code. A virtual community meeting was held on Thursday, May 30, 2024, between 1 and 3 p.m. During the meeting, members of the public were afforded 2 minutes each to speak about the application. DCR also accepted online written input through the date of the community meeting. In general, the oral and written comments provided by the public were in favor of the applicant. The staff report lists a number of reasons DCR or the commission may deny a license. At present, DCR is not aware of any existing facts or circumstances to deny this annual license for the reasons in LAMC Section 104.04. Based on the department's analysis, the proposed project is consistent with the criteria of a Class 1 and Class 32 categorical exemption pursuant to CEQA guidelines. Since the project meets all the requirements for categorical exemption and none of the applicable exceptions apply, it is appropriate to determine that this project is categorically exempt from the requirements of CEQA. DCR has not performed a compliance inspection for this applicant. However, this business should be subject to multiple future inspections by DCR and several other agencies prior to the receipt of an operating permit. An operating permit is the final authorization from DCR to conduct commercial cannabis activity and is issued only after a licensee has passed the final inspection by DCR and obtained all permits, clearances, or other authorizations required by law. Therefore, DCR recommends the commission adopt the recommendations included in the staff report and approve the issuance of this annual license. That concludes the department's presentation.
Thank you. Commissioners, any questions for the staff? Okay, hearing none. We do have a representative here. 1 or 2. You may, looks like 1. Hi, you may approach, state your name for the record,
Thank
your relationship to the applicant, and you will have 10 minutes.
Thank you much. Good afternoon. I'm Nasser Azimi. I'm the president and CEO of LA Erudite Ventures. Thank you very much, commissioners and staff, for allowing us to present our establishment and seek your approval for annual license. Today, I have with me Ms. Beth Rodriguez, who is Vice President of Compliance and handles all of our administrative operations. She's an amazing research analyst and can find you any information from anywhere in the world. Very impactful in terms of compliance. I also have Mr. Rob Fong in the audience with me, who serves as our chief counsel and handles all of our community relations. And he happens to be a former city council member in Sacramento who actually invented cannabis legalization in the city of Sacramento during his tenure. I also have Mr. William Kim, who's my social equity partner. Unfortunately, he was unable to attend in person, but he's available on the phone if any topics come up in that regard. Last but not least, I have Dr. Rajan Dave in the audience, who is the former CEO of the establishment and the original applicant, in case any questions come up in that regard. Next slide, please. Thank you. In terms of the existing operations, as was mentioned, it is a social equity establishment with a temporary approval. The establishment is highly customer-centric. There are no lines, no waiting, and in that context, an open storefront, much like an Apple store format. And the reason it's done that way is to make sure that when folks come in and are age verified by security, they have nothing but a surrounding environment that's conducive to awareness and education by our cannabis consultants. We don't call our staff bud tenders. We call them cannabis consultants on the premise of the fact that we put them through rigorous training to make sure they have all the facts about cannabis and the vast solutions that they bring to life in the context of pain, anxiety, and a range of other solutions that are now available via cannabis. We make sure that they have all the facts versus opinions so that they reflect on that in the context of awareness and education to customers. Our focus is predominantly therapeutic. We heavily emphasize that. And in that context, we essentially reflect on the fact that cannabis has become a life solution. The history of the establishment is good within the context of its neighborhood. No complaints, as far as I know. The security establishment is very solid. It has security technology for surveillance on a 24/7 basis, but also on-site security as far as age verification, monitoring inside and outside of the operation, restricted areas, but also patrolling the area to make sure that there are no loitering going on and offer the community the security that's needed. So security is a top priority at the present time for the establishment in the context of protecting the neighborhood, staff, and the customers. The establishment has done 100% local hiring of staff and managers. So we're very proud of that, and we will continue that going forward. We've had DCC visits. In fact, I heard that the DCR has not done a formal inspection, but when the establishment first opened, DCR did in fact come through and take a look at the operation, and no negatives as far as I'm concerned. Next slide. On April 1st, 2024, Ohana Cannabis acquired LA Erudites from the former CEO. So since then, we've been operating that establishment. Ohana is a family-owned and operated business with a statewide footprint. It started its initial operation in the city of Sacramento and has grown across the state. We have a very strong footprint, obviously in Sacramento, in the Bay Area. And we're also vertically integrated. We manufacture our own products and distribute them across all of our shops. Our leadership is very diverse. I myself am a technology entrepreneur. I worked for a couple of governors in Sacramento with a $10 billion budget, ran technology data centers up and down the state, and managed a range of different projects from welfare to child welfare to unemployment insurance, and successfully implemented them. I still have a technology firm focused on drones software solutions. In 2015, my son, who's an ag major, came to me and said, "Dad, I want to build my future in cannabis." I said, "All right." So we took a look at different options and found that legalization is on the move. So together, we started a delivery operation in Sacramento and gradually built that into a range of storefronts, manufacturing, cultivation, which is basically represented on that slide in the context of shipping containers that we use for self-contained cultivation purposes, environmentally managed, all the way to the Apple Store format storefront, all under the premise of 5-star customer experience and reviews if you look at our reviews. We are a profitable operation across our establishment on a vertical basis. We heavily focus on social equity partnerships. Every one of our vertical establishment has a social equity partner in it. We believe in that program. We believe in giving back to communities that suffered from war on drugs. We are very committed to it. In fact, we collaborate with the California and Sacramento Asian Chamber of Commerce to implement the Sacramento Core program focused on social equity. We are very committed to that. We not only bring them in to give back in the context of their experience with war on drugs, but we actually incubate them with legal support, with compliance, with business practices, with accounting, marketing, you name it. We want them to be absolutely successful. And of course, we expect them to participate personally in order to experience success. Next slide, please. So regulatory compliance, with my government background, a research powerhouse, former elected chief counsel, it comes to us natural. We live and breathe that, to the point where we do weekly and daily audits to make sure our checks and balances are in place. In fact, one of our establishments in Sacramento is used by the DCC to train its staff in terms of how an operation needs to be. So we're very proud of that and absolutely brag about it at every opportunity that we get. In the context of compliance, we also collaborate with state and local enforcement agencies. We are very active with them, and our relationship with them is purely built on the basis of full transparency and full disclosure. Next slide, please. In terms of security and safety, technology being my baby, so to speak, obviously all of our establishments are completely retrofitted with high-tech solutions. In that context, do we not have only 24/7 monitoring, on-site security officers for age verification, protecting our establishment inside and out, as well as the restricted area? We require them to do community patrols every 20 to 30 minutes. In addition to all of that, we have this live monitoring system by security guards that essentially proactively detect any risks and threats in order to avert them and push them off. Naturally, that has less impact on local law enforcement because we tackle them proactively. However, when there's a threat and it persists, they're on it, call law enforcement before the threat actually materializes. We are very focused on community safety and security, including our staff, neighborhood, and customers. Next slide, please.
Sir, you have 1 minute.
Thank you much. Community involvement is where we get our A+. We give back to the community, not just social equity, but across the community. We do fundraising, we do quarterly meetings so that we're directly in touch with our community members and a range of other scenarios as mentioned above. Next slide, please. I appreciate your time and I appreciate your approval of our establishment so we can expand our success story into Southern California. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. This is President Mason. That was a great presentation. I appreciate your energy. And thank you for being a model operator.
Thank you.
And clearly you all have put a lot of thought and a lot of intention into your business model and operations. And I appreciate that you take this seriously.
Definitely.
Thank you.
Serious business, absolutely.
Tell me about your relationship with your neighbors, because a few weeks back, we had an operator who was doing business further down the street on Robertson, and their relationship with the neighbors was not so great.
So as far as I know, I specifically brought the former CEO into the meeting so that he could speak to that based on his 2-year experience there. As far as I know, reflecting upon my communication with staff, the community is actually embracing the business model in particular because it heavily emphasizes awareness and education. In fact, there are elders from the community that come in specifically to talk to staff about the various remedial aspects of cannabis. So from that perspective, I can realistically say the relationship is solid. However, you always get the naysayers
Well, of course.
that still think cannabis is a drug. That's here and there. We do our best to educate them about the fact that cannabis is now a therapeutic scenario that is recognized by the federal government in terms of the research that's going on a widespread basis. The feds are actually investing in cannabis. And obviously there are talks even by the DEA about the fact that, okay, cannabis has remedial impacts, so let's go with it. So in that context, we believe that as the situation moves in the right direction, it will revolutionize perspectives, and it shall no longer be an illegal drug, although it's going to tackle the big pharma in the context of pain, opioid addictions, and a range of other scenarios. We absolutely believe in that. I'm a tech guy. I put my entire investment on this particular business opportunity because I want my kids to be my retirement plan. Just kidding. Because I believe in the
you're
industry's
not.
success.
You meant that.
But honestly, it is this industry very much replicates what I experienced in technology in terms of its rate of adoption and in terms of how folks will eventually believe in it. When internet became, nobody wanted to even touch it as far as accessing wellsfargo.com. Look at them now. I see that happening again.
Yeah, I just wanted to echo that we have a great relationship with our neighbors. We haven't had any complaints, and they're actually grateful that we were there. A couple of years ago, we had an incident. One of our neighbors had a problem with some loitering and some break-ins, and we were able to assist them with our security guard and some of our cameras. So we have a good relationship, even though that area is typically, because it's close to Beverly Hills, it's kind of an upscale area. So people, some people who have biases against cannabis in general kind of look their nose down at it, but we've had no complaints and we have a good relationship with all our neighbors.
Thank you. And what offerings from the social equity programming have you all taken advantage of?
So we've taken advantage of a couple of them, not the C grant, but the priority licensing, as well as the educational, like the licensing and compliance seminars, the webinars, the PowerPoint presentation. And also, we reached out, we got information about the state, and we used the fee deferral program for the DCC. So we were able to defer our license fees.
Awesome. Thank you. Commissioners, any questions for the applicant?
This is Vice President Nash. Thank you again for the presentation. It was very thorough, very informative, and I appreciate it. I just wanted to ask you if you've had the occasion to contact the LAPD regarding any illegal dispensaries, and if you have, what was your experience? And with your experience in Sacramento, do you notice any difference between enforcement in Sacramento versus Los Angeles?
You want to speak to the LA situation?
Yeah, regarding the illegal shops, our area fortunately doesn't have a lot of illegal dispensaries, but I've seen them all throughout LA, as anyone who lives around LA or drives around sees the Green Cross and sees them all over. My experience has been when I talk with fellow colleague owners of legalized licensed shops is that they've tried with the LAPD, but the LAPD is so busy tackling, kind of higher priority things that are, more violent crime things, that this is kind of a low level priority for them. So I don't know if that, requires more political will or what it requires, or maybe some changes in policy or enforcement priorities or law. But from my understanding, speaking with other colleagues and people in the industry, that it's not a high priority for them. And also a lot of them, because the illegal shops are very profitable, even if they get some kind of citation, or some of them do get shut down. But what I've heard is they open up like a block down a couple of days later, or in the same place, they'll shut down for a couple of days and then they'll reopen. Or so it's just kind of like a whack-a-mole game. And, unfortunately the bad guys are winning. It's just very unfortunate.
So in terms of various jurisdictions, it does vary. We see stronger enforcement in Sacramento. They actually, Office of Cannabis there brags about the citations they issue and the money they make out of that. Other jurisdictions, for example, in the Bay Area, not so much so. Oakland is much like what we experience in the city of Los Angeles in that context. Smaller jurisdictions that have a stronger police force, they're on it. They absolutely do not tolerate that kind of situation and hesitate none in the context of shutting them down. What we found across the industry, though, is the situation is not just an enforcement issue. It's a pure collaboration between private and private and public entities, in that we as operators have a responsibility to educate our customers. Many turn to underground operators due to the fact that they are not educated about, to your point, Madam President, about the damaging impact of buying weed out of the street corner. Unfortunately, in lower income neighborhoods, they have transportation issues and they're subjected to that community scenario and they're not educated properly. So that's why we heavily emphasize education and awareness in the context of battling underground operators. You know, that license number on our advertising, it means a great deal. The DCR number, those are information scenarios that actually educate the community about how credible we are as tested, as entities that sell tested products. Synthetic cannabis is actually devastating lives, and it's on the street, and it's not real. It's not even a plant-based.
What's the name for it?
It's illegal. Yeah, I'm
No,
not sure
no,
what it's called, but
It's something else. It's something else. I know someone who got a hold of some and it was devastating.
yeah, definitely has a negative impact. What we also found to be impactful, and we actually do a lot in the context of going after suppliers. Believe it or not, some of these underground shops have name brands in them. So when I find out a name brand in an underground shop, I shut down that particular supplier. I believe enforcement should do that, go after entities, name brands. I'm not going to mention any of them because I know this is publicly recorded, but they are out there. And in that context, shutting down the suppliers, educating the customers, combined with law enforcement, and of course, encouraging district attorneys to actually do it. Because there are a lot of cops that go out there and after them. But unfortunately, when it gets to the DA's office, it falls on deaf ears. So it's a collaboration across all entities, and there are ways to do it. And for sure, it needs to be dealt with. I know Governor Newsom has launched a range of programs in order to tackle that, and they have managed to shut down a number of them. But it is a collaboration across all entities.
Thank you so much. Commissioners, any other questions?
This is Commissioner Lim. How many retail stores do you have in Sacramento, San Francisco, and LA?
At the moment, we are touching, I believe, 8 up in operation. I have to check my website, but we have 3 new ones coming up in Northern California. We have one in Palm Springs that went live not long ago. So we're blessed and very appreciative about the fact that Dr. Dave sold his operation to us. That's our first entry into the city of Los Angeles, one of the largest jurisdictions in the world, of course. And of course, we're looking forward to expand way beyond that. We do have a distribution center in San Diego. We have distribution centers in key areas, in addition to the retail operation. And we are basically the first Northern California licensed delivery operation, operating like an Amazon Uber crossover, thanks to my son, who basically birthed Ohana as we know it.
Well, thank you. It sounds like you are here to stay, and although you tried to take it back, I believe that your sons are your retirement plan. Convince me otherwise.
Talk.
We're going to move to deliberations at this time. If there are any concerns? No? No? Do I have a motion here?
This is Vice President Nash regarding item number 19, DCR core record number 310115 for the business premises located at 850 South Robertson Boulevard. I move to adopt staff recommendations as stated in their staff report dated June 17th, 2024.
Commissioner Melendez, I second.
Thank you. Mr. Vizo, please call the roll.
Vice President Nash, how do you vote?
Aye.
Commissioner Melendez, how do you vote?
Aye.
Commissioner Lim, how do you vote?
Aye.
President Mason, how do you vote?
Aye.
The motion passes.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Item number 20 is DCR core record number 310109. And this is a request from Libra Hollywood LLC to approve an annual license for storefront retail commercial cannabis activity within a 17,941 square foot commercial buildings located at 4439 West Sunset Boulevard. Ms. Treviso, are there any neighborhood council or elected office representatives present?
We do not have any speaker cards nor is there a raised hand in the virtual meeting.
Thank you. Then at this time, we will hear from staff.
Good evening. My name is Danica Ballard, and I will present item number 20 for the Department of Cannabis Regulation. DCR Core number 310109 is associated with Libra Hollywood LLC. The applicant seeks an annual license for the Type 10 retail with on-site sales commercial cannabis activity. The applicant is subject to the requirements of LAMC Section 104.20 for the Social Equity Program. The business premises is located at 4439 West Sunset Boulevard, Los Angeles, California, Los Angeles, California, 90027, a parcel zone for commercial purposes. The business is located in Hollywood Community Plan area within Council District 4. The applicant was issued temporary approval by DCR with an effective date of June 2nd, 2022. Since that time, the applicant has adhered to the requirements of the Los Angeles Municipal Code and DCR's rules and regulation and completed all requirements for the issuance of an annual license. The applicant currently possesses a state provisional license C10-0000975-LIC to conduct retail with on-site sales commercial cannabis activity, which is active through March 2nd, 2025. Social equity applicants are evaluated for compliance with the equity share requirements under LAMC 104.20. To comply with the equity share requirements, social equity individuals must possess unrestricted ownership of their share of the social equity applicant, proportional right to vote and to the profits, and include certain language mandated by LAMC 104.20 in their agreements, among other requirements. As part of the application process, DCR reviewed the corporate and ownership documentation provided by the applicant and determined that the applicant met the minimum equity share requirements at that time. On or about May 14th, 2024, DCR provided notice of the community meeting and Cannabis Regulation Commission meeting by mail to the owners and occupants of all property within 700 feet of the property line of the business premises. Notice was provided in accordance with the municipal code. The virtual community meeting was held on Thursday, May 20th, 2024, 1 to 3 p.m. During the meeting, members of the public were afforded 2 minutes each to speak about the application. DCR also accepted online written input through the date of the community meeting. In general, the oral and written comments provided by the public were mixed. A representative of the business spoke positively about its operations in the neighborhood. However, a local resident complained that the business throws illegal parties and is too close to a school. The staff report lists a number of reasons DCR or the commission may deny a license. At present, DCR is not aware of any existing facts or circumstances to deny this annual license for the reason in LAMC section 104.04. Based on the department's analysis, the proposed project is consistent with the criteria for a class 1 and class 32 categorical exemption pursuant to the CEQA guidelines. Since the project meets all of the requirements for the categorical exemption and none of the applicable exemptions apply, it is appropriate to determine this project is categorically exempt from the requirements of CEQA. DCR has not recently performed a compliance inspection for the applicants. However, the business shall be subject to multiple future inspections by DCR and several other agencies prior to the receipt of an operating permit. An operating permit is the final authorization for DCR to conduct commercial cannabis activity and is issued only after a licensee has passed the final inspection by DCR and obtained all permits, clearances, or other authorizations required by law. Therefore, DCR recommends the commission adopt the recommendation included in the staff report and approve the issuance of the annual license. That concludes the department's presentation.
Thank you so much. Commissioners, are there any questions for staff? Okay, hearing none. I don't have a speaker card. Is there someone on the Zoom?
There is a raised hand in the
Okay.
virtual meeting. Caller with phone number ending in 5473. Please state your name and how you represent the applicant. You have 10 minutes to address the commission.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Oh, thank you. Thank you, council members and DCR staff. My name is John Greenwood, and I'm a partner in Libra Hollywood LLC, doing business as Los Angeles Kush. Joining me on the call today are my partners, Francisco Jimenez, our CEO and Tier 1 social equity applicant, as well as Bradley Uliski. Francisco not only manages our staff and company culture daily, but also ensures compliance with regulations on a day-to-day basis. Our group is deeply community-driven, actively engaging with the East Hollywood and Silver Lake neighborhoods. We take great pride in fostering a positive culture among our staff and ensuring an excellent experience for our patrons. We have complied with all regulations and are regularly involved with the Silver Lake and Hollywood communities. Additionally, as mentioned earlier by gentlemen from Koreatown and others today, we would appreciate a more proactive approach from the city of Los Angeles and the state of California to combat the black market. Illegal shops also, just as mentioned, we were talking about this earlier, illegal shops also evade payroll taxes and corporate taxes, in addition to the 37% of direct taxes to state and local governments. Another thing that is not considered is local cultivation and manufacturing taxes are baked into our costs as well, that can differ from depending on where producers' origins are. We're here today to address any questions regarding the approval of our annual license for our location at 4439 West Sunset Boulevard. Considering the 34 items on today's agenda, I'll keep my speech brief and avoid delving further into political discussions. But thanks again, council members and staff, and I want to address I'll just proactively address I guess my partner Francisco was at the community meeting and probably gave the positive look at our company. We are a very proactive company. We're part of Silver Lake Chamber of Commerce, and we do have some DJs and call it cookouts around our facility in the common areas. It's not actually in our licensed facility. There's absolutely no illegal parties going on. We believe that is some illegal shops trying to compete with us. And there's a lot of times we're having to combat that online as well, just so you know. A lot of times illegal shops will steal our likeness and actually open up Google accounts under our names and try to compete and drive traffic away from us. So this is an all fronts attack, and like a lot of the people said earlier, it takes a community to fight against this, and we appreciate any and all proactive approaches to combat this, because we, along with everybody else represented today, would like that majority of those sales to come through these from the illegal shops into the legal shops, which will help keep us afloat. It's a tough business, and I don't know if anybody saw the recent statistics from the state of Michigan. That's a state with 1/4 of the population of California, and their legal sales are nearing ours, which is a direct indication of how much black market sales are going on in this state. And like some of the other people mentioned, I'm not here to mention names as this is a public forum, but it takes an army to combat this, and we all have to approach it the same way. And us getting negative feedback from the community is definitely part of this. So here we are, and Francisco and Brad are on the call and other aspects if you have any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much for calling in. And thank you for expanding the conversation about the need for enforcement where the illegal market is concerned. It is certainly something that this current commission champions and something that was a concern of the prior commissions as well. So we hear you. We hear you.
Yeah, I guess the point is 37% is kind of I wouldn't call it the tip of the iceberg. It's probably what's underneath the water, but it's more like 45, if not more. They're not paying payroll taxes. They're not paying minimum wages. They're paying cash. They're buying these products cash. There is no local taxes anywhere along their supply chains if they're not being diverted out of legal facilities. So it's a bigger problem than just a $37 or 1.37 to 1. it's a huge, huge issue.
Right, right. Thank you for that. So my question is what social equity programming provided by the city have you had the chance to use?
We want to thank you for that. We got one of the early on grants that actually bought some cabinetry in our shop. So I'll tell you, it was a direct win for us. We're a self-funded group. We don't have big outside dollars. Myself, Brad, and Francisco basically did this all with our own hands. We really appreciated that grant, and it literally put wooden shelves in our store.
Excellent, excellent. Appreciate that testimonial. Commissioners, any other questions?
President Mason, we have another raised hand in the virtual meeting. I'm not sure if this is one of the other reps that he mentioned.
Where are we on their time?
Just a little under 5 minutes.
Okay. I'll allow.
Do you happen to know, John, if the other caller is representing your item?
Yeah, I don't know. They're not on the call with me, but I know they're called in. I don't, you'd have to say the last four of their number.
Okay, I'm gonna mute you and call on them. Caller with phone number ending in 9665. Please state your name and whether you represent this item or this applicant.
Hello.
Yes.
Hi. Yes, this is Francisco Jimenez. I am the social equity applicant. I just wanted to be here available to answer any questions regarding the social equity side of this. Yeah, like my partner just said, we have used the seed grant in the past, and we also took advantage of the priority application process, as well as I've been active on the online portal with all the educational certificates.
Thank you so much for that. Commissioners?
Francisco, this is Commissioner Lim. I understand that you attended the public hearing that took place on May 30th, 2024.
That's correct.
And in regards to this allegation from a local resident saying that you threw illegal parties, do you know, and I understand your partner said that it was a different, it wasn't your store that had the party, but it's another illegal cannabis business. Is that correct?
It's a possibility. On our end, during like our bigger sales, during our grand opening, we have had a DJ on site and with a food vendor, but it hasn't been a party. There hasn't been any extra lingering of customers. It's more so just to, set the welcoming environment and the celebration. But we haven't had any parties on our premises. We don't have much extra access to the outside spaces to begin with.
Just Commissioner Lim, when was that grand opening? And that was the only time when you had a DJ and a food vendor, is that correct?
Our grand opening was June of 2022. And on certain holidays, we've had like a DJ on also.
Okay, thank you. Commissioners, any other questions?
This is Commissioner Melendez. I guess this would be for both Francisco and for John. I guess we're getting back to the question about the parties. Now, if these are just gatherings where you have DJs, that's one thing. But now you guys aren't charging people to go and listen to the DJs, are you?
No, not
Negative.
This is it's just a DJ in the store or on. It had been like I want to say probably only 2 occasions where we've had them outside, so the speakers were outside. but he was only there. There's no, like I said, no actual gathering there. It's just customers still in and out.
And what were the
It's-
hours?
it's more
This
of a-
Commissioner Melendez once again, what were the hours of this celebration?
From like no more than like 4 to 8, like 3 to 7.
All right, thank you so much.
You're welcome.
And can you hear me?
Yes.
This is John again. These are more patient appreciation situations where we actually give tacos to our patients and things like that. There's absolutely no charges, no issues, and our building has decent community space, not in our premise, not in our license. So when we can on special occasions, we try to take advantage, but we've definitely kept it to a minimum.
It's the DJ and free food. This is President Mason, and I'm not chastising you at all, but to the outsider looking in, it's the optics, it's the appearance of a thing. And so I could see where something like that would be considered a party.
This is Vice President Nash. I'd just also like to add, wondering if you're aware that the amplification of sound or music outside would be prohibited.
Yes, thanks. Thank you. That's why we've understood that. And the last time we did it, they were actually inside our break room. And we had food for staff and customers. So it's just trying to bring, business in a good light to our situation and try to be a part of the community. But yeah, we understand completely.
This is Vice President Nash. Thank you.
Thank you, commissioners, and thank you, John and Francisco. Are there any other questions for the applicant? Okay, then thank you again. We're going to move on to deliberations at this time, if there are any. Okay, in that case, there are no deliberations, so we will move on I will call for a motion at this time.
This is Vice President Nash regarding item number 20, DCR core record number 310109 for the business located at 4439 West Sunset Boulevard. I move to adopt staff recommendations as stated in their staff report dated June 17, 2024.
Commissioner Melendez, I second.
Thank you, Mr. Vizo. Please call the roll.
Vice President Nash, how do you vote?
Aye.
Commissioner Melendez, how do you vote?
Aye.
Commissioner Lim, how do you vote?
Aye.
President Mason, how do you vote?
Aye.
The motion passes.
Thank you. Item 21 is DCR core record number 310102. This is a request from 4158 Pico Holdings LLC to approve an annual license for storefront retail commercial cannabis activity within a 2,450 square foot commercial building located at 3318 West Venice Boulevard. Mr. Vizo, are there any neighborhood council or elected office representatives here today?
We do not have a speaker card and no raised hand in the virtual meeting.
Thank you. Then we will hear from department staff.
Good evening. My name is Danica Ballard, and I will present item number 21 for the Department of Cannabis Regulation. DCR core number 310102 is associated with 4158 Pico Holdings LLC. The applicant seeks an annual license for the Type 10 retail with on-site sales commercial cannabis activity. The business premises is located at 3318 West Venice Boulevard, Los Angeles, California, 90019, a parcel zoned for neighborhood commercial purposes. The business is located in the West Adams Baldwin Hills Lamert Community Plan area within Council District 10. The applicant was issued temporary approval by DCR with an effective date of March 13, 2023. Since that time, the applicant has adhered to the requirements of the Los Angeles Municipal Code and DCR's rules and regulations and completed all requirements for the issuance of an annual license. The applicant currently possesses a state provisional license, C10-00012005-LIC, to conduct retail with on-site sales commercial cannabis activity, which is active through December 8th, 2024. The applicant is subject to the requirements of LAMC Section 104.20 for social equity program. Social equity applicants are evaluated for compliance with the equity share requirements under LAMC 104.20. To comply with the equity share requirements, social equity individual applicants must possess unrestricted ownership of their share of the social equity applicant, a proportional right to vote and to the profits, and include certain language mandated by the LAMC 104.20 in their agreements, among other requirements. As part of the application process, DCR reviewed the corporate and ownership documentation provided for the applicant and determined that the applicant met the minimum equity share requirements at the time. On or about May 14th, 2024, DCR provided notice of the community meeting and Cannabis Regulation Commission meeting by mail to the owners and occupants of all properties within 700 feet of the property line of the business premises. Notice was provided in accordance with the municipal code. The virtual community meeting was held on Thursday, May 30th, 2024, from 1 to 3 p.m. During the meeting, members of the public were afforded 2 minutes each to speak about the application. DCR also accepted online written input through the date of the community meeting. One oral comment in support highlighting community engagement and safety measure was provided by a representative of the business. No written comments were provided. The staff reports list a number of reasons DCR or the commission may deny a license. At present, DCR is not aware of any existing facts or circumstances to deny this annual license for the reasons in LAMC Section 104.04. Based on the department's analysis, the proposed project is consistent with the criteria for a Class 1 and Class 32 categorical exemption pursuant to CEQA guidelines. Since the project meets all of the requirements for categorical exemption and none of the applicable exceptions apply, it is appropriate to determine this project is categorically exempt from the requirements of CEQA. DCR has not recently performed a compliance inspection for this applicant. However, this business shall be subject to multiple future inspections by DCR and several other agencies prior to the receipt of an operating permit. An operating permit is the final authorization from DCR to conduct commercial cannabis activity and is issued only after a licensee has passed a final inspection by DCR and obtained all permits, clearances, or other authorizations required by law. Therefore, DCR recommends the commission adopt the recommendations included in the staff report and approve the issuance of the annual license. That concludes the department's presentation.
Thank you so much. Commissioners, any questions for staff? Okay, thank you. We will go on to the applicant's presentation. We do have a representative here. You may approach the podium, state your name for the record, and your relationship to the applicant. You will have 10 minutes.
Thank you so much. Good to see you guys again. I am Jolyn Bernal. I am the Senior Compliance Manager. I also have on the phone Millie Moreira, our Director of Compliance, as well as our Counsel, Anthony Elmas, in case there's extra questions once we're done with our presentation. So, like I said, I'm the Senior Compliance Manager with 4158 Pico Holdings, LLC. We are Catalyst Mid-City. We're a medical adult use cannabis dispensary located in Mid-City at 3318 West Venice Boulevard. I've got a little photo of our shop. And then if you keep continuing on, I'd love to highlight some of our community efforts. So we opened a little over a year ago, March 31st, 2023. On May 13th, 2023, we held our first SB 34 donation day. So we partnered with Weed for Warriors and had 50 medical donation bags. Later, in June 2023, in association with Big House LA, we conducted a neighborhood cleanup. And then in August of 2023, we worked with Dignity and Power Now to hold Catalyst Care's annual school drive. Also in August of 2023, we participated in the Kobe cleanup tour, which was covered by the KTLA Channel 9. In September of 2023, we held live scan services in preparation for the record expungement clinic we held. We had the actual clinic in April 2024 of this year where we saw it from 2023, 70 plus records assisted. And then so far in 2024, we've had 42 records expunged, and we are preparing for next month, July of 2024, to hold it again. So we're currently doing some outreach for that. For hiring, we do a big emphasis on our local and transitional workers. So we prioritize our local hires seeking to hire employees within a 5-mile radius of the business. We also prioritize transitional hires. So transitional employment would be offered to unemployed or underemployed individuals, which may be those that were out of the workforce due to illness, disability, injury, people of low income, or people who were seeking full-time after being part-time. And then I'd love to highlight some security points. So our premises are monitored 24/7 by a licensed alarm company. The security measures are going to include, but not limited to, a burglar alarm, panic buttons, talk downs to discourage and warn intruders, and a full premises security surveillance system. Our guards are always licensed by the Bureau of Security and Investigative Services and monitor and patrol the premises. All of our vendors and visitors are signed into our visitor vendor log and escorted by employees, and all our limited access areas, including cannabis storage, always remain secured. And that's us. Here for any questions.
Thank you. Questions, commissioners? Okay, so you want to tell me about what components, what programming from the social equity side you've used?
Yeah, so as we first opened this store last year, our social equity applicant at the time was very ill and unfortunately was unable to be reached most of the time. So as far as we were aware, he was aware of it. Right now, his sister inherited the business. So we are currently working with her to tell her about the seed grant program, which we've participated in some of our other locations, as well as the legal work, but that's something that we're kind of in the process of facilitating with her right now.
Okay, thank you. And then I noticed some similarities with your community engagement programs that seem to be the same as others you represent in different parts of the city. What are you doing that's unique for this particular area?
So for this particular area, you are correct. We'll do a lot of things where, because we have some dispensaries that are generally in the local area of LA, we'll band together to do things together. This one did do the community cleanups particularly to that area. And then we try to, for our drives, welcome those that are directly around our community. But in general, when it comes to LA, we like to kind of band the LA stores together to participate in events, but we'll also do just like direct neighborhood cleanups of that specific area. Yeah, as well as just getting to know our neighbors, being friendly.
Thank you.
Yeah.
President Mason, the caller has their hand raised, so do we want to call on them?
Sure.
Caller with phone number ending in 6061, please state your name and how you represent the applicant.
Hi, this is Millie Marrero. I am the Director of Compliance. I was just making sure that y'all knew that I was here to help support in answering questions, but Jolyn is doing a great job, so I'm just going to let her continue on. Thank you.
Thank you.
This is Vice President Nash. You indicated that you help out with records expungement.
Correct.
That's a pretty big undertaking, isn't it?
Yeah, so we have a division, Catalyst Cares, that does a lot of different of our social and community outreach. And it's really important to us as Catalyst that we are working to those that have records that are nonviolent or previous cannabis records that we feel should no longer be on their records. So we'll hold different events where we just let around LA, just South California in general, of getting the word out there of, hey, we're doing these clinics, and then we'll hold the one big clinic and help as many people as we can. I want to say, just off the top of my head, it was about a 70 in 2023, and we're only halfway through, and we've done 42. So I'm hoping we double our record from last year. But yeah, we work really hard to make sure that we are changing cannabis and kind of the name of the game, and that we are moving in a positive direction towards it not being seen as something that's reprimanding someone that had that on their record when it's legal now.
Well, that's very, this is Vice President Nash. That's very impressive and very productive for the community, I'm sure. Thank you.
Any other remarks, questions? Well, thank you for being here.
Thank you, guys. Appreciate it.
We are now open for deliberations, commissioners. If any? No? All right. Well, may I please have a motion?
This Commissioner Lim, in regard to number 21, DCR core record number 310102 for the business located at 4158 Pico, located 3318 West Venice Boulevard. I make a motion to adopt the staff report.
Commissioner Melendez.
Right.
I second.
Thank you. Mr. Vizo, please call the roll.
Commissioner Lim, how do you vote?
Aye.
Commissioner Melendez, how do you vote?
Aye.
Vice President Nash, how do you vote?
Aye.
President Mason, how do you vote?
Aye.
The motion passes.
Okay, the time is 6:20. We will pause for a 15-minute recess. We will return at 6:35.
Them.
Just like that.
Okay. Okay, we are resuming at this time. We are a little refreshed here, ready for the next round. And we are now on item 22, DCR Core Record Number 310091. This is a request from Euphoros LLC to approve an annual license for storefront retail commercial cannabis activity within an 8,040 square foot commercial buildings located at 2934 North Broadway Street. Mr. Vizo, are there any neighborhood council or elected office representatives here?
We do not have any speaker cards, nor are there any raised hands in the virtual meeting.
Okay, then we will hear from staff.
Good evening. My name is Danica Ballard, and I will present item number 22 for the Department of Cannabis Regulation. DCR Core Record Number 310091 is associated with Euphoros LLC. The applicant seeks an annual license for the Type 10 retail with on-site sales commercial cannabis activity. The business premises is located at 2934 North Broadway Street, Los Angeles, California, 90031, a parcel zoned for neighborhood commercial purposes. The business is located in the Northeast Los Angeles Community Plan area within Council District 14. The applicant was issued temporary approval by DCR with an effective date of September 14th, 2021. Since that time, the applicant has adhered to the requirements of the Los Angeles Municipal Code and DCR's rules and regulations and completed all requirements for the issuance of an annual license. The applicant currently possesses a state provisional license C10-0000907-LIC to conduct retail with on-site sales commercial cannabis activity, which is active through November 22nd, 2024. The applicant is subject to the requirements of LAMC Section 104.20 for Social Equity Program. Social equity applicants are evaluated for compliance with the equity share requirements under LAMC 104.20. To comply with the equity share requirements, social equity individual applicants must possess unrestricted ownership of their share of the social equity applicant, a proportional right to vote and the profits, and include certain language mandated by LAMC 104.20 in their agreements, among other requirements. As a part of the application process, DCR reviewed the corporate and ownership documentation provided for this applicant and determined that the applicant met the minimum equity share requirements at that time. On or about May 14th, 2024, DCR provided notice of the community meeting and Cannabis Regulation Commission meeting by mail to the owners and occupants of all property within 700 feet of the property line of the business premises. Notice was provided in accordance with the municipal code. The virtual community meeting was held on Thursday, May 30th, 2024 from 1 to 3 p.m. During the meeting, members of the public were afforded 2 minutes each to speak about the application. DCR also accepted online written input through the date of the community meeting. There were no comments neither for nor against this application. The staff reports list a number of reasons DCR or the commission may deny a license. At present, DCR is not aware of any existing facts or circumstances to deny this annual license for the reasons in LAMC section 104.04. Based on the department's analysis, the proposed project is consistent with the criteria for Class 1 and Class 2 categorical exemption pursuant to CEQA guidelines. Since the project meets all of the requirements for categorical exemption and none of the applicable exemptions apply, it is appropriate to determine the project is categorically exempt from the requirements of CEQA. DCR has not recently performed a compliance inspection for this applicant. However, this business shall be subject to multiple future inspections by DCR and several other agencies prior to the receipt of an operating permit. An operating permit is the final authorization from DCR to conduct commercial cannabis activity and is issued only after a license has passed a final inspection by DCR and obtained all permits, clearances, or other authorizations required by law. Therefore, DCR recommends the commission adopt the recommendations included in the staff report and approve the issuance of an annual license. This concludes the department's presentation.
Thank you. Are there any questions for staff? Okay, hearing none. We do have a representative here on behalf of the applicant. You may approach the mic, state your name for the record and your relationship to the applicant. You will have 10 minutes.
Good evening, commissioners and staff. My name is Steve Williams. I am the representative for Euphoros LLC. This is the social equity owner, Danyar Adobayev, as well as the owner. Euphoros LLC has been operating as a dispensary since December of 2021. As we know, there have been no violations or complaints that have been voiced or filed. They are current with all of their city and state taxes. They have a great relationship with LAPD, and on several occasions, LAPD has come to the applicant and requested security footage from their security cameras to help solve nearby crimes in the area. Also, they have an excellent relationship with the community. They initially, before they opened, they commissioned to have a mural painted on the entire side of the east building to help reduce graffiti in the area. They also routinely clean up trash and debris left by homeless on a daily basis. And also they provide a Taco Tuesday for free food to the community. And in addition, 50% of their employees, they are a small mom and pop establishment. So they have 6 employees, of which 3 are hired from the Lincoln Heights community. Also, another one is a transitional employee who was a convicted felon, and they're providing opportunity for employment for them. And lastly, we did reach out to the neighborhood council as requested. We did not receive any feedback. And also, they posted the hearing notice the day that the hearing notice went out to them as well as to the community. And so with that, we would just like to open it up for any questions you have about the establishment.
Hi, thank you for being here. Talk to me about the social equity programming offered by the city that you've taken advantage of.
Like to let the
Yeah, I've taken both grants as well as others. And
The-
apply for the third one too.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you so much.
Yeah.
Commissioners, any questions? Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you.
We are now open for deliberations. If there are any concerns. Okay, this one is clean and easy. In that case, may I have a motion?
This is Commissioner Lim. In regards to number 22, DCR core record number 310091 for the business located at 2934 North Broadway Street. I make a motion to adopt the staff report.
Vice President Nash, I second the motion.
Thank you so much. Mr. Treviso, please call the roll.
Commissioner Lim, how do you vote?
Aye.
Vice President Nash, how do you vote?
Aye.
Commissioner Melendez, how do you vote?
Aye.
President Mason, how do you vote?
Aye.
The motion passes.
Thank you. We are on to item number 23, DCR Core Record number 310086. This is a request from Tigranandlavrent LLC to approve an annual license for storefront retail commercial cannabis activity within a 2,967 square foot commercial building located at 2110 North Hillhurst Avenue. Mr. Treviso, are there any neighborhood council or elected office representatives on this item?
We do not have a speaker card, nor is there a raised hand in the virtual meeting.
Okay, then thank you. At this time, we will hear from staff.
Thank you. My name is Danica Ballard, and I will present item number 23 for the Department of Cannabis Regulation. DCR Core number 310086 is associated with Tigranandlavrent LLC. The applicant seeks an annual license for Type 10 retail with on-site sales commercial cannabis activity. The business premises is located at 2110 North Hillhurst Avenue, Los Angeles, California, 90027, a parcel zoned for neighborhood office commercial purposes. The business is located in the Hollywood Community Plan area within Council District 4. The applicant was issued temporary approval by DCR with an effective date of December 1st, 2022. Since that time, the applicant has adhered to the requirements of the Los Angeles Municipal Code and DCR's rules and regulations and completed all requirements for the issuance of an annual license. The applicant currently possesses a state provisional license, C10-0001207-LIC, to conduct retail with on-site sales commercial cannabis activity, which is active through December 9th, 2024. The applicant is subject to the requirements of LAMC Section 104.20 for the Social Equity Program. Social equity applicants are evaluated for compliance with the equity share requirements under LAMC 104.20. To comply with the equity share requirements, social equity individual applicants must possess unrestricted ownership of their share of the social equity applicant, a proportional right to vote, and to the profits, and include certain language mandated by LAMC 104.20 in their agreements, among other requirements. As part of the application process, DCR reviewed the corporate and ownership documentation provided by the applicant and determined that the applicant met the minimum equity share requirements at that time. On or about May 14th, 2024, DCR provided notice of the Community Meeting and Cannabis Regulation Commission meeting by mail to the owners and occupants of all property within 700 feet of the property line of the business premises. Notice was provided in accordance with the municipal code. The virtual community meeting was held on Thursday, May 30th, 2024, from 1 to 3 p.m. During the meeting, members of the public were afforded 2 minutes each to speak about the application. DCR also accepted online written input through the date of the community meeting. In general, the oral and written comments provided by the public were in favor of the applicant. Several longtime customers stated that the store is a great addition to the neighborhood with knowledgeable and friendly staff. The ownership's involvement in the community was also praised. However, a local resident expressed concern about the possibility of minors being sold THC products. A local resident also stated they collected and submitted 400 petitions from the community members against the business. The staff reports list a number of reasons DCR or the commission may deny a license. At present, DCR is not aware of any existing facts or circumstances to deny this annual license for the reasons in LAMC Section 104.04. Based on the department's analysis, the proposed project is consistent with the criteria for a Class 1 and Class 32 categorical exemption pursuant to CEQA guidelines. Since the project meets all of the requirements for categorical exemption and none of the applicable exemptions apply, it is appropriate to determine this project is categorically exempt from the requirements of CEQA. A member of the Compliance and Enforcement Division is in attendance and available to provide an overview of the compliance activities associated with this location. Therefore, DCR recommends the commission adopt the recommendations included in the staff report and approve the issuance of this annual license. That concludes the department's presentation.
Thank you. Commissioners, any questions for staff?
This is Commissioner Lim. They stated that in this community, public hearing, the 400 petitions were submitted. Do we have those, 400, petitions in our record?
Commissioner Lim, we do have that, and that was shared with you, I believe last Thursday or Friday. I actually have the hard copies here with me. It was in the combined correspondence that you received. The regular submissions.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Any other questions for staff?
Commissioner Melendez, I just wanted to like to know where we are with the, or where we're at with the notice to complies, if they got any movement on any of that.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. I'm Hector Alicon, Senior MA with the Compliance and Enforcement Department. Yeah, so we did have a compliance inspection that was conducted on May 15th. And June 13th, an NTC was issued. So they have to about July 12th, 30-day period to do that compliance, to provide documentation and supporting evidence to us to confirm compliance. So at present, there were 5 deficiencies. Use of a DBA. They have the set display of license, which is just simply just getting a copy of the notice of temporary approval from our licensing group so they can just post it in their common area. And then identification of employees, just the badges, just so they can have the employee number on the badges. Record retention, they need to just maintain and keep a record of the training records of their employees. That was one of the deficiencies we found. And then one of the other ones was related to metric sales. Oftentimes when we go out there, we're out there during the day, and at the end of the day, they update their metric sales. So because it's not updated prior to us getting there, that we find a little discrepancies there. Let's say this one had 61 with metric, we found 57, but at the end of the day, when they talk to metric, it would handle out. So that's all we're going to do is just kind of check their metric, make sure it matches up. It's a simple fix for that.
Thank you.
Any questions? Okay, thank you.
Any other questions for staff?
No, sorry.
Okay. Then at this time, will the applicant please approach the podium? State your name.
Hi, guys. I'm Tigranandlavrent. This is my business partner, Lavrent, Tigranandlavrent LLC. We have a slide for you guys. I'll keep it short and fast. I'll address the 400 complaints first. I mean, before we even opened up, when we were in construction, we had these complaints. I feel like these signatures are still from back then. I don't know if they refreshed it or not. Some people, you know, they're against cannabis still. Unfortunately, they haven't come to up to terms with the benefits of cannabis and how it impacts and makes some, you know, neighborhoods better. I'll cover more of that in my presentation. A little about myself. I've been in the industry since 2013. I started as a bud tender at a pre-ICO called Third Eye Wellness. I never thought I'd be an owner one day, thanks to the social equity program that made it possible, because pre-ICOs used to be sold for 5-6 million. I never thought that was possible. But luckily enough, you guys made this program, and me and my childhood friend who I actually met 1 street away from the business at Los Feliz Elementary. We've been friends since preschool and also business partners now. He's an accountant at trade. He does all our numbers. He's a genius at that. More of the operations with the staff and the team. I'm very active in the local neighborhood. I am actually on the board of the Los Feliz Neighborhood Council. Therefore, I couldn't present to the council because of conflict of interest. I'm on the business committee board. I am also the treasurer of the Los Feliz Improvement District, the Los Feliz bid. I've been volunteering 2 years, even before we opened up. We helped the community heavily, from the Christmas tree lighting to setting up trash pickup, tree trimming. We're very active. Next slide, please. We always strive to stay current on rules and regulations. We hire and consult others for advice, surrounding ourselves with the best. We've traveled to other cities and states to learn from other legal operators in Colorado, Nevada, Washington, and Oregon. We're always growing, progress is key. We attend cannabis conventions in Las Vegas and other states. I recently went to one in Florida. We're always learning, always growing. You can't stop. We regularly attend city and state meetings. I was in the room in 2017 when they adopted all these rules. I remember at the time when they said there's going to be only 400 licenses. I'm like, what do you mean? Like, that's too little. And then thank God we won one of those. And I've attended all the meetings we've had during social equity when, there was all the commotion where we've been very active. We also network with other owners and share best practices, and we try to help one another, we grow together. Next slide, please. We actually have not personally gotten any complaints ourselves, like where someone came to complain to us, but we do have a really good procedure in place. We have a manager or owner always on site during business hours to handle any questions or complaints related to noise, light, other vehicle and pedestrian traffic. But I'll add this, we run a really, really good shop. I mean, we're constantly watching the cameras. We're constantly going outside, making sure no one's loitering. I've been in the business 11 years. I can say I've mastered the business. So I know if someone's hanging out too long, we have an eye on them. We go and ask them, please leave, do not play loud music in here. We explain to them why, and most times they'll understand because they don't want to cause a problem to the store that they're shopping. Next slide. We keep a very clean store. We have no trash out there. There is no loud music. We tell our staff, if you pull in with loud music, turn it off. Don't ever come into the parking lot with loud music. We have security in our staff, and including myself, walk around the store, pick up any trash. We have trash bins on the property, and multiple for recycle and for regular trash. We have, for traffic management, we have 24 parking spaces. We actually allow other businesses to share our parking at times. We don't complain whether people park and cross the street. We're okay with that. We have 2 entrances. Security protocols, we've never had any security issues, no robbery attempts, no break-ins. Next slide. Positive contributions, we encourage them, make it easy for, if anyone needs to come to us, we make ourselves very present. We're always in the neighborhood. Constant community engagement through different platforms. That's why I volunteer in the business committee at the neighborhood council, because if anyone complains, I'm going to hear it first. We have 24-hour surveillance and security guarding patrol set property. We promote public safety to deter potential criminal activity. We have an aesthetically pleasing building. I'll show you guys the picture. We have Spanish-speaking staff to meet the needs of the community. Next slide, please. You can skip this one too. There's no smell of cannabis at all. I'll keep it short. I'll go through these ones quick. Next slide, please. Next slide. So why did we choose this location? I actually used to go to this restaurant as a kid when I was 8 years old. I don't know if you guys ever been to Chai Dynasty on Hillhurst. They still exist, but they're down the street. It's a great building. It was empty for 5 years. The landlord's a great landlord. It had 24 parking spaces. There wasn't any nearby dispensaries. The storefront's easily visible. It's a brick building, so it's really safe. I feel like no one can ever get in there. It's a standalone property, and the layout and size was just ideal for our store and our goals. Thank you. Next slide. Community benefit plans. We hire locally and we pay our beginning staff are paid $18 from day one. I don't know if anyone else is doing that, but we pay $18 within when their probation period ends. We up it to $19, $20. We have even staff that are making $30 an hour and bonuses. We pay commissions. We've had often staff come up to us and say, we've never made so much money in our lives. Thank you guys. So we're very involved in the community, as I mentioned. We also maximize revenue. We're really, I would say, one of the more successful stores in LA. I'm sure we're not number one and we want to be one day, but therefore we pay more tax. We have a long track record of being a good neighbor. And we offer a mentorship program for our staff because I started as a bartender and I always want to see other people grow in life. I don't want people to be stuck. So whatever I can help them, if they want to be an actor, if they want to do whatever it is to pursue their goals, we go out of our way to help them. Next slide, please. Here's a picture of before the property. It was vacant for 5 years. The landlord was having issues renting it. This is a picture of unhoused individuals were at the site all the time. They actually started a fire at the property before we rented it. This is the inside. I used to eat at this restaurant as a kid. Never thought I'd come and tear it down. Next slide. This is how it looks now. We've made a really nice store. It's very pretty. So it's professionally designed. Next slide. If you guys want to look at the pictures, we run a clean store. Very nice. So those are pretty much the pictures. That's the exterior. That's our parking space. Very clean all the time. Always watching the cameras, and pretty much it. Anything you want to add?
Yeah, my name is Lavrent Ovsepian, President and CFO. I'd like to add, I know there was a comment where they said there was some minors, going into our store. I'd like to say that that's completely false. Everybody that walks into our store, we have to scan their ID and, make sure they're at least 21 and over, or of course, 18 and over with the medical, part. Yeah. That's all.
You guys.
Thank you. And thank you for being here for your presentation. Of course, my question has to do with my first question has to do with the social equity programming. And have you taken advantage of it? If so,
We've taken advantage of every way we can. That program has saved us multiple times from the grants, from you guys, from the state. Even the whole program, like when you applied, we didn't have to spend any money. We couldn't even hire an attorney back then. We did all the paperwork ourselves. We came to all the city meetings, so we found out how to apply. We did the paperwork, because any attorney we went to, they wanted so much money at the time. It wasn't until we wanted the licenses where we had more resources. So we took full advantage of the system. I know there was some flaws. It's the first time doing it. Sometimes it lagged, but it saved us many times. If it wasn't for the social equity, we wouldn't have been open today. Yeah.
thank you. Los Feliz has to be, from what we know from the petition with all of the signatures, tough country.
Very.
Um,
It was a little unfair before we got the complaints before we even opened up, but when they found out we're local, some people got more easy and more welcoming, because like we grew up in the neighborhood. Like we went to the restaurants in the area, went to school in the area. My wife grew up a street behind there, went to school right there. So when they found that out, they were easier, but still a little unfair. It's like before opened up to get complaints. So
Yeah, they were collecting signatures before we opened, so we're assuming it was probably the same group. But I think a lot more people have warmed up to the idea after seeing the type of operation we run. But of course, even if we operate the most ideal store, there's some people against cannabis, and unfortunately, we can't do anything about that.
it's compliant location, everything's compliant.
It's interesting that you're on the neighborhood council. So like you said, that's a space where people can come and complain and see you face to face. And yet you said no
We've
one
had
has-
0 complaints in 1 year. Like
That's
before we
interesting.
opened up, they were complaining on next door. They would come to the meetings, but the last 1 year, 0 complaints.
Now, is your council meeting in person or are you hybrid?
So right now it's still hybrid. It was Zoom
So
only,
that's
but now
even
it's hybrid.
easier.
Yeah. you have the
Yeah,
Zoom.
interesting. Okay, thank you. Commissioners,
This is Commissioner Lim. I've looked at the petition and none of these claim is directly addressed to you guys. It's nothing about the way you guys are operating or the things that you're doing in this petition. Is in general just talking about mostly illegal dispensaries that's operating in the city of LA area, which has nothing to do with you guys. And other, areas of cannabis. So me personally, I don't put any weight on these 400 petitions because none of this is addressed to you guys in the way you guys operate your business.
That's good to know. Thank you.
This is Vice President Nash. When you had your compliance inspection on May 15th, there were 5 deficiencies noted. Can you tell us a little bit about your efforts that you've already made to
Yes.
correct those deficiencies?
So we've already submitted the modification for a DBA. We had all the paperwork. We have our DBA approved. We just forgot to upload it because when you're opening, there's construction, there's the inspection and stuff. We put the paperwork for the other store. We forgot to put it for this store, so we've already updated that. For the employee badges, we just added the numbers already. And like as he mentioned, for our inventory is very on point. Like we do inventory every time we receive products, and we do it once a month. So our inventory is really active and correct. The other things on there, I never knew there was a DCR license. So we had everything else like the BTRC, we had the state license, we had all the notices for no loitering, no cannabis smoking, but I never knew there was a DCR license. So we're waiting for Andrew to send us ours so we can post it right away. It's easy fix. And the last one for training, we actually have a very good training program and he handles it. And when someone is hired, they get trained that day and they have an employee handbook. So what we thought was like, once you hire them, the paperwork would be the training record potentially. But they said they wanted to be more detailed. So we easily fixed that and just have more record keeping and more tracking of the training.
Yeah, because we run the training on the first day of employment. So as far as we were concerned, that's the date that training is run. That's kind of how we kept records of that. And the paperwork is pretty much very detailed. So it's kind of the employment application and it goes into training. And that's kind of how we were keeping it because we knew that's the day that training was done. But we added another system where, we'll keep a second track record of when those trainings are done and additional trainings in the future.
I think we had one on Saturday. We're gonna take better records of that one. I didn't file. That was the last one that we had.
Thank you.
Anything else, commissioners? Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much.
All right. Gentlemen, any deliberations? Okay, let's go to motion.
This is Vice President Nash regarding item number 23, DCR core record number 310086 for the business located at 2110 North Hillhurst Avenue. I move to adopt staff recommendations as stated in their staff report dated June 17, 2024.
Commissioner Melendez, I second.
Thank you. Mr. Vizo, please call the roll.
Vice President Nash, how do you vote?
Aye.
Commissioner Melendez, how do you vote?
Aye.
Commissioner Lim, how do you vote?
Aye.
President Mason, how do you vote?
Aye.
The motion passes.
Thank you. Item number 24 is DCR core record number 310082. This is a request from JWJC Incorporated to approve an annual license for storefront retail commercial cannabis activity within a 1,080 square foot commercial building located at 2622 South Robertson Boulevard. Ms. Treviso, are there any neighborhood council or elected office representatives present?
We do not have a speaker card, nor is there a raised hand in the virtual meeting.
Okay, thank you. At this time, we will hear from department staff.
My name is Danica Ballard, and I will present item number 24 for the Department of Cannabis Regulation. DCR core number 310082 is associated with JWJC Inc. The applicant seeks an annual license for the Type 10 retail with one sign sales commercial cannabis activity. The business premises is located at 2622 South Robertson Boulevard, a parcel zone for neighborhood commercial purposes. The business is located in the West Adams Baldwin Hills, Lamert Community Plan area within Council District 10. The applicant was issued temporary approval by DCR with an effective date of June 16th, 2021. Since that time, the applicant has adhered to the requirements of the Los Angeles Municipal Code and DCR's rules and regulations and completed all requirements for the issuance of an annual license. The applicant currently possesses a state provisional license C10-0000802-LIC to conduct retail with on-site sales commercial cannabis activity, which is active through April 12th, 2025. The applicant is subject to the requirements of LAMC Section 104.20 for the Social Equity Program. Social equity applicants are evaluated for compliance with the equity share requirements under LAMC 104.20. To comply with the equity share requirements, social equity individual applicants must possess unrestricted ownership of their share of the social equity applicant, a proportional right to vote and to the profits, and include certain language mandated by LAMC 104.20 in their agreements, among other requirements. As a part of the application process, DCR reviewed the corporate and ownership documentation provided for the applicant and determined that the applicant met the minimum equity share requirements at the time. On or about May 14th, 2024, DCR provided notice of the community meeting and Cannabis Regulation Commission meeting by mail to the owners and occupants of all property within 700 feet of the property line of the business premises. Notice was provided in accordance with the municipal code. The virtual community meeting was held on Thursday, May 30th, 2024 from 1 to 3 p.m. During the meeting, members of the public were afforded 2 minutes each to speak about the application. DCR also accepted online written input through the date of the community meeting. One written comment was provided. The constituent was vehemently against the business operating. Major concern is the proximity to the local high school and the dangers of cannabis as more is learned about its use and effects. The staff report lists a number of reasons DCR or commission may deny a license. At present, DCR is not aware of any existing facts or circumstances to deny this annual license for the reasons in LAMC Section 104.04. Based on the department's analysis, the proposed project is consistent with the criteria for a Class 1 and Class 32 categorical exemption pursuant to CEQA guidelines. Since the project meets all of the requirements for categorical exemption and none of the applicable exceptions apply, it is appropriate to determine that this project is categorically exempt from the requirements of CEQA. A member of the Compliance and Enforcement Division is in attendance and available to provide an overview of the compliance activities associated with this location. Therefore, DCR recommends the Commission adopt the recommendations included in the staff report and approve the issuance of this annual license. That concludes the department's presentation.
Thank you so much. Commissioners, any questions for staff?
This is Commissioner Lim. In general, what assurance do you take to make sure that the retail dispensary is not close to a school?
Jason Klein, Assistant Executive Director. As part of the intake process, DCR does a pre-application review. So all business premises are vetted against the requirements of Municipal Code Section 105 to make sure that they are compliant. For retail storefronts, they have to be outside of a 700-foot radius of all other applicants and commercial cannabis retail storefront licensees, as well as 700 feet from sensitive uses. What I was doing on my phone right now is the high school is actually more than 900 feet away from the parcel boundary for this particular business. So it does comply. And, you know, when we get comments like that, of course, we do go ahead and verify that the business continues to be in compliance. If a sensitive use comes in after the business has planted their flag and their application has been deemed accepted, the business is grandfathered in at their location. So like a daycare coming in next door would not shut down the business. You know, it may impact the ability for the business to modify, just like auto body repair facilities and stuff like that, where new regulations come on board. There are things that they may not be able to do or to expand and stuff, but to the extent that they were already approved and licensed, a sensitive use would not preclude them. But this is 100% compliant location.
Thank you.
Any other questions for staff? Do we have an applicant's, thank you. Do we have an applicant's representative on the Zoom?
We do not have a speaker card and there are no raised hands in the virtual meeting.
I see. Thank you. Bill, I had questions. Then we will move on to deliberations. If there are any.
President Mason, this is Commissioner Lim. President Mason, I understand you have a question for this applicant.
It's nothing germane to granting the license, just more of a survey type question, so, yeah,
Social equity.
yeah, I can do without.
This is Vice President Nash. I would certainly be asking questions about the status of their addressing the, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 deficiencies noted in the compliance inspection.
Well, I know what that means. So may I have the motion?
This is Vice President Nash. Regarding item number 24, DCR core record number 310082 for the business premises located at 2622 South Robertson Boulevard. I move that we continue this to the next meeting, which is June 17th, 2000.
July
July.
17th.
Oh, July 17th, 2024.
Commissioner Melendez, I second.
I said, look at the time. Ms. Treviso, please call the roll.
Vice President Nash, how do you vote?
Aye.
Commissioner Melendez, how do you vote?
Aye.
Commissioner Lim, how do you vote?
Aye.
President Mason, how do you vote?
Aye.
The motion passes.
Thank you. Now, I was telling Commissioner Nash, the clock turned to 7:17 PM, just as he was saying July 17th. We are on to record number 25. DCR core record number 310072. And this is a request from Western Grand Starz Collective LLC to approve an annual license for storefront retail commercial cannabis activity within a 7,772 square foot commercial building located at 2306 South Vermont. I know I know the answer to this, but I'll go ahead and ask. Are there any neighborhood council or elected office representatives on this item?
No, no speaker cards and no raised hands in the virtual meeting.
Thank you. Then we will move on to presentation from staff.
Thank you. My name is Danica Ballard, and I will present item number 25 for the Department of Cannabis Regulation. DCR core record number 310072 is associated with Western Grand Starz Collective LLC. The applicant seeks an annual license for type 10 retail with on-site sales commercial cannabis activity. The business is located at 2306 South Vermont Avenue, Los Angeles, California, 90007, a parcel zoned for neighborhood commercial purposes. The business is located in the South Los Angeles Community Plan area within Council District 8. The applicant was issued temporary approval by DCR with an effective date of March 11th, 2022. Since that time, the applicant has adhered to the requirements of the Los Angeles Municipal Code and DCR's rules and regulations and completed all requirements for the issuance of an annual license. The applicant currently possesses a state provisional license C10-0000955-LIC to conduct retail with on-site sales commercial cannabis activity, which is active through February 8th, 2025. The applicant is subject to the requirements of LAMC Section 104.20 for the Social Equity Program. Social equity applications are evaluated for compliance with the equity share requirements under LAMC 104.20. To comply with the equity share requirements, social equity individual applicants must possess unrestricted ownership of their share of the social equity applicant, a proportional right to vote and to profits, and include certain language mandated by LAMC 104.20 in their agreements, among other requirements. As part of the application process, DCR reviewed the corporate and ownership documentation provided for this applicant and determined that the applicant met the minimum equity share requirements at that time. On or about May 14th, 2024, DCR provided notice of the Community Meeting and Cannabis Regulation Commission meeting by mail to the owners and occupants of all property within 700 feet of the property line of the business premises. Notice was provided in accordance with the municipal code. The virtual meeting was held on Thursday, May 30th, 2024, from 1 to 3 p.m. During the meeting, members of the public were afforded 2 minutes each to speak about the application. DCR also accepted online written input through the date of the community meeting. There were no comments neither for nor against this application. The staff report lists a number of reasons DCR or a commission may deny a license. At present, DCR is not aware of any existing facts or circumstances to deny this annual license for the reasons in LAMC Section 104.04. Based on the department's analysis, the proposed project is consistent with the criteria for Class 1 and Class 32 categorical exemption pursuant to CEQA guidelines. Since the project meets all of the requirements for the categorical exemption and none of the applicable exemptions apply, it is appropriate to determine this project is categorically exempt from the requirements of CEQA. DCR has not recently performed a compliance inspection for this applicant. However, this business shall be subject to multiple future inspections by DCR and several other agencies prior to the receipt of an operating permit. An operating permit is the final authorization from DCR to conduct commercial cannabis activity and is issued only after a licensee has passed a final inspection by DCR and obtained all permits, clearances, and other authorizations required by law. Therefore, DCR recommends the commission adopt the recommendations included in the staff report and approve the issuance of this annual license. That concludes the department's presentation.
Thank you. Any questions for the department, commissioners? Okay, hearing none. Will the applicant's representative please approach the mic, state your name for the record, your relationship to the applicant, and you will have 10 minutes.
Good afternoon, Commissioner, staff. Long journey. Took us 5 years to get to this point. We applied in 2019 as a social equity applicant, got our license in March 8th, I believe, for the state, and I'm sorry, February 8th for the state and March 8th for the city. 2022, June 9th, we opened our doors. We've been operational since then. No complaints from neighbors, love us. We love them.
I'm sorry, talk about me if I missed it, but what's your relationship to the applicant?
Oh, I'm sorry, I'm one of the owners.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, one of the owners at La La Land Dispensary. Yeah. So far, no complaints, compliance,
Excuse me,
everything.
sir. Can you state your name for the record?
Hamlet Alexania, sorry.
Thank you.
Yeah. Any questions, guys? I don't want to take your time.
Any questions, commissioners? So your social equity, and if you've noticed, I've been asking everyone, polling everyone, asking what programming from the city that the city offers you've taken advantage of.
We took the opportunity to get the seed program and pro bono service.
Pro bono
Which was great.
services. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Here's a Commissioner Lim. From the time that you obtained the provisional license, 2019, until the time that you opened in June of 2022, what was the reason for the delay and what was the process you had to go through?
It was the COVID times, so it kind of got delayed. And we got our license from the state in 2022 and the city in like a month later. So it took us about four months to get the LADBS permits and get the inspections done, pass the health permits, and also CDTFA came in and checked everything complete. No errors.
Thank you.
Of course.
Any other questions, commissioners? Okay, hearing none. Thank you for being with us.
Thank you.
And for your patience.
Of course, thank you.
Yes. We are open for deliberations, if any. Okay. All right, then let's move to motion.
This Commissioner Lim, in regards to number 25 DCR core record number 310072 for the business located at 2306 South Vermont Avenue. I make a motion to adopt the staff report.
Vice President Nash seconds the motion.
Thank you. Mr. Vizo, please call the roll.
Commissioner Lim, how do you vote?
Aye.
Vice President Nash, how do you vote?
Aye.
Commissioner Melendez, how do you vote?
Aye.
President Mason, how do you vote?
Aye.
The motion passes.
Thank you. Item number 26 is DCR core record number 310061. This is a request from JS Reserve to approve an annual license for storefront retail commercial cannabis activity within a 1,259 square foot commercial building located at 5839 East York Boulevard. Mr. Vizo, are there any neighborhood council or elected office representatives on this item?
We do not have any speaker card, nor is there a raised hand in the virtual meeting.
Thank you. Then at this time, we will hear from staff.
Good evening. My name is Danica Ballard, and I will present item number 26 for the Department of Cannabis Regulation. DCR core record number 310061 is associated with JS Reserve. The applicant seeks an annual license for the Type 10 retail with on-site sales commercial cannabis activity. The business premises is located at 5839 East York Boulevard, Los Angeles, California, 90042, a parcel zoned for general commercial purposes. The business is located in the Northeast Los Angeles Community Plan area within Council District 14. The applicant was issued temporary approval by DCR with an effective date of April 25th, 2022. Since that time, the applicant has adhered to the requirements of the Los Angeles Municipal Code and DCR's rules and regulations and completed all requirements for the issuance of an annual license. The applicant currently possesses a state provisional license, C10-0001-018-LIC, to conduct retail with on-site sales commercial cannabis activity, which is active through April 18th, 2025. The applicant is subject to the requirements of LAMC Section 104.20 for the Social Equity Program. Social equity applications are evaluated for compliance with the equity share requirements under LAMC 104.20. To comply with the equity share requirements, social equity individual applicants must possess unrestricted ownership of their share of the social equity application, a proportional right to vote and to profits, and include certain language mandated by LAMC 104.20 in their agreements, among other requirements. As part of the application process, DCR reviewed the corporate and ownership documentation provided for this applicant and determined that the application met the minimum equity share requirements at that time. On or about May 14th, 2024, DCR provided notice of the Community Meeting and Cannabis Regulation Commission meeting by mail to the owners and occupants of all property within 700 feet of the property line of the business premises. Notice was provided in accordance with the municipal code. The virtual community meeting was held on Thursday, May 30th, 2024, from 1 to 3 p.m. During the meeting, members of the public were afforded 2 minutes each to speak about the application. DCR also accepted online written input through the date of the community meeting. There were no comments neither for nor against the application. The staff report lists a number of reasons DCR or the commission may deny a license. At present, DCR is not aware of any of its existing facts or circumstances to deny this annual license for the reasons in LAMC Section 104.04. Based on the department's analysis, the proposed project is consistent with the criteria for a Class 1 and Class 32 categorical exemption pursuant to CEQA guidelines. Since the project meets all of the requirements for the categorical exemption and none of the applicable exemptions apply, it is appropriate to determine this project is categorically exempt from the requirements of CEQA. DCR has not recently performed a compliance inspection for this applicant. However, this business shall be subject to multiple future inspections by DCR and several other agencies prior to the receipt of an operating permit. An operating permit is the final authorization from DCR to conduct commercial cannabis activity and is issued only after the licensee has passed a final inspection by DCR and obtained all permits, clearances, and authorizations required by law. Therefore, DCR recommends the commission adopts the recommendations included in this staff report and approves the issuance of this annual license. That concludes the department's presentation.
Thank you. Any questions for staff? Okay, we do have a representative here. Please state your name for the record.
Sure.
And
Hi, my name is Johnny Sage. I'm the owner operator of Nella Road. Good evening to the Cannabis Regulatory Commission and the DCR staff. I stand here before you as the social equity individual, owner and operator of Nella Road. We were founded in 2022. My team and I have worked diligently to ensure that our business meets all regulatory requirements. We have implemented numerous safety protocols, quality control measures, and ongoing employee training programs to maintain the highest standards of operation. Our commitment to compliance is reflected in our adherence to local and state regulations and proactive engagement with the regulatory bodies. Beyond our operational standards, we are dedicated to being a positive force in the community. We do our best to educate consumers in the community as they come into the shop with various cannabis-related questions, whether it's their first time or they've used multiple times over. Economically, our business has created numerous jobs in the community and has supported local suppliers and contractors. We are proud to contribute to the local community and are committed to sustainable growth that benefits our neighborhood. Thank you for considering my application, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
thank you. Commissioners, any questions?
This is Commissioner Lim. I understand that you're 100% owner of the dispensary.
Correct.
How do you handle the financing and the capital to start the business?
Sure. So we ran the business very lean. That's kind of how it's been sustainable. But the initial capital was provided by family and friends, and then utilizing the seed program that the city of LA provided and the DCR supported us with. And then the pro bono program was very supportive in keeping our legal costs down for the, I think we used it initially where it was complimentary. And then I used the second round where we kind of got a reduced rate. And I'm actually still using the attorney that I met through the program the second time.
Thank you.
Any other questions, commissioners? And thank you for that.
Sure.
Any other questions? Okay, well, congratulations on making this far as a sole proprietor. That can't be easy.
No, it's been a journey.
I'm sure. I am sure. Well, continued success to you.
Thank you.
Any deliberations here? No? Okay, then we will have a motion.
This is Commissioner Lim in regards to number 26, DCR Core Record Number 310061 for the business located at 5839 East York Boulevard. I make a motion to adopt staff report.
This is Commissioner Melendez, I second.
Thank you, Mr. Vizo. Please call the roll.
Commissioner Lim, how do you vote?
Aye.
Commissioner Melendez, how do you vote?
Aye.
Vice President Nash, how do you vote?
Aye.
President Mason, how do you vote?
Aye.
The motion passes.
Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you, Commission.
Thank you. On to item number 27, DCR Core Record Number 310046. This is a request from State of Hope Incorporated to approve an annual license for storefront retail commercial cannabis activity within a 2,750 square foot commercial building located at 6700 Foothill Boulevard. Mr. Vizo, are there any neighborhood council or elected office representatives on this item?
We do not have any speaker cards or any raised hands in the virtual meeting.
Thank you. At this time, we will hear from staff.
Good evening. My name is Corey Blake, a licensing supervisor, and I will present item number 27 for the Department of Cannabis Regulation. DCR Core Record Number 310046 is associated with State of Hope Incorporated. The applicant seeks an annual license for the Type 10 retail with on-site sales commercial cannabis activity. The business premises is located at 6700 Foothill Boulevard, Tahunga, 91042. A parcel zoned for general commercial purposes. The business is located in the Sunland, Tahunga, Lakeview Terrace, Shadow Hills, East Latunia Canyon Community Plan Area within Council District 7. The applicant was issued temporary approval by DCR with an effective date of February 2, 2023. Since that time, the applicant has adhered to the requirements of the Los Angeles Municipal Code and DCR's rules and regulations, and completed all requirements for the issuance of an annual license. The applicant currently possesses a state provisional license, C10-0001239-LIC, to conduct retail with on-site sales commercial cannabis activity, which is active through March 15, 2025. The applicant is subject to the requirements of LAMC Section 104.20 for the Social Equity Program. Social equity applicants are evaluated for compliance with the equity share requirements under LAMC 104.20. To comply with equity share requirements, social equity individual applicants must possess unrestricted ownership of their share of the social equity applicant, a proportional right to vote, and to profits, and include certain language mandated by LAMC 104.20 in their agreements, among other requirements. As part of the application process, DCR reviewed the corporate and ownership documentation provided for this applicant and determined that the applicant met the minimum equity share requirements at that time. On or about May 14, 2024, DCR provided notice of the community meeting and Cannabis Regulation Commission meeting by mail to all owners and occupants of all property within 700 feet of the property line of the business premises. Notice was provided in accordance with the municipal code. The virtual community meeting was held on Thursday, May 30th, 2024, between 9 and 11 a.m. During the meeting, members of the public were afforded 2 minutes each to speak about the application. DCR also accepted online written input through the date of the community meeting. In general, written comment provided by the public was against the application because there are too many dispensaries in the area. The staff report lists a number of reasons DCR or the commission may deny a license. At present, DCR is not aware of any existing facts or circumstances to deny this annual license for the reasons in LAMC section 104.04. Based on the department's analysis, the proposed project is consistent with the criteria for a Class 1 and Class 32 categorical exemption pursuant to CEQA guidelines. Since the project meets all the requirements for categorical exemption and none of the applicable exceptions apply, it's appropriate to determine this project is categorically exempt from requirements of CEQA. A member of the Compliance and Enforcement Division is in attendance and available to provide an overview of the compliance activities associated with this location. Therefore, DCR recommends the commission adopt the recommendations included in the staff report and approve the issuance of this annual license. And that concludes the department's presentation.
Thank you. Commissioners, any questions for the department? Okay.
This is Commissioner Lim. I did notice that on June 17, 2024, a notice of violation was cited against this applicant with a fine of $63,000 for having an unlicensed event and a DJ present, and these are somewhat major violations.
Good evening. I'm Hector Ali Khan with the Department of Cannabis Regulation Compliance Enforcement Division, Senior Management Analyst. Yeah, you are correct. We did do a compliance inspection. And during our compliance inspection, we're out there because of a complaint that was received regarding a grand opening event. And as a result, we issued a notice of violation on June 17th, 2024. So they have the opportunity to appeal the NOV and then come and speak to the department in regards to resolution. There's really, the compliance on that is pretty much just cease and desist. No, you can no longer have any parties. So they're in understanding of that. So that's pretty much the result of our communication in regards to parties. We issue NOV, they come to the table, speak with us with an understanding that you cannot have these events at your location.
So this Commissioner Lim, the May 18, 2024 event, was that the grand opening of this retail business? Is that correct?
An event? No, I'm sorry. It was just an event.
Okay.
Yes, I apologize. Any other questions?
This Commissioner Lim, has there been any communication with the applicant in regards to the notice of violation?
Initially, when our inspectors were out there, our compliance and analysts were out there doing the inspections, they had that communication with them. And unfortunately, a lot of, let's say, licensees or operators may have overlooked the fact that these are, you cannot have these parties or events. So we try to communicate with them, especially if we do get a complaint in there and they communicate to the operator at the site and they were in full understanding that there was an event. They were fully cooperative with giving us, because we do ask for video. So we go back to the date, they provide us video footage and they provided all of that fairly easily and cooperative.
This Commissioner Lim, how did the department come up with a fine of $63,039?
Well, in the LAMC, the LMC breaks down the fees and fines. So under one of our sections in the code, it'll break down the fees and fines for moderate, minor, and major violations. So because they had a party, an event, that was one fine, and the other one, I believe, that's why it added to 6309 was there was a DJ. So there was technically two violations that added up to the $63,039 amount. And they do have the opportunity to appeal that NOV and speak with us and take further progression with our department.
This Commissioner Lim again, in regards to progressive discipline, this seems that instead of going through an NTC, notice to correct, we went directly to NOV. Is there a reason for that?
The reason for the NOV is because this was a separate complaint. So we did the NTC, notice to correct, for the compliance related inspection items, such as the same way we've done all these other items and locations that have been there. But for parties and events, we've been issuing notice of violations and communicating with the locations and the operators of these premises.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. We do have two representatives here on behalf of the applicant. You may approach the podium, state your name for the record. You will have 10 minutes.
Hello, Commission. I am Arnold Cacciatorian representing Bubblegum, State of Hope, BPA Bubblegum. This is Allison, the manager. And this is our first time doing anything like this, so pretty nervous about the situation. Well, as far as the party that's been stated, we were very, very cooperative with them, trying to understand. And thank you to the DCR for letting us even be here today, to give the license and all. But the $63,000 for a DJ at our 1-year anniversary, which you couldn't even hear the music out of our parking lot, is just out of control. I think it's just really going to get our doors shut down. And out of the 3 inspectors we had, 2 of them were wonderful, but one of them almost made my manager cry at the workplace. So we did not really appreciate that, especially how cooperative we were with them. So that is the situation. Other than that, we've done, I mean, not much, since we haven't been making much money there. I personally don't even get to work there because I have to go paint people's houses to pay my rent. So, but I am 51% of the owner of the business. My business is ran by Allison. She takes care, makes sure everything is ran by the books. We truly had no idea we couldn't have music, but we didn't. I mean, just $63,000 fine for that, which for us, it's just absurd, and we do plan on appealing it. As far as doing anything for the community, since we weren't really turning a profit, there wasn't much we could do. The competition has taken over the Chamber of Commerce and has made it known to us that we're not welcome in the neighborhood. But all that to the side, I did reach out to Monica Rodriguez's office, and I spoke to Arthur Kirkosian, who works under her. And I said, help me understand what you would want us to help you with, so we can set up a program to help the community. Currently, we're not doing much, but we've had incidents where my security's actually saved someone's life before, where someone ran to our business being chased by someone with a gun, and my security took care of the situation and all that. We testified in court, got everything settled. So as far as doing anything real for the community, we haven't done much, but we are planning on getting there as the business grows. Thank you.
This is Commissioner Lim. In regards to the competition that you referred to, is that from legal or
Yes.
illegal?
Legal Pricio dispensaries who have made it known that we're not welcome there, and that how this whole thing is a sham and that we shouldn't be there and all that. And I personally, when we had opportunities to ask for grants, ask for attorney fees and all that, I made sure and I said, look, DCR already gave us this. Let's not take advantage of the situation. That's why I have investors here. Let's invest right now into the company. And if we were to need anything in the future, maybe we can reach out then. So we haven't taken out of at all of any of the funds that DCR had to offer. So but today, for us to get hit with $63,000, it's like we think they have it out for us to get us shut down. It's that simple. So yeah.
You do understand the $63,000 is not just for having the DJ, but having a party and a special event at that location.
Yes, I do understand that, but it wasn't really a party because we didn't charge anyone to get in. There was no food. Max we had was some lemonade there and some music, and that was about it. There was no dancing. There was no, I mean, it wasn't really a party. Just a hyped up event to get people in there for our 1-year anniversary, because we don't know how else to get people in there.
This Commissioner Lim, it says it was a party that related to cannabis on the business premises.
Consumption?
Yes.
No, absolutely.
There is no consumption. They reviewed the cameras and there is no consumption of any kind. As regards to the party, we understand now that it's something that we cannot have with DJs, but at the time I wasn't notified. We weren't notified about the changes. If we were, I wouldn't have done it or we wouldn't have implemented it to begin with. We like to throw like monthly events for our, not events, but like monthly things for our customers, just as like an appreciation for them, appreciation day. But as far as that, that's something I wish we would have gotten like a correction over instead of a fine.
Commissioner Lim, to address your specific question, I've conferred with our Compliance and Enforcement Division, and there was no consumption on site. As Hector indicated, the fines and penalties are set by Municipal Code Section 10419. So when a violation occurs, the amount that's on the violation is the amount stated in the code. The director does have the authority to deviate from those set amounts, in giving them the notice of violation, giving them the opportunity to respond to the department and provide their side of the story. That is stuff that the Compliance and Enforcement Division, our representatives within the city attorney's office, would advise us on. And then ultimately the director is provided a report and she has the direction to adopt or modify findings. So that process is still playing out. And this was an unfortunate event. The Compliance and Enforcement Division did indicate that they were unaware that what was happening was, one, a violation, and two, how severe it is. And they are being cooperative and working with the department. So I do want that to be on the record.
Right, because looking at the report, it says specifically it's dealing with unlicensed special or temporary event or party relating to cannabis on business premises. That's why it seemed from reading this that there was consumption of cannabis on the premises, and which would warrant a $63,000 fine.
Yeah, and that's just the name of the regulation that gets cited for the violation. And as we've tried to work with our operators, we did find that, if you remember the earlier commission agendas, we had like a general summary of what the violation was, but it didn't actually speak to the actual regulation that was being violated. And early on, that was difficult for folks because there are different sections for delivery violations, for retail storefront violations, for security violations. So by including the violation types and the actual regs that are being violated in our notices, it does give them better guidance on how to cure the issue and remedy it. And unfortunately, for the consumption, it's really just as part of the title of the reg. It was not actually observed when we did the video, and they did hand over the video.
This is Commissioner Lim again. I mean, I do notice a discrepancy because we did have another applicant that admitted that he had DJ and they were serving food at the premises, and they didn't even get a NTC or NOV or a $63,000 fine. How are those two different? Here is serving lemonade and having a DJ, which is very similar to another applicant that had the exact same thing, having a DJ and giving tacos.
The one small change here was that the complaint came in through the complaint portal from a member of the public. So it wasn't being treated as an investigation as part of the normal annual compliance. It was an investigation associated with the complaint that was received. For the earlier case today, a member of the community made an allegation at the community meeting, but there was no formal complaint ever submitted to the department. But now that the applicant has admitted to doing stuff, I've heard out of my right ear that there's now going to be a request for video evidence and stuff like that. So they will start an investigation now that information came out. But just like other departments are, we have our proactive compliance programs where we're trying to go out and make sure that people are compliant with the codes. And then we get complaints that come in and we're reactive to that and we go out and do the investigations. And this was, an instance where there was a complaint lobbied, there was an investigation had, it resulted in a notice of violation versus like if it was just part of the general compliance related stuff, we would do the NTC, but the licensee does have the opportunity to respond to the notice of violation, to, write their side of the story. And then the CED will take that into account. We will confer with the offices of the city attorney, and staff will make a recommendation to the director. And she does have the discretion to deviate from the amounts that are set by the code.
So the distinction between the previous applicant and this one is that previous applicant came through the community, public outreach versus this here, which was done by the investigators.
Correct. The applicant earlier today, it was public comment made during the community meeting. There was no evidence submitted, and it was not submitted through the complaint portal. So there was not an investigation that was triggered versus in this situation, there was the allegation of a party and staff independently began to investigate that. And I know Ms. Wiles is here if you have.
So this Commissioner Lim again, in regards to the other applicant where they admitted that they had a DJ and serving food at that location, and we did approve their license to obtain that. What effect does that have if now they're going to get cited with NOV?
Commissioner Lim, can I just interrupt? Since that item, Rocky Wiles, for DCR, Compliance and Enforcement Division, since that item you're referring to has already been closed, I would suggest that we don't bring that up specifically, but I wanted to just give you some context because you don't see all the investigations that the enforcement side of our program, we don't bring that to you. And those are open, active investigations. So they're, until we make a decision, they're not, we don't share that information with you. But we basically, anytime there's a complaint about a special event, a party, anything like that, we do investigate it and we treat everybody the same. So that's what we're just trying to be fair across the board. So if we know about it or somebody complains, we investigate it, we have the evidence, we do have to issue that notice. As far as if we hear about it, even after, we do have to perform the investigation and, and issue an NOV if we do have that evidence. But we are open to negotiating. There's no corrective action, right? They have the fine that they have to pay. And like Jason mentioned, we do put the entire regulation in the NTC or the NOV just to give them the entire text of the regulation, but we do have the finding to make it the specific violation and their corrective action. But yeah, if anybody complains here in this forum or a community meeting or through the complaint portal, we are required to investigate and treat everybody the same way.
This is Commissioner Melendez. I believe the earlier applicant stated that they were using a common room and it wasn't actually in the store. I think that might have been a bit of a difference as well.
We will investigate. Yes.
Thank you for that. My question is more general question. We continued one applicant before because there was a NTC that was pending and we want to hear from the applicant what they've done. Procedurally, assuming we have an open NTC here, if we give the license, approve the license right now, what happens if they don't comply with the NTC by July 17th, 2024?
So there's two different paths associated with this case. One is the notice to comply. So operators are granted 30 days to address the corrections in the notice to comply. If they fail to do so, it can be escalated to a notice of violation. And then once it's escalated to a notice of violation, then fines are imposed. They're given the ability to appeal those determinations and, provide their side. But ultimately, if they don't comply with the notice of violation, it escalates further and it could ultimately result in the suspension or the revocation of the license. For the notice of violation, because they're already at that step for the event, once they've exhausted the administrative remedies available to them. If it turns out there is a fine imposed, they will have a period of time to address the fine. And of course, if they don't address it within whatever is negotiated with the department, that would ultimately result in them falling out of compliance, which could result in a revocation. But the way the ordinance is set up and the way, we work closely with our city attorney's office in providing advice to us. When we move forward, we want to make sure that the administrative record supports the action taken by the department. We want to make sure that the applicant or licensee has they're afforded due process before something happens. And it's outlined in the municipal code. So from my perspective as the director of licensing, if the commission were to approve the issuance of a license today and the licensee for some reason were to ignore the notice of violation and just kind of let it go, it would ultimately result in the revocation of their license. And businesses generally don't go through this long process in the years to go into it to lose their license over something that is in fact curable.
So this Commissioner Lim again, so based upon everything you told us, is it still your recommendation that you should approve the license as it stands?
Yes, sir. The applicant, when notified of the violation, was remorseful. The applicant they violated the regulation, so they were hit with the stated fine. They did not go to the full extent of what is captured by that. There wasn't on-site consumption. They weren't, giving out cannabis. We had one complaint that was investigated. So as they work with CEB to tell their side of the story, those are things that the director has the ability to take into account. But based on the information CED provided me in terms of how they responded and how cooperative they were and what actually occurred, we are still recommending the issuance of the license.
Thank you.
This Commissioner Melendez, I'd like to ask the applicants a few more questions. I also noticed here that you have 5 violations, NTCs, that were issued on June the 3rd. What have you done so far to rectify those violations?
So I believe 2 days ago, we submitted like all of our documents and everything that needed to be submitted to make sure that everything is corrected with the discrepancies. I think one of them was the badge. We needed to put the DCR in the last like numbers of it. So we corrected that on all employee badges. With the training, we had everyone sign the training and like what needed to be done for training, and then sent that in as well, as long as the other documents, I think code of conduct as well. That's what we put inside the store and outside the store. And then the license, the temporary license as well, was put it up and sent pictures as well.
Yeah, the security plan as well.
Yes, security plan as well.
All right, thank you.
Any other questions for the applicant? Thank you for being here and sharing your story.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay,
Have a good one.
we're now open to deliberation.
This Commissioner Lim, based upon the fact that this was cited on June 17, 2024, just a couple of days ago. They're just starting the process that's there, and regardless of whether we issued a license or not, that process will continue on and have their day in court or their appeal process and take those steps that they have a right to do. For us to deny this license or even continue it, we're not giving them their due process that they deserve because this was cited so recently. So as Jason pointed out, there is even if we approve the license, they still have process they have to go through, or else they'll lose the license.
Yeah, I just think it was a simple mistake. I mean, they've already, this Commissioner Melendez, they've already gone and rectified their 5 NTCs. So it shows that there's a willingness to comply. So I believe that, making a mistake, although it's a major mistake, I believe they're moving in the right direction.
This is Vice President Nash. I agree. I think it's very important to note that they have already taken care of the 5 discrepancies, and although they did make a very substantial mistake, and they're most likely going to pay for that in terms of some type of fine. Their remorse, along with their agreement not to do it again, and acknowledgement and cooperation goes a long way with me. And for those reasons, I would also support granting the license.
Thank you, commissioners. I have a whole other point of view and commentary about this scenario. It's somewhat disturbing to me that given that social equity is in its infancy, that there exists in our municipal code a fine that is so punitive that it could shut an operator down. If these were operators who were 10, 15 years old and they had the cash to pay something like this, I could understand that. But at this point, it just seems excessively punitive and unfair. It is a definite threat to his profitability or any other social equity owner's profitability at this point in their business phase. And that's something that needs to be revisited in the municipal code. It's just, it doesn't set well. It also speaks, I struggle with the fact that any other business in this city can celebrate their grand opening with the DJ. A liquor store can celebrate a grand opening. Anyone else can celebrate their business. The social equity applicants cannot. And so I can't applaud that either. And it really speaks to the necessity to move forward with looking at special events permits, because they should be allowed to celebrate at least once a year on their anniversary. And the fact that they cannot is inequitable, in my humble opinion. So those are my thoughts on this particular application. And having said that, is there a motion?
This is Vice President Nash. I'd just like to comment on that. I agree wholeheartedly that a $63,000 fine for a first offense of this type seems absolutely unreasonable. And some effort should be explored into making fines more adequately
Scalable.
fit the violation.
Thank you.
This is Commissioner Lim, I make a motion to, in regards to number 27, DCR core record number 310046 for the business located at 6700 Foothill Boulevard, that we adopt the staff report.
Commissioner Melendez, I second.
Thank you. Mr. Vizo, please call the roll.
Commissioner Lim, how do you vote?
Aye.
Commissioner Melendez, how do you vote?
Aye.
Vice President Nash, how do you vote?
Aye.
President Mason, how do you vote?
Aye.
The motion passes.
Thank you.
And this is Commissioner Lim again, if you want to put that in the next agenda, we could, but that is not part of the agenda that we have today
No.
to talk about that.
No.
Okay.
No, I just had to state that for the record. Given the level of taxation they're already facing, these types of fines don't really help progress.
Commissioner Melendez, I'm just wondering if we could add to the agenda being able to look into getting special permits for events for licensed establishments, so that way we wouldn't have that situation happen again.
So noted, Ms. Treviso?
Yes, noted.
Thank you. We are on to item 28. And this is a request from DCR core record number 310037. This is a request for from ARMLA 1 Incorporated to approve an annual license for storefront retail commercial cannabis activity within a 6,403 square foot commercial building located at 2803 West Broadway. Mr. Vizo, are there any neighborhood council or elected office representatives on this item?
We do not have any speaker card, nor is there a raised hand in the virtual meeting.
Thank you. Then at this time, we will hear from staff.
Good evening. My name is Corey Blake. I'm a licensing supervisor, and I will present item number 28 for the Department of Cannabis Regulation. DCR core record number 310037 is associated with ARMLA 1 Incorporated. The applicant seeks an annual license for the Type 10 retail with on-site sales commercial cannabis activity. The business premises is located at 2803 West Broadway, Los Angeles 90041. A parcel zoned for community commercial purposes. The business is located in the Northeast Los Angeles Community Plan area within Council District 14. The applicant does not have temporary approval. The applicant currently possesses a state provisional license C10-0001247-LIC to conduct retail with on-site sales commercial cannabis activity, which is active through April 2, 2025. The applicant is subject to the requirements of LAMC 104.20 for the social equity program. Social equity applicants are evaluated for compliance with the equity share requirements under LAMC 104.20. To comply with the equity share requirements, social equity individual applicants must possess unrestricted ownership of their share of the social equity applicant, a proportional right to vote and to profits, and include certain language mandated by LAMC 104.20 in their agreements, among other requirements. As part of the application process, DCR reviewed the corporate and ownership documentation provided for this applicant and determined that the applicant met the minimum equity share requirements at that time. On or about May 14, 2024, DCR provided notice to the community meeting and Cannabis Regulation Commission meeting by mail to all owners and occupants of all property within 700 feet of the property line of the business premises. Notice was provided in accordance with the municipal code. The virtual community meeting was held on Thursday, May 30th, 2024, between 1 and 3 p.m. During the meeting, members of the public were afforded 2 minutes each to speak about the application. DCR also accepted online written input through the date of the community meeting. In general, the oral comment provided by the applicant's representative was in favor of the application. The staff report lists a number of reasons DCR or the commission may deny a license. At present, DCR is not aware of any existing facts or circumstances to deny this annual license for the reasons in LAMC section 104.04. Based on the department's analysis, the proposed project is consistent with the criteria for Class 1 and Class 32 categorical exemption pursuant to CEQA guidelines. Since the project meets all the requirements for categorical exemption and none of the applicable exceptions apply, it's appropriate to determine this project is categorically exempt from the requirements of CEQA. DCR has not recently performed a compliance inspection for this applicant. However, this business shall be subject to multiple future inspections by DCR and several other agencies prior to receipt of an operating permit. An operating permit is the final authorization from DCR to conduct commercial cannabis activity and is issued only after a licensee has passed the final inspection by DCR and obtained all permits, clearances, or other authorizations required by law. Therefore, DCR recommends the commission adopt the recommendations included in the staff report and approve the issuance of this annual license. And that concludes the department's presentation.
Thank you for your presentation. Any questions for staff?
This is Commissioner Lim. Is it do we know why they don't have temporary approval for the?
The applicant has not met the requirements to get temporary approval. They were doing a build out of the facility, and I believe the applicant could probably provide you with more information as it relates to what they were doing at the proposed business premises location and how that project is moving forward.
So do we know if they're open for business right now?
Assistant Executive Director Jason Klein. Currently, they do not possess the dual licenses, so they would not be able to operate under state law.
Understood. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions for staff? We do have a representative here on behalf of the applicant. If you would approach the podium at this time, two of you, and state your names and your relationships. And you will have 10 minutes to address the commission.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Morris Cunningham. I am the Director of Licensing for Stizzy, and I'm joined by.
My name is Tim Almodovar. I'm a licensing manager for Stizzy as well.
So we are here on behalf of the applicant. I call it ARMLA 1 or ARMLA 1. That's also fine. Doing business as Stizzy Eagle Rock. Currently not operational. We are still seeking temporary approval pending build out. We are looking at an early Q1 like 2025 opening. So we're still working through all of our permitting and build out and all that good stuff. I think the space has only been demoed. So the reason we don't have temporary approval is because we haven't completed our virtual inspection. But I think we've done equity share review, so I think we're okay on that regard because it was mentioned by staff. So I believe I provided some handouts for the commission to review. 12 copies, but I know there are only 4 of you in attendance. So these are just some renderings of the space, the future store, what it'll look like when it's open and everything is done and complete. We've taken a lot of consideration with regard to like site improvements and the aesthetics of the store. We're going to be having 34 parking spots, 4 handicap spots, and we'll be having site access from Broadway in to conform with ADA requirements. So there'll actually be some kind of mechanism that would allow, you know, ADA access up a hill. So I don't know if I mentioned the California native plants, but that's incorporated into the site plan. And that kind of takes me into the, how do you say, the neighborhood that we're in, Eagle Rock. So this is something that came at the request of the neighborhood council. Our team has met with them prior to the meeting we had with them on 6/4/24. During that meeting, we were, and I'm paraphrasing, the least bad use of the building that was proposed. I guess there was a car wash or some kind of self-storage place that was proposed previously that the neighborhood council opposed. I can happily report to the commission that we received support from the, how do you say, neighborhood council, and they voted in favor of our project. Last thing I want to point out real quick is that the building is actually quite historic. I guess it's the former Ernie Jr.'s Taco House, which is a landmark of sorts in the Eagle Rock community. It's been vacant for 16 years, however, I suppose. So we've taken steps to make sure that not only is the site secure, but some of these historic items for the, how do you say, the former restaurant are preserved, such as a mural inside of the restaurant that will be featured as part of the inside aesthetic of the store, as well as the front sign. The front sign, we've kind of encapsulated it in a certain way to make sure that it is, how do you say, protected from the elements, vandalism, etc. Currently, there's a chain link fence around the perimeter, and we have on-site security between 6 p.m. to 6 a.m. So that is pretty much it for the store. Tim, anything you want to add about the project in particular?
No, I particularly am interested in the historic preservation aspect of this. This isn't something we come across very often. So just being able to preserve a beloved piece of a neighborhood is a great opportunity for us.
The one thing I want to mention before we go to questions from the commission, I did request information from the owner and applicant, social equity applicant in particular. They have not taken advantage of any of the social equity programming afforded by the department.
Thank you.
Certainly. We're now open for any questions from the commission.
Commissioners?
This is Commissioner Lim. So when do you think the remodel of this premises will be completed? Realistically?
It would be quite extensive where I consulted with our director of construction about the project specifically, and she informed us that it would be sometime in Q1 2025.
And when did you start the construction?
Oh, man, we haven't really even started the construction unless demo is considered part of that. But that's we're just hoping to start that soon. We're just waiting on permitting to get it started.
Any other questions? Are you leasing this space or did you purchase the space?
It is being leased.
Okay. That's my only question. Thank you for being here.
Certainly. Thank you all, and happy solstice. Thank you.
Oh, it is, isn't it? Yeah. We are now open for deliberations.
Well, there's no complaints
Right.
and no violations.
It's construction noise. Well, then this is easy peasy. Is there a motion?
This is Commissioner Lim, in regards to number 28, DCR core record number 310037 for the business located at 2803 West Broadway. I make a motion to adopt the staff report.
This is Vice President Nash. I second the motion.
Mr. Vizo, thank you, gentlemen. Please call the roll.
Commissioner Lim, how do you vote?
Aye.
Vice President Nash, how do you vote?
Aye.
Commissioner Melendez, how do you vote?
Aye.
President Mason, how do you vote?
Aye.
The motion passes.
Thank you. We're on to item number 29, DCR core record number 310035. This is a request from Pure Genus Enterprises to approve an annual license for storefront retail commercial cannabis activity within a 1,500 square foot commercial building located at 4568 South Centinela Avenue. Mr. Vizo, are there any neighborhood council or elected office representatives on this item?
We do not have a speaker card, nor is there a raised hand in the virtual meeting.
Thank you. Then at this time, we will hear from staff.
Good evening. My name is Corey Blake, licensing supervisor, and I represent item number 29 for the Department of Cannabis Regulation. DCR core record number 310035 is associated with Pure Genius Enterprises. The applicant seeks an annual license for the type 10 retail with on-site sales, commercial cannabis activity. The business premises is located at 4568 South Centinela Avenue, Los Angeles 90066. A parcel zoned for general commercial purposes. The business is located in the Palms, Mar Vista, Del Rey Community Plan area within Council District 11. The applicant was issued temporary approval by DCR with an effective date of June 2nd, 2022. Since that time, the applicant has adhered to the requirements of the Los Angeles Municipal Code and DCR's rules and regulations and completed all requirements for the issuance of an annual license. The applicant currently possesses a state provisional license, C10-0001013-LIC, to conduct retail with on-site sales commercial cannabis activity, which is active through April 15th, 2025. The applicant is subject to requirements of LAMC Section 104.20 for the Social Equity Program. Social equity applicants are evaluated for compliance with the equity share requirements under LAMC 104.20. To comply with the equity share requirements, social equity individual applicants must possess unrestricted ownership of their share of the social equity applicant, a proportional right to vote and to the profits, and include certain language mandated by LAMC 104.20 in their agreements, among other requirements. As part of the application process, DCR reviewed the corporate and ownership documentation provided for this applicant and determined that the applicant met the minimum equity share requirements at that time. On or about May 14, 2024, DCR provided notice of the community meeting and Cannabis Regulation Commission meeting by mail to the owners and occupants of all property within 700 feet of the property line of the business premises. Notice was provided in accordance with the municipal code. The virtual community meeting was held on Thursday, May 30th, 2024, 9 through 11 a.m. During the meeting, members of the public were afforded 2 minutes each to speak about the application. DCR also accepted online written input through the date of the community meeting. In general, oral comments provided by the public were in favor and noted the business entity uplifted the community they serve and provided a safe environment for customers and neighbors. The written comment was against the business and noted there was already a smoke shop and another dispensary in the area. The staff report lists a number of reasons DCR or the commission may deny a license. At present, DCR is not aware of any existing facts or circumstances to deny this annual license for the reasons in LAMC section 104.04. Based on the department's analysis, the proposed project is consistent with the criteria for Class 1 and Class 32 categorical exemption pursuant to CEQA guidelines. Since the project meets all the requirements for the categorical exemption and none of the applicable exceptions apply, it is appropriate to determine this project is categorically exempt from the requirements of CEQA. DCR has not performed a compliance inspection for this applicant. However, this business shall be subject to multiple future inspections by DCR and several other agencies prior to the receipt of an operating permit. An operating permit is the final authorization from DCR to conduct commercial cannabis activity and is issued only after a licensee has passed a final inspection by DCR and obtained all permits, clearances, or other authorizations required by law. Therefore, DCR recommends the commission adopt the recommendations included in the staff report and approve the issuance of this annual license. And that concludes the department's presentation.
Thank you. Commissioners, any questions for department staff?
This is Commissioner Lim. In regard, did we do a search to see where the nearest legal dispensary was compared to this applicant?
Jason Klein, Assistant Executive Director. I know that the proposed business premises does comply with the municipal code, so it's at least 700 feet away. But if you give me a moment before you end your deliberations, I can check our map and do the distancing tool to see how close the next licensed business is.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions for staff? Hearing none, there is a representative here on behalf of the applicant. Please state your name for the record, your relationship to the applicant, and you will have 10 minutes.
Hello, Commission. My name is Travis Miller. I'm here to represent Pure Genus Enterprises. I'm a manager at the location. I did have a presentation, but I think I'm going to make it pretty quick. Right. Our address is located at 4568 Centinela Avenue, in Los Angeles, California, 90066. We opened on March 31st of 2023. We obviously have armed security, right, from the time we open to the time we close, as well as counter surveillance cameras at nighttime, right? These cameras definitely help deter crime. Anybody that comes on the property, will sound an alarm and someone will a live monitoring person will come on the cameras and tell the individual to get off the property. We do hire locally, which is definitely a help to our business because obviously they bring in their friends too. We are fully compliant. We have not had any inspections by the DCR specifically, but we have had an inspection from the CDTFA, surprisingly, right, who came in and wanted to do a training session with a couple of the representatives. However, we obviously follow all compliance measures, and we appreciate you guys even allowing us to be there. This has been a long journey, right? I'm here with the owners here today who have, it took them 3 years to get this place open, right? And this has been such a complicated process and so many hoops to jump through, right? We have absolutely used the seed grants provided to us, as well as pro bono legal services, as well as I myself am a social equity as well, not on this license, but I've also been a part of the think tank, which was like a third party thing that you guys offered to get feedback about the social equity program. So we definitely appreciate all these tools that you guys have provided for us. And aside from that, I would kind of like to touch on the topic of these trap stores in the area, because it kind of goes full loop, right? We had one dispensary, an illegal dispensary down the street actually use our license, right? And I was able to look them up and I called them myself, right? And I just said, hey, you guys are using your license. This is the deal. You guys need to stop using it. We did call LAPD, right? They did take notice of it, but it doesn't look like there's much enforcement. Right, when we make these reports to the Department of Cannabis Control, right, we do it through an online portal, and we report it to the DCR. The DCR tells us to go to LAPD, right? And I think the LAPD is just so inundated with actual violent crimes that they don't enforce it. And then I actually had the opportunity to have a discussion with the CDTFA representative, which I think she was an investigator. And I asked her the process, right? She says that they'll locate a trap store, they'll go into the trap store, they'll raid it, right? But they have to coordinate with local law enforcement, CHP, right? The Department of Cannabis Control, and they'll come and they'll take all their product, they'll take all the money, right? They'll issue a person a citation, right? Which, by the way, is a misdemeanor. It's $500 misdemeanor for the state of California for operating an illegal cannabis dispensary. And then they'll send it to the city attorney and they won't even prosecute. Right. And so she just said she was the only person that was actually doing that in LA City. Right. So there's only one person. And if you guys have the opportunity, you guys can look the trap stores up on yourselves. Right. They used to advertise on Weed Maps. Weed Maps only allows licensed locations now, but now they just went to Apple Maps and Google Maps. So it's like anybody can pull them up and you can see anybody operating after the hours of 10 p.m. right, or is an illegal store. So I just want to throw that out there, right? I know everybody keeps talking about it, but it seems like it has to be someone's department and their division and their only priority. Everything is kind of like, I know you guys probably get it, but maybe don't. Like, we're so heavily regulated, right? We're getting the DCC, the DCR, the CDTFA, now the health department, right? We're putting so much energy into licensing and compliance, and it's kind of unbalanced, right? We need to take some of that energy and reshift it into the illegal market, because us as legal operators, we've spent so much money on getting these places to where they are today. We want to do things right, right? So if you guys could help us out and like shut down that side of the market so we can actually be profitable, that would be awesome. That excludes, that's going to finish it up for me. We appreciate you guys. And if you have any questions.
Thank you. Your pleas and the pleas of others are certainly not falling on deaf ears. I've been very vocal about it
Much appreciated.
during my time on this commission when the issue of enforcement has come up. I've certainly driven the conversation when necessary. And so I'm quiet tonight because we have new voices, new energy, and it's nice to have them weigh in on the issue, but also hear from you what's happening real life rather than hear from me. And you're echoing some of what I've shared with them since they've been on the commission. So thank you for that.
Thank you.
I don't have any questions for you, commissioners.
I have a question. This is Commissioner Melendez. Maybe you can help enlighten me. Trap. What does that entail? I mean, what is trap? I know it's an illegal store, but I mean, why trap?
I don't know. I guess it comes from probably the old term of a trap house, right?
It
Where
comes
people
from
used to
the
store
old
drugs.
term of a
Mhm.
trap house, which is referring to, they used to be crack houses.
Mhm.
And it's a prominent term in the hip hop culture. Meet me at the trap is going, yeah. So that's where that comes from. It's slang.
Thank you.
Mhm. Yeah. Any other questions? Okay, then, well, thank you.
Thank There was an open question
Okay.
for the staff.
Oh, for,
Assistant Executive Director Jason Klein for the Department of Cannabis Regulation. DCR personnel have brought up the image of the location. So the actual applicant before you today is number 1. And then number 2 and number 3 are the closest licensed dispensaries within that area. And you can notice under number 2, the closest licensed dispensary is over 1 mile away. So it's well beyond the 700 feet that are required by code.
Thank you very much.
thank you. Any other questions for the applicant? Then we are moving on to deliberations. If any. Okay, then, is there a motion?
This is Commissioner Lim in regards to number 29, DCR core record number 310035 for business located at 4568 South Centinela Avenue. I make a motion to adopt the staff report.
Commissioner Melendez, I second.
Thank you. Mr. Treviso, please call the roll.
Commissioner Lim, how do you vote?
Aye.
Commissioner Melendez, how do you vote?
Aye.
Vice President Nash, how do you vote?
Aye.
President Mason, how do you vote?
Aye.
The motion passes.
Thank you. We are on to item 30. Almost there. And this is DCR core record number 310028. This is a request from Treehouse Company, LLC, to approve an annual license for storefront retail commercial cannabis activity within 4,398 square foot commercial buildings located at 3324 South La Cienega Boulevard. Ms. Treviso, are there any neighborhood councils or elected office representatives on this item?
We do not have a speaker card, nor is there a raised hand in the virtual meeting.
Okay, thank you. At this time, we will hear from staff.
Good evening. My name is Corey Blake. I'm a licensing supervisor, and I will present item number 30 for the Department of Cannabis Regulation. DCR core record number 310028 is associated with Treehouse Company, LLC. The applicant seeks an annual license for the type 10 retail with on-site sales commercial cannabis activity. The business premises is located at 3324 South La Cienega Boulevard, Los Angeles 90016, a parcel zone for community commercial purposes. Business is located in the West Adams, Baldwin Hills, Limer Community Plan area within Council District 10. The applicant was issued temporary approval by DCR with an effective date of January 13, 2023. Since that time, the applicant has adhered to the requirements of the Los Angeles Municipal Code and DCR's rules and regulations and completed all requirements for the issuance of an annual license. The applicant currently possesses a state provisional license, C10-0001228-LIC, to conduct retail with on-site sales commercial cannabis activity, which is active through February 23, 2025. The applicant is subject to the requirements of LAMC Section 104.20 for the social equity program. Social equity applications are evaluated for compliance with the equity share requirements under LAMC 104.20. To comply with the equity share requirements, social equity individual applicants must possess unrestricted ownership of their share of the social equity applicant, a proportional right to vote, and to profits, and include certain language mandated by LAMC 104.20 in their agreements, among other requirements. As part of the application process, DCR reviewed the corporate and ownership documentation provided for this applicant and determined the applicant met the minimum equity share requirements at that time. On or about May 14, 2024, DCR provided notice of the community meeting and Cannabis Regulation Commission meeting by mail to the owners and occupants of all property within 700 feet of the property line of the business premises. Notice was provided in accordance with the municipal code. The virtual community meeting was held on Thursday, May 30th, 2024, 1 to 3 p.m. During the meeting, members of the public were afforded 2 minutes each to speak about the application. DCR also accepted online written input through the date of the community meeting. In general, the oral and written comments provided by the public were in favor of the applicant. A local resident wrote that this establishment has significantly enriched your neighborhood, providing exceptional retail services and fostering a vibrant, community-focused environment. Another individual wrote about the business founder, stating that they celebrate culture and community while also working with the youth through mentorship programs. This same individual states that the business founder has worked with the Social Equity Owners and Workers Association to help other equity entrepreneurs, boosting the local economy. The staff report lists a number of reasons DCR or the commission may deny a license. At present, DCR is not aware of any existing facts or circumstances to deny this annual license for the reasons in LAMC Section 104.04. Based on the department's analysis, the proposed project is consistent with the criteria for a Class 1 and Class 32 categorical exemption pursuant to CEQA guidelines. Since the project meets all the requirements for categorical exemption and none of the applicable exceptions apply, it is appropriate to determine this project is categorically exempt from requirements to seek them. A member of the Compliance and Enforcement Division is in attendance and available to provide an overview of the compliance activities associated with this location. Therefore, DCR recommends the commission adopt the recommendations included in the staff report and approve the issuance of this annual license. That concludes the department's presentation.
Thank you. Are there any questions for staff? Okay, hearing none. Do we have the applicant's representative on the line?
There is no one on the virtual meeting, and we do not have a speaker card.
Okay, well then, we will not be asking questions this evening. We are moving on to deliberations.
Actually, can we have the compliance give a report as to the violations that's cited in the report?
Good evening, Commissioners. Hector Ali Khan, Senior Management Analyst, Department of Cannabis Regulation, Enforcement and Compliance. We did go out there on May 30th and issued a notice to correct on June 18th. They have 30 days to comply and provide the department with corrective action. The 7 items were identified. One was display of the license. That's just simply getting a copy of the notice of temporary approval from DCR licensing team. Also, the next regulation was identification of employees, just putting the DCR record number on the employee badge as well as the individual employee number on the badge. Regulation, the third item that was notified or addressed or the deficiency observed was just providing security plans, just providing a written set of security plans to the department. Number 4, the fourth deficiency was providing DCR with the LAPD alarm permit. The 5th regulation was they must post the no loitering, no smoking, no drinking, or public consumption of cannabis inside and outside of the premises. Number 6, deficiency observed was record retention, just the same thing. Create and maintain training records of the employees. And the 7th deficiency was metric, kind of the basic metric items that we find when we're out there with these items, just a small discrepancy with some sales.
Does Commissioner Lim, in regards to the discrepancy for the track and trace, do we realize it's 1 or 2, or is it more than 10 different items?
Yeah, they're more along the lines of, let's say the 61 and 58. It's just they made a sale of 3 and it wasn't directly. It's not a real time. The POS system doesn't update it in real time. They have to wait for the end of the day. Their management team or the person that takes care of their sales, he updates with metric.
And this Commissioner Lim again, in regards to alarm system, is it that they don't have a permit for this alarm system, or they don't have proof that they don't have the permit?
They just didn't have proof that they had the LAPD alarm permit. So it's just a matter of getting that document from the LAPD and providing that to us.
This is Commissioner Melendez, Hector. Who did you speak to about the violations? Was it a manager or one of the owners?
Yeah, our compliance team went out there and they spoke with Alfred, one of the owners, Alfred T. Torregon. Apologize.
And does Commissioner Lim, does the record show what the response was in regards to his notice to correct from the applicant?
Well, the notice to correct was issued on the 18th, so roughly about.
I'm sorry,
yeah.
when you gave the oral findings to them, did they have a comment in regards to the oral discussion that you had?
As far as the discussion and the nature of the receptiveness from the applicant, I don't have that. Just that they did notify the deficiencies to the applicant. Normally, if there's like combativeness or any issues with that discussion, my team will discuss that with me, and they didn't have any issues where there was any any combativeness or some difficulties with the discussions with the applicants or the operator?
This is Commissioner Melendez again. How is the communication level with this applicant? I mean, have they been communicative there? Because I mean, since I don't see them here, I'm just wondering, you know.
Well, since the NTC was issued 2 days ago,
I'm talking through the whole process.
For the Assistant Executive Director, Jason Klein, Mr. Torgano is the social equity individual applicant associated with his record. He does participate in a lot of the outreach and programming that the social equity program does. He actively is engaged with Q&A sessions and webinars. Based on staff notes, he was scheduled to represent this applicant tonight, and it's unusual for him not to be here to respond to the questions because he is very present, very informative, which is why other members at the dais here know his name because he is so much involved with the department and the programming. So I am surprised that he's not here tonight.
Thank you for that.
Thank you.
You're welcome. We are moving to deliberations.
This is Commissioner Lim. Even though there are these open 6 items, and they will go through the process. So even if we give the license, if he doesn't comply within 30 days, then there will be administrative proceeding that will follow with a notice of violation and then potentially losing the license. So in terms of continuing this, just to ask questions about this, there are steps, procedures to follow, even if we do grant the license today, that they have to follow and comply with these items. And they do have 30 days, and it was just given on June 18th. And the fact that the applicant is very active and participated in this, and the reason he's not here, it just may be some sort of unusual event. And I think we shouldn't punish him because he's not here if all of our concerns are addressed.
I agree, I just wasn't sure since I don't know the gentleman, the applicant personally, and I've never seen him. I just wanted to make sure that he was somebody that wasn't just absent because he was ghosting us like, some of the other applicants, But seeing as people here know him, obviously maybe he has something else, an emergency might have come up or something. I'm satisfied with everything that I've heard.
Commissioner, may I, Rocky Wiles, for the CED. Just real quick, on May 21st is when we alerted the, the operator that we were going to conduct a compliance inspection, and they did reply right away. Not only did they reply, but they also sent us information about some of the things that we require in the preparation. So we do give them a list of things that we're going to be looking for so that they're prepared on the date that we get there. And they did reply right away on the same day with information about some of the things that we had outlined in our email. So I'm surprised that he's not here, but like I said, he's not an absent operator.
Thank you.
This is Vice President Nash. I'm surprised the operator's not here as well. And we've consistently criticized anyone that doesn't appear, and especially someone who has 7 deficiencies noted on their record. So I'm okay with the vote, but I'm likely going to vote against it.
Understood. There is a need to be consistent with the continuances. And I'm not comfortable showing preferential treatment for someone just because they are known.
Apologies for the interruption. I do see Assistant Executive Director Colleen has some new information that may be of use.
I apologize for interrupting. Assistant Executive Director Jason Klein. What was proposed at the last meeting in the event that the applicant didn't show up, but they had informed the department they planned to be here, we had proposed maybe the commission holding the item on the desk and moving forward and then taking up the decision as to whether or not the applicant actually calls in before the end of the meeting, before making the determination to continue the item. So if the item is held, I will step out and attempt to contact the applicant, because that's something Corey, who's presenting the items, normally would do for me, and see if we can have them call in if their item was not actually voted on at this time. Just putting that option back out there for the commission as part of the deliberation process.
I appreciate the spirit of that, but we don't do that for everyone else who's not here.
This is Vice President.
You
Nash.
need two mics over there.
This is Vice President Nash. I do recall Mr. Klein making that suggestion last time, and I think it's an excellent suggestion. And I think we should, if we haven't in the past, we should consistently do that in the future.
President Mason, to the extent that the applicant has responded and actually provided the licensing team with a named representative for the item in the event, and I do walk out there to talk to Irene to see if we've gotten speaker cards as we go through the meeting. Normally I would email Corey to say, we have not received a speaker card for this. This is the person that is scheduled to speak. Can you please reach out to them to see if they're going to be calling in? Because when they call in, of course, we don't have the formal speaker card. And, you know, the last time we were able to get the applicant to call in so that they could address the commission's questions. But I defer to you, of course.
Okay, so you've just informed me of standard operating procedures behind the scenes. Got it. Okay. Well, then we will hold this to allow you all time to contact the applicant. And we are moving on to item 31, which is DCR core record number 310021. And this is a request from TAT or TAT Koreatown LLC to approve an annual license for storefront retail commercial cannabis activity within 16,183 square foot commercial buildings located at 520 Southwestern. Mr. Visa, are there any neighborhood council or elected office representatives on this item?
We do not have a speaker card, nor is there a raised hand in the virtual meeting.
Okay, thank you. Then at this time, we will hear from staff.
Good evening. My name is Corey Blake, licensing supervisor, and I will present item number 31 for the Department of Cannabis Regulation. DCR core record number 310021. It's associated with Pat Koreatown LLC. The applicant seeks an annual license for the type 10 retail with on-site sales commercial cannabis activity. The business premises is located at 520 Southwestern Avenue, Los Angeles 90020. A parcel zoned for neighborhood, office, commercial purposes. The business is located in the Wilshire Community Plan Area within Council District 10. The applicant was issued temporary approval by DCR with an effective date of April 14, 2021. Since that time, the applicant has adhered to the requirements of the Los Angeles Municipal Code and DCR's rules and regulations and completed all requirements for the issuance of an annual license. The applicant currently possesses a state provisional license, C10-0000796-LIC, to conduct retail with on-site sales commercial cannabis activity, which is active through March 26, 2025. The applicant is subject to the requirements of LAMC Section 104.20 for the Social Equity Program. Social equity applications are evaluated for compliance with the equity share requirements under LAMC 104.20. To comply with the equity share requirements, social equity individual applicants must possess unrestricted ownership of their share of the social equity applicant, a proportional right to vote and to the profits, and include certain language mandated by LAMC Section 104.20 in their agreements, among other requirements. As part of the application process, DCR reviewed the corporate and ownership documentation provided for this applicant and determined that the applicant met the minimum equity share requirements at that time. On or about May 14, 2024, DCR provided notice of the community meeting and Cannabis Regulation Commission meeting by mail to all owners and occupants of all property within 700 feet of the property line of the business premises. Notice was provided in accordance with the municipal code. The virtual community meeting was held on Thursday, May 30th, 2024, between 1 and 3 p.m. During the meeting, members of the public were afforded 2 minutes each to speak about the application. DCR also accepted online written input through the date of the community meeting. In general, the oral and written comments provided by the public were in favor of the applicant. A regular customer described the store as a welcome addition into the community. The staff report lists a number of reasons DCR or the commission may deny a license. At present, DCR is not aware of any existing facts or circumstances to deny this annual license for the reasons in LAMC section 104.04. Based on the department's analysis, the proposed project is consistent with the criteria for a Class 1 and Class 32 categorical exemption pursuant to CEQA guidelines. Since the project meets all the requirements for the categorical exemption and none of the applicable exceptions apply, it is appropriate to determine this project is categorically exempt from the requirements of CEQA. A member of the Compliance and Enforcement Division is in attendance and available to provide an overview of the compliance activities associated with this location. Therefore, DCR recommends the commission adopt the recommendation included in the staff report and approve the issuance of this annual license. And that concludes the department's presentation.
Thank you. Any questions for staff? Okay, hearing none, we do have a representative present on behalf of the applicant. You may approach the mic at this time, state your name for the record and your relationship to the applicant. You'll have 10 minutes to address the commission.
Good evening, commissioners. Thank you for being here this evening and for all of your very thoughtful comments for all of the applicants. My name's Lauren Fontaine. I'm one of the owners of Koreatown LLC, and I also serve as our Chief Compliance Officer. We operate under the trade name The Artistry, and this is one of 3 The Artistry locations in the LA area and one of 8 total stores in California. Our whole mission is to promote local artists. So we built this store out to operate as an art gallery in addition to a dispensary. And if you visit, you'll see that we have lots of art displayed throughout the space, especially on the 2nd floor where our showroom is. We really built out the space to look and function like an art gallery. We also have 2 murals that we've commissioned from local artists in the area, one on the exterior of the building and one in our lobby area. We were the very first social equity business to open in the city of LA. And so we're very excited to have that distinction. And we've been operating since April of 2021. We've been a responsible community partner since that time. So we haven't had any complaints from residents or neighbors. We've been following all of the rules. We did have our inspection recently from DCR. And there were 4 corrective actions that were noted, and we did actually correct them right away. So we've already provided proof to DCR that we've corrected those things, which was not having our DCR license posted, a very minor inventory discrepancy of it was off by 2 items, not having a no loitering sign in the showroom, although we did have it on our exterior. And there was a slight difference in the cameras versus our premises diagram. So we have already provided the corrections to DCR. We have 24-hour security. So we have a guard that is physically there throughout the night and day to make sure that the neighborhood is safe. And we have taken advantage of many of the social equity programs, including the rental assistant grant, the learning management system, and my social equity partner, Mansour Kalimi, has also attended many of the DCR training sessions. We have many local employees, so we employ a number of individuals that are immediately from the Koreatown community or the greater Los Angeles downtown area, and many of them have been with us since we opened. And we're really proud of our nonprofit efforts as well. So we do food drives, clothing drives. We donate a portion of our sale proceeds throughout the year to different organizations. So this month in June, we're donating a portion to the Human Rights Campaign in honor of Pride Month. And we work with a number of other nonprofits throughout the year. We also launched a recycling program recently to address the issue of vape cartridge waste. So vape batteries and cartridges are a huge problem for the environment right now. And we actually launched our own recycling program in compliance with a cannabis waste provider, where they're taking the vape cartridges and batteries and working with a provider that turns them into asphalt that's used in the Los Angeles area to repair roads. So we're excited about that as well. And I know you've heard a lot from operators tonight and at other meetings about the difficulties that people are facing. And, you know, the person that spoke about it most recently, I think he did an amazing job just expressing the sentiments that a lot of us operators are feeling, which is we're working really hard to be compliant. We're working really hard to be upstanding members of the community. We're social equity businesses, but we're struggling because the city isn't really upholding its side of the bargain. So LA has been a leader as far as licensed cannabis for many years, almost 20 years, I think. They were one of the first to license medical dispensaries. They've been really trying to work with operators. But on the flip side, we probably have the most unlicensed shops of any city in the world. And so, you know, we're here really trying to follow the rules, to pay all of our taxes and our fees. And this location in particular, our Koreatown location, has been the hardest hit by unlicensed shops. So for whatever reason, that area has seen a huge uptick in illegal shops. When we first opened, there were some in 2021, and it seemed like they were getting shut down. But more recently, we've been noticing a lot are popping up, closing, popping up, you know, 2 doors down. So we have been reporting them. We've been trying to work with DCR and LAPD, but it's not enough. And so I, you know, again, urge you just to think about ways that the city can maybe use some of our tax dollars to help with the enforcement of the unlicensed shops. And then, you know, another consideration to help all of us businesses is to actually potentially lower the local tax rate for cannabis businesses, because LA does have one of the highest in California at 10%. And so this is another reason why a lot of customers end up opting for black market shops, because it does make a difference in price to them. So I just want to, you know, reiterate that. I know you've heard a lot about it and you've made a lot of thoughtful comments about it. So I know you understand. And I think, you know, us operators, we're united in this. We want to help each other. We want the industry to grow, but we just want it to be fair to us that are following the rules, that there are consequences for those who aren't. So thank you very much, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
And thank you. And I do have a question. I can always tell when you guys have been talking behind closed doors, because there tends to be a common messaging that we receive when you come before the commission. And a brain cell just turned on while you were talking. And I'm wondering if you've spoken with your council member about your concerns about enforcement?
We have, so we've mentioned that this is, you know, particular to this district. Well, it's not, you know, there's many parts of LA where this is an issue, but like I mentioned, of the 3 LA area shops that we have, this area seems to be struggling with it more. And so they're aware of this. I think the problem is LAPD enforcement is just difficult right now. So that's kind of where the breakdown is happening. How does even the council really fix the problem, and you know, where are the funds coming from, or the resources, or like the previous person said, maybe this actually needs to be a dedicated job for somebody to, you know, be looking at that aspect of it, because there are so many things that all of us operators have to go through, you know, annual licensing fees, these hearings, a lot of things that there are resources being put towards that side of licensing in cannabis, but it seems like the same isn't being devoted to shutting down the illicit operators.
Commissioner Melendez, is that Hollywood division that you have over there?
This is we're in Wilshire, mid-Wilshire. Yeah, we're in the Koreatown area.
Oh, yeah, so you're south.
I'm sorry, any other questions for the applicant?
This is Commissioner Melendez once again. So you had 5 NTC violations and you said you've already dealt with them.
There were 4, and we have already dealt with all of them and provided DCR evidence that we've rectified them.
Thank you.
Questions from my right side? Okay, thank you so much. We are open for deliberations. Okay, then we are moving to motion.
This is Vice President Nash. Regarding item number 31, DCR core record number 310021 for the business located at 520 Southwestern Avenue. I move to adopt staff recommendations as stated in their staff report dated June 17th, 2024.
Is there a second?
Commissioner Melendez, I second.
Thank you, Commissioners. Mr. Rizzo, please call the roll.
Vice President Nash, how do you vote?
Aye.
Commissioner Melendez, how do you vote?
Aye.
Commissioner Lim, how do you vote?
Aye.
President Mason, how do you vote?
Aye.
The motion passes.
Thank you. We are on to item 32, DCR core.
President Mason, I'm sorry, we do have, I believe it's the rep for item number 30 on the virtual meeting.
Mr. Torregano is available.
Let me call on him. Caller with phone number ending in, well, I'm sorry, we need to reopen the item.
Okay, at this time, we will reopen item number 30, which is DCR core record number 310028. This is a request from Treehouse Company LLC to approve an annual license for storefront retail commercial cannabis activity within a 4,398 square foot commercial buildings located at 3324 South La Cienega Boulevard. We have confirmed that there are no neighborhood council or elected office representatives. We have heard from department staff, and at this time, we will receive the applicant's presentation.
Caller with phone number ending in 6072, please state your name and how you represent the applicant. You have 10 minutes to address the commission.
Good evening, Commission. My name is Alfred Torregano. I'm the founder of Treehouse Company, DBA Space Flight at 3324 South La Cienega in Los Angeles. I really thank you guys for the opportunity to speak before this commission. I been operating since, let's say, May 1st, the end of April, and we just went through our inspection and got a couple items to correct. Since then, we've displayed our license. All of our employees have received new identifications. We've created. There was an SOP that was being asked of us that we couldn't show at the time. We've been able to produce that and resubmit for our alarm permit. We had a previous delivery license there that the alarm permit was initially under that delivery license. These operations, once our store opened up, storefront opened up, and that alarm permit had expired under that other entity. So since the inspection, I was able to establish a new alarm permit at the location and prepare the rest of these notice of corrections for DCR. I've been in communication with our analysts about our updates, and so definitely have made great attempts to clear up all of our notice of corrections. I also have a strong community engagement and outreach and advocacy in and around social equity, but even beyond that, just within the community planning area. I do a lot of community events, community and cultural events personally. I produced them myself and invested a lot of money into these events, really with the intention to help small businesses elevate their platform. A lot of our events have grown to thousands and thousands of people becoming like economic catalysts for small business in Los Angeles, specifically within our community planning area. We have a program called Start to Scale, in which since we've launched our program, we've issued out over 80 grants to small businesses in the community, in and around all types of businesses, from food to retail, craft retail, service. We've created workshops and training modules, information and resource hubs. We've been fortunate to be, our program has been funded by several financial institutions who believe in the programming for the community. And so we definitely are in the community, you know, just reaching out and just trying to just let the tide that we're fortunate to be a part of help other boats rise as well in our community. There is significant workload in this dispensary space. And so, you know, we constantly go through a lot of different transitional kind of employees, folks who need these jobs. You know, we would love to be able to provide even a higher quality of workspace and quality of pay. But like other applicants are stating, you know, the challenges that we face with illicit operators and taxes, you know, it forces us to be able to, you know, keep our workforce small, but at the same time, we know how important these jobs are for these employees that we have. And so we take pride in making sure that it's a quality workspace for them to come to, a place for them to be able to depend on their job to be able to take care of their families. And so we are asking for your blessing today to allow us to get an annual license. We went before the neighborhood council and submitted them a comprehensive cannabis report, specifically in and around our neighborhood, the West Adams neighborhood, if you will, and provided that report to them just to educate the community and educate the council on what's going on as far as how many dispensaries and how many illicit operators, how many padlocks have been issued, and the type of income or tax revenue more so versus income or tax revenue that these businesses are generating, the type of jobs that they're generating. The council was very pleased to see that. Wasn't able to get a community impact statement for them, but definitely engaging with the neighborhood council. And so today I just asked for your aye vote and seeing that Treehouse can continue on with the annual license in the city of Los Angeles. And I thank you for your time today.
This is Commissioner Lim. I recognize the applicant's name, and therefore I'd like to recuse myself from this voting.
This is Vice President Nash. You mentioned that you've already taken care of most of the deficiencies. You did not address the posting of the no loitering, public drinking, or smoking sign. Have you posted that yet?
Yes, I have.
Apologies, Commissioner Nash. I did just want to note for the record that Commissioner Lim has left the room due to his conflict with the applicant. Thank you.
This is Vice President Nash again. The other one you didn't address was the record retention. Have you established an employee training record?
In fact, I have drafted that. I have not submitted that to the inspector yet, but yes, we have began drafting that document.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Commissioner Melendez, any questions?
No, I believe, all my questions have been answered.
Okay. Then we will move to deliberations. I do not have any questions. So we can move to deliberations, if any.
I don't have.
Okay.
For item, this is Commissioner Melendez for DCR core record item, well, for item number 30, DC core record number 310028. For the business located at 3324 South La Cienega Boulevard. With the, I move to adopt the staff recommendation as stated on their staff report dated June 17, 2024.
Vice President Nash seconds the motion.
Thank you, Mr. Vizo. Please call the roll.
Commissioner Melendez, how do you vote?
Aye.
Vice President Nash, how do you vote?
Aye.
President Mason, how do you vote?
Aye.
The motion passes.
Thank you. We are on to item 32, DCR core record number 3100.
President Mason, do we want to wait till Commissioner Lin returns?
We will now consider item number 32, DCR core record number 310009. And for the record, Commissioner Nash has rejoined the proceedings.
Lim.
Lim, I'm
Commissioner
sorry. Commissioner Lim. This is a request from Sunset Business Solutions Incorporated to approve an annual license for storefront retail commercial cannabis activity within a 9,822 square foot commercial building located at 8503 North Reseda Boulevard. Mr. Vizo, are there any neighborhood council or elected office representatives on this item?
We do not have any speaker cards, nor is there a raised hand in the virtual meeting.
Okay, thank you. Then at this time, we will move on to the department presentation.
Good evening. My name is Corey Blake, licensing supervisor, and I will present item number 32 for Department of Cannabis Regulation. DCR core record number 310009 is associated with Sunset Business Solutions Incorporated. The applicant seeks an annual license for the type 10 retail with on-site sales commercial cannabis activity. The business premises is located at 8503 North Reseda Boulevard, Northridge 91324, a parcel zoned for general commercial purposes. The business is located in the Northridge Community Plan area within Council District 12. The applicant was issued temporary approval by DCR with an effective date of April 14th, 2021. Since that time, the applicant has adhered to the requirements of the Los Angeles Municipal Code and DCR's rules and regulations and completed all requirements for the issuance of an annual license. The applicant currently possesses a state provisional license, C10-000785-LIC to conduct retail with on-site sales commercial cannabis activity, which is active through February 22, 2025. The applicant is subject to the requirements of LAMC Section 104.20 for the Social Equity Program. Social equity applications are evaluated for compliance with the equity share requirements under LAMC 104.20. To comply with equity share requirements, social equity individual applicants must possess unrestricted ownership of their share of the social equity applicant, a proportional right to vote into the profits, and include certain language mandated by LAMC 104.20 and their agreements, among other requirements. As part of the application process, DCR reviewed the corporate and ownership documentation provided for this applicant and determined that the applicant met the minimum equity share requirements at that time. On or about May 14, 2024, DCR provided notice of the community meeting and Cannabis Regulation Commission meeting by mail to the owners and occupants of all property within 700 feet of the property line of the business premises. Notice was provided in accordance with the municipal code. A virtual community meeting was held on Thursday, May 30th, 2024, between 9 and 11 a.m. During the meeting, members of the public were afforded 2 minutes each to speak about the application. DCR also accepted online written input through the date of the community meeting. In general, the oral and written comments provided by the public were in favor of the application, noting the entity's commitment to compliance, community engagement, and excellence. The staff report lists a number of reasons DCR or the commission may deny a license. At present, DCR is not aware of any existing facts or circumstances to deny this annual license for the reasons in LAMC section 104.04. Based on the department's analysis, the proposed project is consistent with the criteria for Class 1 and Class 32 categorical exemption pursuant to CEQA guidelines. Since the project meets all the requirements for categorical exemption and none of the applicable exceptions apply, it is appropriate to determine that this project is categorically exempt from requirements of CEQA. DCR has not recently performed a compliance inspection for this applicant. However, this business shall be subject to multiple future inspections by DCR and several other agencies prior to receipt of an operating permit. An operating permit is the final authorization for DCR to conduct commercial cannabis activity and is issued only after a licensee has passed a final inspection by DCR and obtained all permits, clearances, or other authorizations required by law. Therefore, DCR recommends the commission adopt the recommendations included in the staff report and approve the issuance of this annual license. And that concludes the department's presentation.
Thank you. Any questions for staff? Okay, hearing none. Mr. Vizo, is there a representative for the applicant on the Zoom, as I do not have a speaker card?
I do not see any raised hands. Oh, you did.
I'm sorry. It's late. You're right. You have it?
We're gonna keep it short. We're welcome to come.
Come on down.
I think it's easier the second time around. I feel more calm. My name is Tigranandlavrent. I'm the CEO of this company. My wife is a social equity owner. She couldn't make it here. We have an 8-month-old at home and a 3-year-old, so it's hard for her to leave. He's also a business partner again with us at this location. We were the second store to open up the social equity right after Koreatown. I mean, Artistry Koreatown, they're great people. They helped us a lot during this whole process. Mike, their social equity owner. They opened up 2 days later. We opened up. I remember that day. I remember the day we got the email from DCR saying we were approved to apply for temporary approval. I got goosebumps. I remember exactly where I was that day. I mean, we've been operating 3 years, no issues, no security issues, no complaints. We did reach out to the neighborhood council. We never heard back. We emailed them and the secretary never heard back. What else do you want to add on there?
I mean, just like all of our businesses, in our own personal lives, we hold ourselves to the highest standards. And, we've done our best from the beginning. We've read all the rules, both city, state, and, along the way, we've just done our best to really stay compliant and, be a great part of the community. So.
Yeah. We did have an inspection from DCR in 2022. The only finding at the time was the DBA. Where we did submit a modification back in the day, it was approved and they approved their DBA. So that was the only issue we ever had. Thank you, guys.
Thank you. Commissioners, any questions for the applicants? Okay, hearing none. Thank you for being here, hanging out for the long haul. We are open for deliberations, if any.
Thank you so much.
Okay, hearing none, is there a motion?
This is Commissioner Lim in regards to number 32, DCR core record number 31000009 for the business located at 8503 North Reseda Boulevard. I make a motion that we adopt the staff report.
Commissioner Melendez, I second.
Thank you. Mr. Vizo, please call the roll.
Commissioner Lim, how do you vote?
Aye.
Commissioner Melendez, how do you vote?
Aye.
Vice President Nash, how do you vote?
Aye.
President Mason, how do you vote?
Aye.
The motion passes.
Thank you. Item 33 is DCR core record number 101745. This is a request from DEC Medical Group Incorporated to approve an annual license for storefront retail commercial cannabis activity within an 8,100 an 8,172 square foot commercial buildings located at 11101 West Ventura Boulevard, Suite A. Mr. Vizo, are there any neighborhood council or elected office representatives on this item?
I do not have a speaker card and there are no raised hands in the virtual meeting.
Okay, then at this time, we will hear from department staff.
Good evening. My name is Corey Blake. I'm a licensing supervisor and I will present item number 33 for the Department of Cannabis Regulation. The ECR core record number 101745 is associated with DEC Medical Group Incorporated. The applicant seeks an annual license for the type 10 retail with on-site sales commercial cannabis activity. The business premises is located at 11101 West Ventura Boulevard, Suite A, Studio City 91604, a parcel zone for general commercial purposes. The business is located in the Sherman Oaks, Studio City, Toluca Lake, Cahinga Pass Community Plan area within Council District 4. The applicant was issued temporary approval by DCR with an effective date of January 1, 2018. Since that time, the applicant has adhered to the requirements of the Los Angeles Municipal Code and DCR rules and regulations and completed all requirements for the issuance of an annual license. The applicant currently possesses a state provisional license C10-00000910-LIC to conduct retail with on-site sales commercial cannabis activity, which is active through November 23, 2024. The applicant is not subject to the requirements of LAMC Section 104.20 for the Social Equity Program. On or about May 14, 2024, DCR provided notice of the community meeting and Cannabis Regulation Commission meeting by mail to the owners and occupants of all property within 700 feet of the property line of the business premises. Notice was provided in accordance with the municipal code. The virtual community meeting was held on Thursday, May 30th, 2024, 9 to 11 a.m. During the meeting, members of the public were afforded 2 minutes each to speak about the application. DCR also accepted online written input through the date of the community meeting. 2 comments in support were provided by representatives of the business. The staff report lists a number of reasons DCR or the commission may deny a license. At present, DCR is not aware of any existing facts or circumstances to deny this annual license for the reasons in LAMC Section 104.04. Based on the department's analysis, the proposed project is consistent with the criteria for a Class 1 and Class 32 categorical, oh Lordy, it's late, categorical exemption for pursuant to CEQA guidelines. Since the project meets all the requirements for the categorical exemption and none of the applicable exceptions apply, it is appropriate to determine this project is categorically exempt from the requirements of CEQA. DCR has not performed a compliance inspection for this applicant. However, this business shall be subject to multiple future inspections by DCR and several other agencies prior to the receipt of an operating permit. An operating permit is the final authorization from DCR to conduct commercial cannabis activity and is issued only after a licensee has passed a final inspection by DCR and obtained all permits, clearances, or other authorizations required by law. Therefore, DCR recommends the commission adopt the recommendations included in the staff report and approve the issuance of this annual license. And that concludes the department's presentation.
Thank you so very much. Commissioners, any questions for staff? Hearing none. Mr. Vizo, is there a representative on the Zoom?
I believe so. Caller with phone number ending in 9983, please state your name and how you represent the applicant, and you have 10 minutes to address the commission.
Good evening, Honorable Commissions. My name is Latasha Bonaparte of Enzo Law, and I'm here on behalf of DEC Medical Group Incorporation, or DEC. DEC is a Phase 1 pre-ICO with city and state licenses for retail operations operating at its current location since 2022 at 11101 West Ventura Boulevard. As an existing medical marijuana dispensary in Los Angeles, DEC has served our local community for over 2 years. We have at all relevant times operated our business in full compliance with the regulations and without incident. In addition, DEC has held quarterly events in its community and provided free food and discounted items to local and people in the community. Over the years, DEC has developed deep relationship with our partners and patrons, and we have great efforts to reach out to the surrounding community and have taken proactive steps to ensure a positive experience for our customers and neighbors alike. DEC has a security guard throughout the premises who monitors its cameras throughout opening hours to provide a safe and nuisance-free environment. We ask that this commission adopt DCR's recommendation to approve the annual license, as DEC has met all conditions required for an annual license and has a site evaluation that was approved, and there are no facts or circumstances that exist to deny this license under section 104.04. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioners, any questions for the presenter? Okay, hearing none. We are open for deliberations. Okay, hearing no concerns. Is there a motion?
This is Vice President Nash regarding item number 33, DCR Core Record number 101745 for the business located at 11101 West Ventura Boulevard, Suite A. I move to adopt staff recommendations as stated in their staff report dated June 17, 2024.
Commissioner Melendez, I second.
Thank you, Mr. Trevizo. Please call the roll.
Vice President Nash, how do you vote?
Aye.
Commissioner Melendez, how do you vote?
Aye.
Commissioner Lim, how do you vote?
Aye.
President Mason, how do you vote?
Aye.
The motion passes.
Thank you. And we are down to the one that will take us home. Item number 34, DCR Core Record number 100055. This is a request from Circle of Hope Alliance to approve an annual license for storefront retail commercial cannabis activity within a 7,680 square foot commercial building located at 8311 North Balboa Boulevard. Mr. Trevizo, are there any neighborhood council or elected office representatives on this item?
We do not have a speaker card, nor is there a raised hand in the virtual meeting.
Then at this time, we will hear from staff.
Alrighty, good evening. My name is Corey Blake, licensing supervisor, and I will present item number 34 for the Department of Cannabis Regulation. DCR Core Record number 100055 is associated with Circle of Hope Alliance. The applicant seeks an annual license for the Type 10 retail with on-site sales commercial cannabis activity. The business premises is located at 8311 North Balboa Boulevard, a parcel zone for general commercial purposes. This business is located in the Northridge Community Plan area within Council District 12. The applicant was issued temporary approval by DCR with an effective date of January 1, 2018. Since that time, the applicant has adhered to the requirements of the Los Angeles Municipal Code and DCR's rules and regulations and completed all requirements for the issuance of an annual license. The applicant currently possesses a state provisional license, C10-0000998-LIC, to conduct retail with on-site sales commercial cannabis activity, which is active through March 28, 2025. The applicant is not subject to the requirements of LAMC Section 104.20 for the Social Equity Program. On or about May 14, 2024, DCR provided notice of the Community Meeting and Cannabis Regulation Commission meeting by mail to the owners and occupants of all properties within 700 feet of the property line of the business premises. Notice was provided in accordance with the municipal code. The virtual community meeting was held on Thursday, May 30th, 2024, between 9 and 11 a.m. During the meeting, members of the public were afforded 2 minutes each to speak about the application. DCR also accepted online written input through the date of the community meeting. There was one residential complaint that the business may not be attracting family-friendly businesses. The staff report lists a number of reasons DCR or the commission may deny a license. At present, DCR is not aware of any existing facts or circumstances to deny this annual license for the reasons in LAMC section 104.04. Based on the department's analysis, the proposed project is consistent with the criteria for a Class 1 and Class 32 categorical exemption pursuant to CEQA guidelines. Since the project meets the requirements and none of the applicable exceptions apply, it is appropriate to determine this project is categorically exempt. DCR has not recently performed a compliance inspection for this applicant. However, this business shall be subject to multiple future inspections by DCR and several other agencies prior to the receipt of an operating permit. An operating permit is the final authorization from DCR to conduct commercial cannabis activity, and is issued only after a licensee has passed a final inspection by DCR and obtained all permits, clearances, or other authorizations required by law. Therefore, DCR recommends the commission adopt the recommendation included in the staff report and approve the issuance of this annual license. And that concludes the department's presentation.
Thank you. Your last one for tonight. And are there any questions for staff? Okay, and we do have a representative here on behalf of the applicant. You may approach the podium, state your name for the record.
Hi, everybody. My name is Mercedes Montemagni. I am the manager of Applicant Circle of Hope Alliance, operating under DBA Work. Work has been part of the Northridge neighborhood since 2018, and I have been managing the store since 2019. At Work, we are dedicated to upholding the highest standards of compliance, safety, and service within the cannabis industry. We understand the responsibility that comes with operating within the regulated cannabis market and have implemented robust protocols to ensure full compliance with all local and state regulations governing the sale of cannabis goods. This includes adoption of detailed standard operation procedures for quality control, inventory control, security, and overall business operations, and employee training to ensure compliance with these procedures. In addition to our internal compliance team, we work with outside legal professionals and consultants to make sure our standard operating procedures are up to date, given the ever-changing regulatory landscape. Our team is also committed to fostering a safe and welcoming environment for both our customers and employees. We prioritize education and transparency so that our employees can provide customers with comprehensive information about our products and that their effects to ensure responsible consumption. Our store is equipped with comprehensive security measures designed to safeguard against unauthorized access and theft. We utilize high-resolution surveillance cameras, alarm monitoring service, access control system with key cards to regulate access to restricted areas, and security guards. These measures help us maintain a secure environment for both our employees and our customers. Our store prides ourselves on creating a safe and clean working environment for our employees, maintaining a good work culture. Our store recently passed the public health site evaluation and received the emblem from the Department of the Los Angeles County Public Health, as an authorized cannabis store. Furthermore, we are supportive of our local community, from assisting law enforcement agencies with any video surveillance requesting of surrounding areas to help solve crimes, to providing discounts to local residents of the community, participating in toy drives at our local fire station. Thank you for considering our application. We are eager to continue serving our customers and continuing and contributing to our community and advancement of the regulated cannabis market. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions for the applicant?
Yeah, this is Commissioner Melissa. Are you currently open?
We are currently open, yes.
Any other questions? Okay, thank you for being here.
Thank you, guys.
You're staying
I know,
here.
it's okay.
I'm like, did they eat?
No, just water.
Fasting today.
Thank you, guys.
We are open for deliberation. No concerns? All righty then. Is there a motion?
This is Commissioner Lim, in regards to number 34 DCR core record number 100055, in regards to business located at 8311 North Balboa Boulevard. I make a motion that we adopt the staff report.
This is Commissioner Melendez, I second.
Thank you. Mr. Beazle, please call the roll.
Commissioner Lim, how do you vote?
Aye.
Commissioner Melendez, how do you vote?
Aye.
Vice President Nash, how do you vote?
Aye.
President Mason, how do you vote?
Aye.
The motion passes.
Thank you. Commissioners, thank you so much for your fortitude this evening. I appreciate your in-depth questioning and attempts to understand the climate that our operators operate under in this city and within the state space as well. I challenge you to stay curious and use your voices to tilt the scales of justice in the right direction. And having said that, it has been a pleasure. It is 9:37 p.m. and this meeting is now adjourned.